sat on the edge of a narrow bunk in the deckhouse and pondered his fate. He was miserable.
He probably means the last words for a note of levity, trying to soften his obvious anxious irritation, but it hits a false note.
Built on the deck
it makes him sound glib, dismissive,
it had 3 chambers,
and Hannah, already tense, feels her hackles rise.
One was the captain's
I'm glad you find April's death so funny.
Now ensconced.
She knows the words are unfair as soon as she says them, but they're out, and she can't take them back.
Of it. And the third room was his, the crew's quarters. A curtain across the end of it granted
his
some
voice
privacy
deliberately
to Swaj and his sturdy wife Bellin in the larger bunk they shared there. That was a small mercy,
again,
he thought.
That autocratic,
He'd avoided
lord
his
of
bunk
the
as
manor,
long as he could,
I'm the boss
remaining
here
out on
tone.
the deck with Arlise
Pretty
to watch
reasonable?
yet more forested banks
She strives
by.
to keep the sarcasm
The
out of her voice, but it's there.
And made surprisingly fast
Pretty
time going up the river against the current.
Like
the crew
giving
who
me
pushed it
permission
along
to go
made the labour
poking
seem
around. Is that what
effortless.
you mean?
Big-eyed
How very
and scary,
reasonable of
Bellin
you.
and Hennessy
Hannah,
used the
He
scout
says,
poles
and now
that
she can
propelled the
tell his
barge up the
temper is
river,
really
while
frayed,
Swaj
and
commanded
that he's
the
holding
tiller.
on to the threadbare
The
edges as
barge
hard
moved
as
up
he
the river
can,
steadily,
his voice
avoiding
brittle with
shoals
the
and
effort.
snags as if bewitched.
You knew I
It was an
didn't
impressive
want you
display
to
of
go.
seamanship, and
You're 6
Arlise
months
was
pregnant,
dully
for
awed
fuck's
by
sake.
it.
You shouldn't be
Although
digging up
Cedric
some
could
cold case that
appreciate
no
their
one
skill,
cares about.
he
No one
tired of
cares,
watching and
she
commenting
cries,
on it
so that
long
November
before she
and
did.
the taxi driver look at
He
her in
left her to her
surprise.
enthusiastic
If
conversation with the
April's
barge's
killer
grubby
is walking
captain
free,
and wandered
then
aft,
I care.
searching in vain
Will.
for a quiet place
And I can't
to
believe
rest.
that you don't.
He ended up perched
dare
on one
you?
of his own trunks,
Will
shaded
shouts back
somewhat
now,
by the wardrobe
loud enough
lashed
that
down
she has
next
to hold the
it.
phone away from
The
her
crew
ear.
offered no promise
How
of
fucking
intelligent
dare you?
conversation.
I care.
One of the deckhands,
I care
Ida,
just as much
was the
as you, but the
size
fact
of a
that I don't
wardrobe.
want my pregnant
There was a
wife
woman,
putting
Bellin,
our
almost as
unborn-
muscled as her husband,
hangs up.
Swaj.
Her
Hennessy,
hands
the
are
mate,
shaking.
had no time to chat
Her
with
heart is
passengers,
thumping
for
so
which
hard
Cedric
in
was
her
grateful.
chest that she feels
Skelly
like
shocked
she
him
might be
by
sick.
both her youth
Think of
and
the
her
baby.
gender.
Think of the baby.
What sort of a ship
Hannah?
expected a young
November
girl to
says
do the full work
tentatively.
of a deckhand?
Hannah,
After one
Are you
visit to
okay?
the smelly deckhouse,
No.
he'd given up all thought of taking an
No,
afternoon
I'm
nap
not.
to make the
Hannah
endless
says
journey
harshly.
pass more
Her
swiftly.
fists are clenched.
As well
she
to
has
nap in a
never,
kennel.
never
But
been
now
so
it was night,
angry at
and
will.
insects
At
swarmed.
will.
They'd driven
This
him
is
inside,
Will,
and
she
weariness had
reminds
forced
herself.
him to his bunk.
Will, who has
Around
loved her,
him in the thick darkness,
waited for
the
her,
crew
saved her
slept.
from herself in so many
Swaj and
ways
his
since they
wife
were
had
both just
retired to their
teenagers
curtained
themselves.
alcove. Skelly
And right
and
now,
the cat shared a bed.
she
The
hates
girl
him.
curled around the orange
What
monster.
happened?
Skelly
She
was
wants
the
me to
captain's
pretend
niece.
there's nothing wrong.
The poor
she
girl
said
was his
shortly.
most likely
And
heir,
I can't.
and thus had to learn the trade
wish I
from the
could,
deck
but
up.
And then,
Hennessy,
realizing
the
they
mate,
are almost
sprawled
at the
and
hotel,
overflowed
she
his
says
bunk,
to the taxi
one
driver,
muscular arm draped
"Sorry,
over the side,
can you stop
with
at the
his hand
supermarket?
braced on the deck.
I need to grab something."
The atmosphere
The driver
seemed
pulls
thick
up
with the
outside the
crew's
Tesco
sweat
Metro,
and the
and
moist
Hannah gets
snores
out.
and occasional
Her
grunts
pulse
they
is
gave
still
off as
racing,
they
but she
shifted
knows
in
it
their
will do her
beds.
good to stretch her legs
There
for a
had
moment.
been 4
Walk off
unoccupied
some of
bunks
her
for him
anger,
to choose
stretch
from.
her aching
Evidently,
back.
Leftrin had once had
November
a much
gets
larger
out
crew
after
on
her,
his
her
ship.
face worried.
Cedric had
Hannah?
chosen a lower bunk.
I just need to get
and
some
Skelly
Gaviscon.
had not been
I've
too
got
quickly
heartburn.
about removing all the
Okay,
clutter from it,
says
so he could
November,
use it.
following her
She'd
into
even
the
tossed
almost
2
painful
blankets onto it
brightness
for
of the
him.
little store.
The bunks were narrow
But
and cramped.
what did you mean?
He sat
You
on the
can't
edge of
pretend
his and tried
nothing's
not to
wrong?
think of fleas or
I don't
lice
know,
or larger
Hannah
vermin.
says. She
The
grabs
neatly
a basket
folded
and begins
blanket
to
on it
walk the
had looked
aisles,
clean enough,
scanning for
but
the
he'd only seen it
pharmaceutical
by
section.
lamplight.
It
Through the
was when we
sounds
were in
of the
April's
sleeping
room.
crew, he could hear
I
the
realised
purling of the
something.
water outside.
Something that
The
made me
river,
think that
so
perhaps
grey and wet
She
and
swallows.
acid, seemed
Perhaps
closer
we'd
and
all
more
been looking
threatening
at this
than
the
it
wrong
had
way.
when he was on the
What do you
tall and
mean?
stately live ship.
it was when we were leaning
The
out
barge
of the window.
sat lower
Hannah
and closer
says.
to the water.
She's found the Gaviscon
The
now,
ripe green
a box of
smell
pills
of the
rather
water
than
and
the
the
liquid
surrounding
she's used to,
jungly
but it
forest
will have to do.
penetrated
She
the
checks the
room.
label, suitable for
When
pregnancy.
night fell and
I'd
darkness
forgotten
flowed like a second
that
river
April
over the
climbed
water,
down one
the
time.
crew had poled the barge
Yes,
to the
you
river
told me,
shallows and then
November
tied it
says,
to the
looking
trees
puzzled.
there.
But I don't
The
see.
ropes they had used were thick
Then
and heavy,
She halts
and
in her
surely the
tracks,
knots were secure.
in the middle of the aisle.
But the
Her
river
eyes
wanted
are
the
wide
barge,
under the
and it
fluorescent
sucked
lights.
at it greedily.
Wait,
making the
Maybe
vessel
I do.
sway gently and tug
Are you thinking
creakily
someone
against
could
the ropes
have-
that bound it.
She stops.
Now and
as
then
if she
the barge
doesn't
gave an
want to
awkward
say
lurch,
it.
as if it had dug in its
Someone
heels
could
and
have
refused to be
killed
dragged out
April
into the current.
and then climbed
He wondered
out
what
the
would
window.
happen if the knots gave
Hannah
way.
finishes for her.
There was, he
She
reminded
pays for the
himself,
Gaviscon
a
at a
man on
self-service
watch.
till,
The
and then
guide would
turns to
stay
face
up half the
November.
night, keeping an eye on
We've all
things
been
before rousing
focusing on the
Hennessy to
fact that
take
no
his
one could have
turn.
got into the building
And the captain
after
himself
Neville
had been
left.
up on the deck,
But that's
still
not the
smoking
issue.
his pipe, when Cedric
The
had
issue
finally
is that no one
decided
could
that
have
he would
got
have to give
out.
in and sleep
Also,
in the
we
noisome
assumed.
deckhouse.
If
He
Neville's
had
last
briefly
sighting of
entertained the
April
notion of
alive was
sleeping out on
correct,
the open deck.
then Hugh and I had
The
the
night was
staircase in
mild
view the
enough.
whole time. But what
But
if
then
the
the
killer
stinging gnats had begun to
didn't
hover
use
and
the
hum,
stairs?
and he had
What
hastened
if
to come
he
inside.
or she
He took
climbed
off
out
his
the
boots
window?
and set them by the edge
Hang
of the
on.
bunk.
November
He
says.
folded his
They are
jacket and
walking
set
to
it
the exit
reluctantly
now,
across
and
the
she
foot of
runs
his
her
bed.
hands through her short
Then,
hair,
still
as if trying to
clothed,
cudgel
he
her
lay back on
brains
top
into
of the thin
action.
mattress and blanket.
If someone
The
was
pillows
already
seemed
in the
little more
set
than a
when
larger
Neville went
lump
up
on the
there,
bed.
he would
It
have
smelled
seen them.
strongly of whoever
Not
had
if
last
whoever
slept
it was
in this
stayed
bunk.
in April's bedroom.
He sat up,
I've been
retrieved his
thinking
jacket,
about this
and
all
put it
evening,
under
trying
his
to
head.
piece it together, and it all
Only
fits.
for 2 days.
By Neville's own
he
account,
whispered to
he never
himself.
went farther than the living
He
room.
could stand this
So
for
you're
2
saying-
days, couldn't he?
I'm saying someone
barge
went up
would
there
dock
to
in
see
Kesarek.
April,
They'd
probably with
disembark,
the intention
and
of
Alice
killing
would,
her.
he was confident,
It wasn't a
find
spur
way
of the
to be
moment
allowed
crime
to
of passion
study her
thing, or the
dragons.
students below would have heard
And
an
he'd
argument.
be there, cloaked
It
with
must
her
have been
credentials
planned,
and
someone
awaiting
waiting
his
for their chance to
opportunities.
surprise her.
They'd stay
So
no
whoever
longer
it
than
was
6 days,
lulled her into a
ample
false sense
time,
of
as he
security,
had
and then
already
while they were
pointed out to
talking,
her.
Neville
And
knocked.
then they'd return to
April went
Trahorg,
out to talk to him,
board
and the
the
killer
Paragon,
stayed in the
and head
bedroom.
back to
Then they
Bingtown
came out
and
and
his
killed
new
her as soon
future.
as Neville shut the door.
Home.
But,
He missed it badly.
They couldn't have known
Clean
Neville
sheets
would
and
come
large airy rooms
November says
and
slowly.
well-cooked food and
Hannah
freshly
shakes her
laundered
head.
clothes.
No,
Was that so much
I don't
to
think that
ask
part
of
was
life?
planned.
Just that
I think it was
things
just
be
the killer's
clean
good
and
luck
pleasant,
that Neville gave them the
that one's
perfect
table mates
alibi.
didn't chew with open
The
mouths
timing
or
would
allow
work.
cats to hook bits
They
of
have
meat
reached
off the
the
platter.
taxi, and November
I'd just
opens
like
the
things
door
to
and
be
slides
nice,
back inside.
he said plaintively to the
Her
darkness,
face, golden
and then
in the
winced at the
sulphurous
memory
yellow
the
of the
words
street lamp,
conjured.
is troubled.
He recalled it
It
so
would make
clearly.
sense of Neville's story,
He'd squared his
and
shoulders,
it would explain why you
swallowed
never
hard,
saw
and
anyone
stood
coming
his
out
ground.
after him. But
I don't want
Wait.
to go.
how would whoever
It
it
will
was
make a man
know
of you,
not
his
to take
father
the
had
stairs?
insisted.
They had
And
no
it's
way
a
of
big
knowing you were
opportunity
waiting
for
at
you,
the bottom.
Cedric. It's a
I've been
chance not
thinking
just
about
to
that,
prove yourself,
Hannah says.
but to prove
She
yourself to
feels
a man
more
who
than a
can
little
advance
sick,
you in Bingtown.
and it has as much to do with
I've
what she
pulled
is
a few
about to
strings
say
get you
as it
this
does with the
opportunity.
aftermath of her
Half the
argument
lads in
with Will.
Bingtown would be willing to jump through
And
hoops to
if
get
I'm
it.
right,
Trader
if the
Marley
killer
has an
did
opening for a
escape
deckhand
down
on
the
his
drain
new
pipe,
ship.
then
You
I think
won't be
what
alone.
must have happened
There will be
is
other
this.
lads of your age
The
living
killer
aboard
knew
and
they
learning
couldn't
how
afford
to
to be
work the
seen
decks.
coming down the
The
stairs,
friends you'll make
so
there
they
will
would
be
have
friends you
waited
keep
until
for
Neville
life.
was well clear to leave.
Work hard,
They
bring
wouldn't
yourself
want
to the
bump
captain's
into him in the
attention,
quad if he
and
was
it
still
could
hanging
lead to bigger
around. So
things for
whoever
you.
it was, they probably
Trader Marley's
killed
a
April,
wealthy man,
then
in
hung around by
daughters
the
as well
window
as
to
ships
check
and
Neville
money.
was gone.
If
By
he
the time
comes to
Neville
look
came out of
favourably
the
on
building,
you, well,
by
there's
that
no
time they
telling
would have
what
seen
future
you
it might bring
crossing
you.
the quad.
Tricia
November
Marley's a
finishes.
very pretty
Her
girl,
face is
his
pale.
mother added helpfully.
Shit.
He had
You mean
felt
they saw you
trapped
coming?
between the hopeful
They knew
gazes
you'd
of
be
both
coming
his
up the
parents.
stairs, so they had no choice
His
but to
numerous
escape
sisters
through
had
the
already
window.
finished their tea and
I
hurried away
think
from the
so.
table. They'd be off
The
to
only
the
other
gardens or the
possibility is
music
that they
room,
heard
or
me
visiting
coming up
their
the stairs
friends.
as they were
But
finishing.
here he sat,
She swallows,
hedged in by his
the words
parents'
sticking in her
dreams
throat.
for him. Dreams
Finishing
he couldn't share.
the job.
But
my God.
I don't want to
November
work on a
closes
boat,
her eyes.
he said carefully.
The beam of a street lamp
As his
passes over her
father's
face
mouth
as they
narrowed
drive
and
beneath
his eyes
it,
darkened, he
illuminating
added
the shape of her
hastily,
skull with
I don't
ghostly
mind
beauty.
working. Really, that's
In the
true.
half light, she looks so
But why
like
can't
April,
it be in a
that Hannah
shop
almost
or an
cannot
office?
bear it.
Somewhere clean and light,
For a moment,
with pleasant people.
it is as if April has come
He
back
turned
to
his
haunt
gaze
her
on
with the
his mother
spectre
and
of the
added
mistake
quickly,
she made.
I hate the thought of being away
Except
from
that
my
April
family for
has
so
never
long.
left her.
Ships have
The
gone from
voice in the
Bingtown for
crowd.
months,
The blonde
sometimes
head
years.
weaving down a
How
busy
could I
street.
stand not seeing
April
you
has
for that
always
long?
been here with her,
His
trying
mother
to
pursed
make
her
her
mouth,
see.
and her eyes grew moist.
I'm sorry,
Such
April,
words might
she
win
thinks.
her over, but
I'm
his
sorry I
father was
failed
not
you.
impressed. It's
So,
time you were out on your
who,
own for a bit,
then?
son.
November whispers.
Schooling is fine,
The
and
driver
I'm
is
proud
not
to have a
looking
son who
round
can
at
read
them,
and write and
but
figure
they are both
accurately.
conscious that in spite
If our
of the
fortune had
plexiglass
fared better
screen,
these
he
last
could
few
be
years,
listening.
perhaps that would be enough.
That's who I had in the back of my
But our
cab.
holdings haven't prospered.
It could have been anyone.
So it's
then,
time for you to
right?
go out and find something
Someone
of your own.
with a
something
motive,
to bring back and
Hannah
add to your
says,
inheritance.
ticking the list off on her fingers.
If you work out on the
and
ship, you'll
someone
be earning
that
a
April
decent wage.
trusted.
You can set something
The
aside
sick
for
feeling
yourself.
is back.
This is an
It must have
opportunity
been
for
someone
you,
she knew
Cedric.
well.
One that almost
That's
any
always
boy
been
in
an
town would
unanswerable
jump
problem
at.
with the case against Neville.
It gathered
April
his
hated
threads
him.
of courage.
There's no way she would have let him
Father,
come anywhere
it
near
just
her
doesn't
without
fit
a
with
struggle.
who I am.
But a
I'm
friend?
sorry. I know
That's
that you
different.
asked favours to get this
I mean, not
opportunity
Hugh, because
for
I was
me.
with him outside
I
the
wish
building,
you'd talked
and
to
I'm
me
pretty
first.
sure it couldn't have been Ryan.
I've been on
He was still
ships,
in the bar when
and
we
I've
left,
seen how
although
the crews
I guess
live
it's
aboard.
theoretically possible
It's dirty,
that he
smelly,
could have
and
pelted
wet,
it round the
with
long way
boring
and got to
food,
New Quad
and
before
half
us,
your
but
fellows are
she
coarse,
stopped.
illiterate bores.
But it could
Deck
have been
work
Emily.
demands a strong back
November
and
says,
tough hands,
with
and
sudden,
little more than
dawning
that.
comprehension.
That's not who I want to be.
That's why you
a
went so
barefoot
quiet
sailor
over dinner.
pulling on a line on someone else's
Hannah
ship.
feels
I
something
do want a future,
twist
and I'm
inside
willing
her
to work
like a
hard,
knife.
but not like that.
Because it's
I'll
true.
work somewhere clean and
And
decent,
hearing it
among
out
nice
loud
people.
makes it suddenly
I just like
and
things to be
sickeningly
nice.
real.
Is that so
That
wrong of
is
me?
what she was thinking.
His father leaned back
She was
abruptly
sitting there
in his
working
chair.
things out in her head,
I don't understand
realizing
you,
that Emily's
he said
alibi is the
harshly.
shakiest
I don't
of them
understand you at all.
Yes, she was
Do you
in the
know what
library,
it's taken for
but
me
there
to
was
get this
absolutely
offer for you?
nothing to stop her
Do you
from
know how
slipping
embarrassed
through
I'll
the
be if you
turnstile
turn it
without
down?
swiping out.
Can't you appreciate
climbing
anything
the
I
stairs
do
to
for
April's
you?
room,
This is your
sitting there
golden
with
chance,
her
Cedric,
talking,
and
laughing,
you're going to turn it
maybe
down
even
because you
poking
like
fun at
things
herself
to be
over
nice.
the A-level prank.
Please
And then when
don't
Neville
shout,
came up,
his mother
providing the
unwisely
perfect fall guy,
interjected.
strangling
Please, Paul,
April
can't we be calm
before
and
sliding
polite
down the
about
drain
this?
pipe and returning to
And
her
nice
seat in the
too,
reading room.
I suppose.
I
His
can't
father had
believe it.
snarled.
She wants
I
to
give
protest,
up.
and it's
I've tried
true
to do my
too,
best by
except
the boy, but all he wants
that
to do
a
is
little
wander about
part
the
of her
house and
can.
read books or go out
Maybe
with his
several
useless
parts,
idle
in fact.
friends.
The part
Well,
that knows
their
that
fathers
April
have
had
the money
spent
to
all
raise useless
year
idle boys, but
fucking
I
Emily's
don't.
boyfriend.
You're my heir, Cedric.
The part that
but what you'll inherit if you don't
when
take
Hugh
hold
told
soon,
her
I
about
don't
the cruel
know.
trick with
Don't
the
look at the
A-level
floor.
letter.
Meet my eyes,
And
son,
most
when
of
I
all,
speak to you.
The part of her that remembers
Please,
walking
Paul,
under the
his
cloisters
mother
with
had
Emily
begged.
and Ryan
Cedric
on a
just
cold
isn't ready
November
for
night,
this yet.
and hearing
He's
Emily
right,
hiss,
you know.
"If
You
she
should have
tries any of
discussed
that
this with
shit
him
with
before
me,
you sought it
I
for
will
him.
end
You didn't
her."
even speak of it to me.
The venom in Emily's
Because
voice.
opportunities such as this
That
don't
was
wait.
real.
They come
It
along,
has
and the man who
stayed with
seizes
Hannah
it
for more
is the
than
man who
10
finds a
years.
future in it.
And even
But it
now
won't
it
be
makes her
Cedric,
shiver.
will it? Oh no,
It's
because he
could have
is
been
not
plenty
ready,
of other people,
and it's not
she
nice
says now,
enough for
trying
him.
to persuade herself
So,
as much as
very
November.
Well. You keep him at home
April
here
had
with you.
pranked a
You've
lot
ruined
of people.
the boy with your indulgence
It
of
could
him.
have been someone
ruined
from another
him.
college entirely. It could have been.
Cedric shifted in the narrow bunk,
The idea
pushing
comes
the
to her,
uncomfortable
and she
memory
clutches
away.
at it with a
Came
barely
back
concealed
in the form of a new
desperation.
question.
It could have
Did his
been
father still
whoever
think
was
he was
supplying
ruined?
her with the
He knew
dexamphetamine,
that his sire
a
had
drug
felt
deal
chagrin
gone
when
bad.
Cedric announced he had
This
taken
is
a position
all
as
true.
Hestvinbach's secretary.
But what November
Even his
said is
mother,
truer.
far more patient and
It
tolerant of
could
Cedric's ways
have
than
been
his father
Emily.
was, had
She
winced
has
at the idea
always
of
had
him
a
being
motive,
employed in such
and
a
now
position.
she has the
It's
opportunity.
just not something that you expect
Hannah,
the son of a trader
November
to do,
says, and
even
her
a
voice
younger
is warning.
son.
Hannah,
I know that
please,
it's an upward
don't
path,
do
and
anything
even
about
your
this
father
until
has
you've
said that
spoken
perhaps
to the
you'll make good
police.
connections
I
accompanying
won't,
Hest
Hannah
on his
says, a
trading
little
trips.
impatiently. I'm not
But
stupid.
don't you know, it just
I
seems
mean
as if
it.
you could have
If this
started
is
your career
right,
a bit higher
if
in
you
life
tell
than as a
anyone,
secretary.
I said,
Hest
I'm not
treats
stupid.
me well, Mother.
I'll phone
and
them
he
up
pays
tomorrow
me well,
as
too.
soon as I'm back in Edinburgh.
And I hope you are setting
Okay,
money aside from
November
it.
says.
For as
She
handsome
looks
as
at
Hest
Hannah
Finbach
critically,
is,
as
and
if
as
she's
wealthy as
appraising
his
Hannah's
family
strength
is,
if it
he
came
has a
to a
reputation
fight.
for being
She
fickle in
looks
his
worried.
pursuits. Don't
Why
count on
didn't
him
you
to
say
be
anything
someone
to
you
Will?
can depend on
She
for the rest
asks
of
now,
your life, Cedric.
And Hannah feels a sudden
In the dark of the
tightness tightness in her throat.
He groaned softly as he recalled
Because he
her
won't
words.
listen, she says.
At the time, they
I've
had
tried.
seemed like her usual
I've tried
nattering
over and
worry
over
for
to tell him that there's
Now
something
they
wrong
seemed like
about
a
that night.
prophecy.
Something that I'm not
Had he been
seeing,
a fool
can't
to let
remember, but
himself
he
depend
won't
on Hest
listen.
so deeply?
He just wants me to
His hand
shut up,
crept up and
pretend
touched
it's
the
all
small
fine.
locket he wore around his
She
neck.
shuts her eyes.
In the
It is
darkness,
the worst
his
feeling in the
finger
world
caressed the
to be
single
afraid
word engraved on
and
its
to have the
case.
person you love
Always
tell you that it's all in your head.
had always
Look,
come to an end
I
for
don't
him.
know him, November
He
says
shifted
softly,
in his bunk, but it was
I feel
uniformly
like
hard.
if you love
Sleep
him,
would not
he
come to
must
him,
be a good guy.
only memories and worries.
He is,
He
Hannah
was being
says.
foolish, of
It
course.
feels
This
as
was
if
only
something
a
is
minor
lodged
tiff
at the
with
back of her
Hest.
throat,
He and
hurting her.
Hest had had quarrels before,
He's
and lived
frightened
to
for
laugh
you.
about them later.
He lost one person
There
he
had
loved
been that
much too
business in
young.
the Chalcidian town,
I can see why
where
he doesn't
Hest, in a
want to lose
towering
another.
rage, had left Cedric behind
know,
at the inn,
Hannah whispers.
and
I know.
Cedric had to dash through the streets
She puts
to
her
reach
hand
the
up
ship
to the
before
corner
it
of her
sailed.
eye and
He'd
angrily
only
brushes
ever
away
struck
the
Cedric
moisture
once,
prickling there,
and to be
furious
fair,
at her
Hest
body
had
for
been
betraying
drinking
her.
and in a black temper
She
even
doesn't
before they
want
had
to
quarrelled.
be that woman,
Hitting someone was
that
unusual
pregnant woman
behaviour
who
for
bursts
Hest.
into tears at the
He had
drop
other
of a
ways
hat.
of
She
expressing
wants
his
to be
domination
strong,
and control.
logical, analytical,
Sarcasm and humiliation were
but
more
she doesn't
commonly
feel
his
like any of
weapons.
those right now.
Physical force was his last resort,
I
and it
could
meant that his
be
temper had reached a
wrong,
red-hot heat.
she says,
his
forcing the
current
words out
anger was
as
different.
levelly as she can,
was
and
cold.
November nods, but
In
the
the days
concern
after
doesn't
he'd
leave
ordered
her
Cedric
face.
to accompany Arliss
Hannah
on her
could
expedition,
be wrong,
Hest had been formal
but if
and
she's
chill
not,
with Cedric.
there is a killer
He'd
out
smiled
there.
at him each
Someone
morning as he
April
handed
trusted.
him a long list of tasks.
Maybe even someone
He treated
April
him
loved.
in an absolutely correct
And that
master-to-servant fashion.
Makes Hannah
Every
very
evening he
frightened
listened to
indeed.
Cedric report how his tasks had gone. He didn't seem to care that
After
he'd given Cedric the responsibility for
that
Arliss's journey.
Hannah can't sleep.
He'd expected him
again.
to fulfill his regular
It's
chores
not
as
just
well.
the heartburn, though the
Thus
Gaviscon
Cedric
pills
had
aren't
been the
working
one
as
to
well as the
arrange
liquid
passage
does,
for Hest
and
and
have left a
Mollum
horrible
Corsa
chalky
and
residue
Jap
on her
Secundus
teeth.
on a ship
It's not
bound
just
for
the baby
Pirate
who seems
Isles.
to have woken up as
At
soon
the
as
last
she lay
minute,
down,
with great
and is even
deliberation
now
and a
shifting
cruel
and
smile,
wriggling and
he'd had
turning like a
Cedric write an
cat trying to
invitation
get
to Reading
comfortable
Cope
on a
as well.
strange bed.
The joyous acceptance had
It's
arrived
everything.
less than an hour after
It's
the
her
post
own
was sent.
fears.
Hest
It's
had
her
had
argument with
Cedric
Will.
read it aloud to him,
It's Emily.
and then had pleasantly commented
Emily.
how enjoyable a
God,
companion
it
Reading
can't
Cope was,
be Emily.
so affable
Can
and
it?
full of enthusiasm for any
A
new
sickness
adventure.
is churning inside
The
her
next
as she thinks
afternoon
of
they
the
had
dinner they
departed.
spent together tonight.
Cope had waved
Emily
a cheerful
chatting
farewell
away,
to Cedric as the
glancing
ship
at Hannah
slowly
with
moved away
concern
from
as
the
she sat
dock.
there silently picking
This
at
was
her
Hest's
ramen.
first venture at making
Had
trading
she
contacts
guessed?
in the formerly
Does she
dangerous
know
pirate
what Hannah
isles.
is thinking?
It was
Is she
also a
lying awake
journey that
even
he and
now at
Cedric
her
had been
house across
discussing
town
for
trying to
nearly a
figure out
year?
what Hannah knows
Hest
and what
well
has
knew how
changed
Cedric
since
had
last night?
anticipated such a trip.
As Hannah
And he'd
reaches
not
for her
only
phone,
chosen other companions for
1:47
it,
a.m.,
he
the
directed
numbers
Cedric to
gleam
book his
bright in
passage
the
on a
dim
ship
light
that
of the
offered its
hotel
passengers
room.
every comfort that
She
a
is
civilized
swamped
man could
by an almost
cherish.
overwhelming
While
urge
Cedric listened
to
to
call
men
Emily,
snore and fart in
talk
the
to
darkness
her,
around him,
because
Hest
it
and
can't
his
be true.
friends were probably sipping
She
good
can't be
port in a
thinking this
softly
about
lit
her
card
old
parlour
friend.
on the southbound
But
ship.
the alternatives are
Cedric
just as
shifted
bad.
uncomfortably and scratched
Could
the back
Ryan
of his
have
neck.
left the bar after them
Then he
and run
worried
the long
that
way
the tickling
round?
had been a
Around the
bedbug
other side of
or
the
a
chapel.
louse.
It is
He
just
felt his
possible.
neck, but his fingers
He could
encountered
even
nothing.
have been going up the stairs
Then
when
he
Neville was
surprised
coming
himself
down
by
and
yawning.
ducked into a bathroom to avoid
Well,
being
he
seen.
was exhausted.
Fuck.
Arliss had
Fuck.
seen to that. He'd
Is
packed
this
all
really
their possessions
all
hastily,
she has accomplished?
arranged porters,
She wanted
and then
to bring
they had all
a
but
killer
run
to
from
justice,
the
but
Paragon
instead
to the
all she's
Tarman.
done is
He'd
drag
barely
two of
glimpsed
her
the
oldest
fabled
friends
treetop
into
city
this.
of Trehorg, let alone had
Her
time to
phone
wander
is
through
still
any
in
of
her
its
hand.
bazaars.
And now it lights
Trehorg
up
was
with
the
a
prime city in
notification.
all the cursed chores
It's an
for
email,
a trader to
and
find
she opens
elderling
it,
goods at a
wondering for a
reasonable
minute
price.
if it's Emily,
And he'd had to race
messaging her
past
with
it
some
without even a
strange
glance,
telepathy.
because Arliss feared
It's
she
not.
wouldn't get to see her smelly,
It's someone
deformed
called
dragons.
Lynn Bishop.
He yawned
Subject
again in the
line.
darkness and
Hello,
resolutely
Hannah.
closed his eyes.
Hi,
would
Hannah.
get what sleep
Hope
he
you're
could in
well.
such foul
I'm a
conditions
journalist with the
and try
Evening
to
Mail.
face the morrow
Following
with
John
good
Neville's
graces.
death, we're doing a retrospective
If
on
all
April's
went well,
case, and would
he'd be
love
with
to
Arliss
speak to
when
you
she
about how it
wangled an
feels to
invitation
have
to visit
finally
the
laid
dragons
those
and
demons to...
attempted to speak with them.
She doesn't even transfer that
She'd as
one
much
to
as said
requests.
that she'd want him with
She
her
deletes
to
it,
transcribe
feeling
conversation
sick to her
and make
stomach stomach.
and even to help
It's
with the
not just
sketches
the
she plans to
timing.
do.
It's everything.
He'd be right
the
there
faux
among
chumminess,
them, helping
the
her collect her
exclamation
information.
point, and
If
using
fortune favoured
April
him, that
like they
wouldn't be
know
all
her,
he'd be collecting.
like she's a mate
He
or a
hugged
girl they
himself in
went
the
to school
dark,
with, when in
and then
reality they
gingerly
have no
pulled his
idea
blanket
what she
over
was really
himself.
like.
Nights were chill
April,
on the river,
when
he decided,
John
even
Neville
in summer.
gets the dignity of his
Nights were as
full name.
cold as Hest himself.
As Hannah
But
shuts
he'd
down her
show
phone
Hest,
and lies
he'd show
staring
him that
into
he
the
didn't
dark,
plan to live his life
she
as
feels
only
a
Hest's
surge
secretary.
of anger.
He'd show
So
him that
strong,
Cedric Meldar
it
could do
almost
some bartering
scares
of
her.
his own.
How
That he did
dare
have
they?
ambitions and
The
dreams of his
journalists,
own.
the public,
He'd
the
show
vultures
them
who have
all.
picked over this case for years, like
Mara
they care,
sat on
like
bare
they have
earth
a
and stared
right
at the
to
flames
the
of
truth,
the cook
just
fire.
as much as Hannah
Did
does.
any of us think we'd be doing
They've
this a
stripped
month
April
ago?
of her identity,
Preparing to meet
of her
dragons
uniqueness,
and
of
escort them up
everything
the
that made
river?
her real
Or
and
even imagine
compelling
this,
and
sitting around a
fascinating.
fire down here on
They've
the ground?
reduced her to a
She asked
cardboard
her new
cutout
circle
of a girl
friends.
and a series of
Not
Instagram
me, muttered
pictures.
Tat, always at her
The
side.
perfect victim,
Several of
in
the
fact.
others laughed in assent.
And as for the rest of the
Greft,
email,
seated to her right,
laid those
just shook his
demons
head.
to rest.
His dark
She would be
ringlets
laughing
danced,
if she
as did
didn't
the
feel
fleshy
so
growths
bitter.
that fringed his jaw.
She has never felt
When he had
more
first joined
haunted
their group,
by what
he'd
happened
been
to
veiled.
April and by what
No
she,
one had
Hannah, may have
commented.
done to
It
an
wasn't
innocent
uncommon
man.
for heavily touched men or
And
women
now
of the
haunted too
Rainwilds
by what
to
she's
prefer a
doing to
veil,
her old friends,
especially if they were
to
in the
Emily
lower
and to
levels
Ryan,
of
who have
Trehawk,
suffered
that
enough
might encounter
already.
the shocked gapes of
They've
someone
lived
strange to the
through
city.
April's
When
murder.
on his second
Is she
night
really
with the
going
Dragon
to cast
Keepers,
suspicion
he'd
on them
finally
both by
appeared among
speaking
them
up?
unveiled. Even
But if
Thymara
she
had
doesn't,
stared. Greft was more
she rolls
heavily
over,
marked than
faces
anyone
the
she'd
wall,
ever seen.
fighting the urge to
At
cover
20,
her face with her
he had
hands.
more wattles and growths
She has
than
a
she'd
sudden
seen even on the
out-of-character
oldest folk
urge
of
for
the
a drink,
Rainwilds.
but that is out
The
of the
nails of
question.
his hands and feet were
She
smooth,
turns onto
but
her back,
iridescent,
puts her
and
forearm
they
over her
curved
eyes,
like
shutting out the
claws.
light filtering in from
His
the
eyes
street,
were an
trying
unnatural
to count
blue,
her blessings.
and at night they unmistakably
At least
glowed.
Hugh is out of it.
Every part of
And
his
Will,
exposed
far
skin
away
was
at his
heavily
mother's house,
scaled.
thank God.
His mouth
Thank
was
God he
lipless,
was never a
and his
suspect.
tongue was blue.
Geraint's words to
He
November
moved with
whisper
quiet
treacherously in
competence,
her ear.
and his maturity and steadiness were
typically
attractive
points
to
to a
her.
domestic murder.
In contrast
usually a
to the
crime of
boys in the
passion.
group, he seemed reliable
Hannah knows
and
what
more
he was
thoughtful.
trying to say.
Tonight,
What that
Greft was just as
slippery
quiet as the
euphemism,
rest of them.
domestic, really means.
Anticipation warred
It
with
means
nervousness.
partner.
Another
It
day's
means
travel,
that when
and they'd
strangulation is
finally meet the
involved,
dragons.
it's usually a man
The
killing his
committee had
wife
provided
or
them with
girlfriend.
sturdy canoes, well sealed
All
against
the
the
mud
river's
Hannah
acid
has
wash.
stirred up
They'd given them
would
2
look
guides,
very,
a man and a woman,
very bad
who always
for
cooked,
Will
ate and slept
if
separately
it weren't
from
for
their
his alibi.
charges.
April
So far,
was
food had been
cheating
provided
on Will.
for them,
April
and some of
was
the keepers
pregnant,
had even found
possibly
time
by
to
another
try
man.
their skills at hunting or
If the press
scouting
wanted
for fruit
motive,
and
she's
mushrooms
serving up a
along their
plethora
journey's
right
path.
here on a gilded
But
plate,
they had
and they all
discovered that their
point
blankets
to
were
her
barely
own
warm enough
husband.
for sleeping on the ground,
If Will
and
had
that the
not been out of
mosquitoes and
college that
stinging
night,
gnats were just as
things
thick
would
at
have been
river
pretty
level as
grim
they'd
for him
always
when
been
April
told.
died, and they would
They'd
be looking
learned
even
that down
grimmer
here
right now.
under the trees, nights
thank
were
God
darker,
he was not
starless,
there.
and longer than any they'd known in the
So why
treetops.
can't she sleep?
They'd already learned to
She
conserve
opens her eyes
potable
and turns
water
on her phone
and to gather
again.
fresh rainfall at every
2:01.
opportunity.
She has to
They'd
get some
exchanged
sleep.
names and stories.
But the baby twists and
and
turns
somehow,
inside her,
in the few
and suddenly
days
she
that they'd been
wishes
together, they'd
powerfully,
become
painfully, that Will were
Now
here.
Thymara looked
Her
around at
anger
the
has
circle of
evaporated,
faces gleaming in the
and now she
firelight
can't bear
and
the way
wondered
they
at her
left
good
it.
fortune.
She opens
She'd
up
never
WhatsApp
imagined that there
and
would be
finds
so
his
many
last
people
message.
who would call her by her name,
How did it go? Can you
take
talk?
food from her hands without
She
flinching
feels a
at her
sudden rush
claws,
of guilt.
and speak openly
Her
of what it
words
was
in the
like to be
taxi
so
come back to
deformed
her.
by the Rainwilds
I'm
that
glad
not
you
even
find
one's
April's
siblings
death so
could look
funny.
at one easily.
I care,
They'd come
Will,
from
and I
every
can't
layer
believe
of the
that you
canopy.
don't.
From trader
Not
families,
just
and
unfair,
families
but
that scarcely
bitterly,
record which trader
vilely
bloodline
so.
they'd originally sprung
For
from.
Will does care. She has
Some
always
had
known
lived
that.
hard scrabble lives,
She has
and
watched him
others had known
building up his shell of
education
defence
and meals
around
of
himself,
red meat and
listening
redder
to him
wine.
crying out in the
She
night,
looked
dreaming
from
of
face
April.
to face and named
She has
them
seen
to
his
herself,
face as the news
counting them
reports
off
come
as
on,
if they were
watched
jewels
him
in a
trying to
treasure
protect
box.
the wounds left by
Her
what
friends.
happened, winced
There was
as
Tat
every
beside
newspaper
her,
article
her
and
oldest
request for
friend and
comment
still her
reopened
closest.
them.
Next to him was
He
Rapskull,
cares
still
just as
chortling
much
at
as
some
she
joke
does.
he'd made himself, and
He
beside
loved
him,
April,
shaking her
and
head
she
the
knows
boy's
it.
endless
And yes,
unfounded
perhaps he
optimism
hated
was
her
silly.
too, but so did Hannah
The young girl
sometimes.
almost
She
seemed to
can
be
admit
enjoying
it
his
now,
attention and
though it
endless
took many
chatter.
years.
Case and Boxter
They
were
were
next,
kids.
both copper-eyed and
Just
squat.
kids.
They were cousins,
I'm sorry.
and the
She
resemblance was
types out.
strong.
knowing that
They
her
were
text might
inseparable,
wake him, but
often nudging
unable
each
to
other
wait.
and laughing uproariously
I'm sorry
over
I was
private
such
jokes.
a bitch.
That was
The
something
things
she
I
was
said,
discovering about the
they were
boys her
awful.
age. The
I love
pranking
you.
and foolish jokes
See you
seemed
tomorrow?
constant.
Kiss, kiss,
Right
kiss.
now, silver-eyed Alum and swarthy
There is a moment's
Nortel
pause,
were
and she
laughing
sees
helplessly because
typing
Walken had farted
flash
loudly.
up at the top of the message.
Walken, long-limbed
shows,
and tall, seemed to
and
be
then goes
relishing
away.
the mockery
Then
rather
comes
than
up
being
again,
offended by it.
then disappears.
Thymara shook
What
her
is he
head over
doing?
that.
Is he
It
typing
made
the
no
world's
sense to her
longest
that boys found
message?
such things so
Or
funny.
is he trying to
And
say
yet their
something
sniggering brought a
and
smile
deleting
to
it
her
and then
face.
typing it again
Jerd,
and then
sitting
deleting
among the
it again?
boys, was grinning too.
Typing.
Thymara did not know
Typing.
Jerd well yet, but already
Pause.
admired her skills at fishing.
Typing.
She had at first
It goes
been
away
shocked
again.
when she realized
This
Jerd
time
was
for so
female.
long that her screen goes
Nothing
dark and
about
she
her
has to
solidly
unlock her
built
phone
frame
again.
suggested it.
And then,
What
at
hair
last,
she had on
a
her
message
scaled
comes
skull
through.
she had cut into a short blonde
I'm sorry
brush.
too. I
Both
love you.
Thymara and Sylve had tried to befriend
that's
Jerd,
it.
and she had been affable
Whatever
enough,
he had been
but
going
she
to
seemed
say,
to prefer male
he has
company.
thought better of it.
Her feet and
What was
solidly
it?
muscled legs were
You're
heavily
right.
scaled
You were a
and
complete
scarred.
bitch. How dare
Jerd
you
went
say that stuff
barefoot,
to me?
something
Or,
that few
if you weren't
Rainwilders would
pregnant
ever
with my
consider
child,
doing on
I
the
would be
ground.
considering our future.
Next to
Or,
Jerd
what's
were
wrong with
Harrikin
you,
and
Hannah?
Lecter. They were not
Or maybe
related,
none of that.
but Harrikin's family
Maybe
had
something
taken Lecter
completely
in
different.
when he was 7, and
I'm
both
sorry.
his parents
It was
died.
my fault too.
They were as
Neville's
close
death
as
has
brothers,
screwed me up.
yet the one was long and
She
slim
wants
as a
to text
lizard,
him back.
while Lecter reminded
Demand
Thymara
to know
of a
what he was
horny
thinking of
toad,
telling her,
squat and
what he's
neckless
keeping from
and
her.
spiny with growths.
Her mind starts running.
Harrikin was 20,
something I've been
the
hiding.
oldest in their group,
I've met
save for
someone.
Greft.
I couldn't work
Greft
out
was in
how
his
to tell
middle
you.
20s.
I want a
In
fresh
bearing
start.
and manner, he made the rest
don't
of
love
them
you
seem
anymore.
like boys.
No,
And
no,
Greft,
no,
with his
no,
gleaming
no.
blue eyes,
She has to sit
closed
up
the
at that,
circle of
her
her
heart
friends.
racing in her chest,
He saw
the
her
baby
looking at him and
flip-flopping
canted
inside her,
his head
jolted awake
questioningly.
by her surge
A
of
smile
adrenaline.
stretched his thin mouth.
No, this is
It's
completely
strange to look
irrational.
around this circle
It's the
and realize
paranoia of
everyone here
2
is
in the
my
morning
friend.
insomnia.
I've
She
never had
loves
friends
Will.
before, she
He
said
loves
quietly.
her. He's not
He
keeping
ran
any
his blue
secrets from
tongue
her.
around the edges
He
of his
probably
mouth
just
and
couldn't work
then
out
leaned
how to
closer
phrase
to
his
her.
apology.
Honeymoon.
Now she
he warned
realizes
her in his
she forgot to
raspy
take her
voice.
bedtime blood pressure
What
pill.
do you mean?
She stands and
Happens
hobbles
like
to the
this.
bathroom, a stiffness
as
in
a
her
hunter a
ankles and
lot.
hips that is
You go out
increasing
with a group
ever
of
since she
fellows,
became
and
pregnant.
by the 3rd day,
Ligaments
every one of them is
loosening
your
for the
friend.
birth, her
By
joints
the 5th
creaking
day,
in sympathy.
things wear a bit thin.
In the bathroom,
And
she
by the
turns on the
7th
light,
day, the group
blinking at the
starts to
brightness,
fragment.
and stares at herself
His
in the
eyes
mirror.
roamed over the firelit
Her face
circle.
is puffy with
Across
tiredness.
from them,
Her
Jerd
hair
was
is
in a friendly
tousled and
tussle with
wild,
2 of the boys.
and there are dark rings beneath
Walken
her
appeared
eyes.
briefly to win it when
She
he dragged
thinks
her
of
over
Will,
to sit on his lap.
of his
But
lips
an
against the
instant
top
later
of her
she
head
shot
as
to
he
her
was
feet,
leaving for
shook
work,
her head at him mockingly,
of his
and
whispered
resumed her
words.
place in the
Please,
circle.
please.
Greft had narrowed
She
his
knows
eyes,
what he wanted
watching
to say.
the rough play,
Please, Hannah,
and then
don't
said
do
quietly,
this.
2 or 3 weeks
She
from
should.
now,
Leave
you'll
this
probably
alone. She
hate
knows
as
it.
many as you
For
love.
Will's sake, for the baby's sake,
She pulled back a bit
but
from
for
him,
her own
his
sake.
cynicism chilling her.
And for April's.
He shrugged at her,
She cannot.
sensing that he'd almost offended
She
her.
cannot.
Or maybe not.
She has
Maybe
to
it's
be
just
sure.
for me that things
If her
always seem
evidence
to
put
go
an
that way.
innocent man in
I'm
jail,
not the easiest fellow to get
she
along
has
with.
to know.
She
She
smiled
can't
at him.
live like this.
You don't seem hard to
I'm
get
sorry.
along with.
She whispers to the
I'm
baby in
not,
her belly,
for the
to
right
Will's
people.
ghost hanging
He
over her.
agreed with her.
I'm so
His
sorry.
smile said that she was one of the right
She downs
people.
the pill with a gulp of
He
water
extended a
and
hand
looks again
toward
at her
palm
reflection
up,
in the mirror.
An invitation,
The
perhaps.
woman who stares back at her
But I
looks
have my
exhausted,
boundaries.
but
I know
also
what is
grimly
mine,
determined.
and I know that it's
Not
my
the
decision
frightened
whether
girl
to
of
share
10
it
years
or
before,
not.
terrified
And there are
and full
some
of an
things that a
obscure
man just
guilt
doesn't
and
share.
shame at what had
In a
happened,
group like this,
as
with
if it
so
had
many
been as much her
youngsters,
fault as
that's going
Neville's.
to seem harsh or selfish
Now
sometimes.
she knows
but
it was
I think
not
it's
her
only
fault,
sensible.
and maybe
Now,
it
if
wasn't
I've
even
hunted and been
Neville's.
successful, and I've got
And
enough
she
for
is not
myself and some left
afraid
over, then I
anymore.
don't mind sharing. And I
She
think
has
I've
stopped
the right
running
to
from
expect
the
the same of
monsters.
others.
She
But
has
you should
turned
know I'm
to
not the
face
sort
them.
that will short myself myself for the sake of being nice to someone else.
The truth.
For one thing, I've learned it's seldom appreciated.
After.
For another, I know that my ability
Coffee?
to hunt is based on my strength.
Hannah is staring out the
If I
window,
weaken
thinking
myself
when
to
the
be a nice
question
fellow
comes,
today,
and at
perhaps
first
all
she
of us will
doesn't
go
hear
hungry
it.
tomorrow if I'm too
Coffee,
slow or distracted
madam?
to kill my quarry.
She turns to see
So
a
I
uniformed
protect my own
attendant
interests
standing
today,
beside her,
to be in a
braced
better
in the narrow
position to
aisle,
help
holding
everyone
out
tomorrow.
a silver pot.
Tats
There's a trolley
leaned across
behind
her
her,
lap to speak to
rocking as the
Greft.
train goes
She
over a
hadn't
crossing.
even realised he'd been listening to him.
Sorry, I was in
So,
a dream.
he asked
No,
conversationally.
thank you. I've
How
had
do you
enough
tell the
caffeine
difference
already
between today and
I've
tomorrow?
got decaf. The
Beg
woman offers.
pardon,
It's all
Greft
complimentary.
said, sounding annoyed at the
But
interruption.
Hannah shakes her
His
head.
affability evaporated.
She knows what train coffee will be
Tats
like.
didn't move.
Weak
It
instant
was
with
practically
powdered
lying
milk
in
in
her
little
lap.
sachets.
How do you tell when it's today
No,
and when
thanks.
it's tomorrow in
Honestly,
terms of sharing what you have?
She racks her
At
brain
what
to
point
try
do you say
to think of a
yourself,
way to
well,
accept
I
this
didn't share
kind
yesterday,
woman's hospitality.
so I was strong and hunted and got
I'll
some meat
take
today,
a bottle of water,
so I can share
if
this
you
meat
have one.
today.
Still
Or do you just
or
keep
sparkling?
thinking, I'll better
Still,
eat it all myself
please.
so that I'll be strong again
She
tomorrow?
is twisting off the cap
I
when
think
her
you're
phone
missing
rings,
my point,
and glancing
Greft
at the
said.
screen, she sees it's Hugh.
Am I?
The
Explain
name gives
it
her a
again,
slight
then.
jolt of
There
surprise.
was challenge
What would
in
Hugh
Tats's
be
voice.
phoning about?
Daimara
Hugh!
gave Tats a small
It
nudge to
seems
get
rude
him
to
to
open
move.
with, "Why are you
He sat
calling?"
up,
So she
but
settles
somehow
for,
he was closer
"How
to
are
her.
you?"
His hip pressed hers now.
Hugh's deep, rather
I'll
drawling
try to
voice
explain
comes
it
down
to
the
you.
line,
Greft
instantly
seemed amused.
distinctive.
But you may not
How are you?
understand.
How
You're a
was
lot younger
Oxford?
than I am, and I
Hannah
suspect
frowns.
you've lived by a
Did
different
Will
set of
tell
rules
him
than
about
we
the
have.
visit? It
He
was
paused and glanced across the fire.
confusing,
Harrikin and
she
Boxter
says.
had risen and were
She
in a
doesn't want to
good-natured
talk
shoving
about
match.
it here, in
Hands
front of the
placed on
other
each other's
passengers who are
shoulders,
mostly
feet dug
attempting
into
to
the mud,
work or
each
sleep.
strained to push the other back.
I'm still trying to figure
On
out
the
how I feel
sidelines,
about
the
it
other
all.
keepers shouted
But
encouragements
I think
to the
we can rule
combatants.
Myers out.
Greft
He
shook
wasn't
his
there.
head,
He was at a
seeming
conference.
displeased with their light-hearted
He
play.
wasn't there.
Life seems
Will
different
said
when you haven't had
you
to
and
deal with
April's
people
sister had an
thinking that you don't
arrangement
have the
to
right
see
to
him.
exist.
No,
When I
I
was
mean,
young,
he wasn't there
no one
that
thought I
night.
was entitled
You
to
know.
anything.
She glances
I
over her
begged when I
shoulder.
was small, and
Back
when I was a
then,
bit older,
when it happened,
I
he was
fought
out of
for what I
college.
needed.
Oh,
And when
Hugh
I was
says.
old enough to
He
provide
sounds
for myself,
surprised and
perhaps
a
do
little
a bit better than that,
disappointed.
some people
So,
assumed that they had the right
back
to
to
share
Neville
in
then.
whatever I managed to bring
Maybe.
down.
I'm not
They
sure.
seemed to think I should be
I
grateful that they
realised.
allowed me anything
She
at all,
lowers her voice,
even to
looks
exist.
up and down the carriage again.
So unless
No
you've
one is
lived under
watching her.
rules like that, I don't think you
realised
can
something
understand
while I
how
was
we
there,
feel.
Hugh.
I see
Someone-
this expedition as the chance to
someone
get away
could
from
have
the old
been
rules
in the
and live
room.
where I can invent rules
She
for
is
myself.
almost whispering now,
Is your
trying not
first
to
new
use
rule
any
to
words
always
that
take
would
care
make
of
her fellow
yourself
passengers'
first?
ears prick up.
It might be.
She doesn't want to say
But there I
Pelham
told you that
or
you probably
April
couldn't
or
understand.
murder.
Of course, to balance
While
that,
we
there's
were
something
coming
I
up the
don't understand
stairs,
about you.
They could have
Why
shimmied
don't you
down the
explain to
drain
us why
pipe.
you're going upriver? Why are you discarding your
saying?
life in Trahorg to set
Hugh's
out with a
voice
bunch
is
of
uneasy.
rejects and misfits
Hannah makes
like
up her
us?
mind and then stands up.
Greft made his question seem almost
Hang on,
friendly.
I'm on a train.
Across
I'm going
the
to go out
firing,
into the corridor
Boxter
just a sec.
triumphed. Harrikin
There
crashed
is a
to the mud
pause as
and
she
then rolled
manoeuvres
away
out
from
of the
him.
narrow gap between
I
the seat
give
and the
in,
table,
he cried
makes
out
her way
to
down
a
the
chorus
aisle,
of laughter.
and opens the door
Both
into the
came
little
back to take
foyer
seats by
between
the
the
fire.
carriages.
The laughter died
empty.
down, and
The
quiet
window
fell
slightly
as
open
everyone
so that
became
the
aware
rushing
of
sound
Tats
of
and
the air
Greft
covers their
staring at each
conversation.
other. When
Sorry,
Tats spoke,
I
his
wanted to
voice
get
was
out of the
deeper than
carriage.
usual.
I'm not sure what
Maybe I
I'm
don't
trying
see
to
it that
say.
way. And
But
maybe I
Hugh,
didn't have
we
the
always
favoured
assumed
life
that the
you
fact that
imagine
you and I
did.
were watching the bottom of
Maybe
the
I
stairs
do
meant no one
understand you
else could
wanting
be
to get away
involved.
from Trahorg to a place
What if
where you can
that's not
change the
true?
rules to suit yourself.
There is a long
Maybe
silence.
most of us here are thinking
Hannah
to do
can
just
almost
that.
hear Hugh's
But I
brain
don't think the
ticking,
first rule I'll make is
realising
me
what she's
first.
saying, realising what this
A
means.
silence fell after Tats
She's
spoke.
not sure what she's
A silence
expecting
that
him
was
to
bigger
say,
than
but
the
when he
three of
does
them.
speak, he
The
sounds...
fire crackled.
She can't quite put her
Mosquitoes
finger
hummed
on
in the
it.
darkness around them.
Alarmed,
The
almost.
river rushed by as it always did,
have you told
and
about
somewhere
this?
off in the distance
Just
a
April's
creature
sister,
hooted shrilly,
November, she was there.
and
I
then was still.
didn't tell
Daimara
Emily.
glanced
I
around
couldn't.
the circle and realized
can't
that most
bring
of the
herself
dragon
to say the
keepers had
words.
focused on their
I was was too afraid.
She suddenly felt uncomfortable.
I'm going
and
to speak
trapped,
to the police when I
sitting
get
between
back.
Greft and
She
Pat,
finishes at
as
last.
if she represented territory to be won to one side or the other.
Really
She
careful
shifted her
about
weight
this.
slightly away from
Hugh
Tat
says,
and felt
I
cooler
think you
air
should
touch her
seriously
where his
consider-
body had been against hers.
There's a silence.
Greft
as if
took a
he's
breath
trying
as
to
if
figure
about
out how
reply
to say
angrily.
what he wants
Then
to
he
say,
sighed it slowly
as
out.
if he can't find a way of
His
putting
voice
it
was
into
even,
words.
low and pleasant as he said,
What?
I was right.
Hannah asks at last.
You don't understand what
Are
I'm
you saying
saying
I
because
shouldn't
you haven't
go to
been
the
where I've
police?
been. Where
I think
we've
it's
all
the safest
been.
thing, don't you?
His voice rose
It's
on
better
those
to get
last
this knowledge
words,
out in the
including
open,
all of them
surely.
in what he was trying to say to Tats.
Hugh
He
stopped.
paused and smiled at
He
him
sounds
before adding,
almost
You're just
panicked.
not like us.
It's
So I
very
don't
unlike
think you can really
who makes a
understand
point
why
of being
we're here.
deliberately urbane
Any more than
and
I can
unruffled.
understand why you're here.
Hugh?
He
What?
dropped his voice a notch,
Something
but
in
his
his
words
voice
still
has
carried.
alarmed Hannah.
The council
And
was
now
looking
she
for
finds
room
herself
warders
speaking
like
more
us,
sharply than she had
the ones they'd
intended.
like to be rid of.
What is it?
But I
Just
heard
say
they
it.
also offered amnesty to
You
certain
have to be
others.
prepared
Criminals, for
for
example.
what might happen
I heard
if you
some
keep
people were offered a
stirring
chance to
this.
leave Trahorg rather
For
than
who
face the
might
consequences
get
of what they had
hurt.
done.
What do you mean?
Greft
Who?
let his words hang
Hannah
in the
says.
night like the
She is
drifting
suddenly
smoke from the
uneasy.
fire.
You mean
When Tat
me?
said, I don't know what you're talking about,
Exactly.
his words sounded
Jesus.
unconvincing.
Fuck,
I just
this
heard
is
the money
hard.
was good,
He
and that they
sounds
wanted people with
distraught,
no
Hannah
strong ties to
realises.
Trahorg.
There's a
People
catch
who
in
could
his
leave the
voice.
city without leaving
Something out of
obligations
proportion
behind.
to any worry about
And
her
that
digging
described
around in
me.
the past. What on
Did
earth
it?
is going on?
Greft asked politely.
Hugh, do you know
It was
something
Tats's
I
turn
don't?
to look around at the others watching him.
No.
Some were
anything,
merely
but
following the
just-
conversation, but
I just-
several of
Hugh,
them were now
just
regarding
tell
him with
me,
a curiosity
Hannah cries.
bordering on suspicion.
Then she
It
takes
did,
a deep
Tat
breath.
said harshly.
Look,
He stood
sorry.
suddenly. It does.
I didn't mean to shout,
I've
but
got no
please, you're
ties to
scaring
bind me
me.
anywhere, and the money
What are
is
you
good.
trying to say?
I've as much a right to
There
be
is
here
a
as any
long,
of you.
Long
turned away
silence.
from them.
So long
Got
that
a
Hannah
piss,
looks at
he
her
muttered,
screen to
and
check that
stalked
they're
off
still
into
connected,
the surrounding darkness.
that the train hasn't swept her into a
Aymara
dead
sat
spot.
still,
But
feeling
the
the
line
empty
is still
space where
open.
he had sat.
Hugh is still there.
Something had just
and
happened.
then he speaks.
Something bigger than the verbal
I heard
sparring
something
between the two young men.
That morning.
She tried to put a
when I
name
got
to
back
it
to
and
my room.
couldn't. He
What do you mean
shifted
you
the
heard
balance,
something?
she thought
Someone
to herself
told you
as she
something?
glanced over at Greft. He had leaned
Through the
forward
wall.
and was pushing the ends of the firewood into the flames.
Heard something.
He's made Tats an
Someone
outsider, and
moving
spoken
around.
for all of us as if he had
For
the
a
right to
minute,
do so.
a surge of irritation
Abruptly,
flushes
he
through
seemed a bit
Hannah.
less charming than
It's
he
like
had a
he's
few
speaking in
moments
code,
ago.
beating around the bush,
Greft
expecting
settled
her
back
to
into his
understand what
place
he's
in the
saying when
circle.
she has no
He
idea.
smiled at her.
What does
but
he
her face
mean
remained
he heard
still.
someone, and
In
through
the
what
dancing
wall?
firelight, other conversations
You
were
mean
resuming
you heard
as the
someone in the
keepers
room next
discussed
to
their
yours?
immediate concerns.
Yes.
They'd have
Hugh
to speak
says,
soon if they were
and
to
his
get an
voice
early
is
start
almost
tomorrow.
vibrating with
Laxville
urgency.
was already shaking out
It's
his
as if he's
blanket.
begging her to
Jared
understand
stood
what he is
suddenly.
saying
I'm
without
going for
forcing
green
him
branches.
to say it.
If the fire puts
At
out enough
2
smoke, it will
a.m.
keep some of the mosquitoes away.
Through
I'll
the
go with you,
wall.
Boxter offered, and Harrigan
then
was already
she
coming to his
understands.
feet. No,
Everything
thank
goes
you,
cold.
she replied.
A
She strode off
prickling
into the
sensation
darkened
running
forest
up
in
and
the
down
same
her
direction
spine like
Tats had
ice
gone.
water.
Abruptly,
She has to
Greft
hold on to
leaned
the grab
close to
rail beside the
Aymara.
door.
I'm sorry.
She can
I didn't
hear
mean to
Hugh
upset
saying
your
something
beau
on the
like
other
that,
end of the phone,
but someone had
but
to
she
tell
can't
him
make
how
out the
it
words
really
through the
is.
rushing in her ears.
He's not my beau,
Hannah.
Aymara blurted
She
out,
hears,
shocked
as if
that
from
Greft
very
would
far
think
away.
such a thing. Then
Hannah,
she abruptly felt
are
as
you
if she
all
had
right?
somehow betrayed
Say
Tats with that
something.
denial.
I'm
But
okay.
Greft was smiling at
She
her.
manages, though
He
her
isn't your
voice is
beau,
cracked
hey?
and strangled,
Well, well,
and she can barely
what a
form the
surprise.
words. Her hand
he
holding the
raised one
phone
eyebrow
feels
at
numb
her
and
and
cold,
leaned closer
like a
to ask with a
mannequin's,
smirk,
stiff and
Does
plastic.
he know that?
I'm...
Of course he does.
Thank you,
He knows the
Hugh.
laws. Girls
I have
like
to
me
go.
can't be courted or married.
And then she hangs
We aren't
up.
allowed to have children.
She
So there's no
sits there,
sense having beaux.
staring out the window at the rushing
Greft looked at her
countryside,
steadily.
feeling the chill
His eyes,
horror
blue on glowing
trickling
blue,
through her veins.
suddenly softened with
She wants to
sympathy.
wail, no,
You've
no,
been so
no,
well schooled
no,
in their
no,
rules, haven't you?
but she cannot.
That's a shame.
She can't say anything.
He pressed his narrow
She
lips
knows
together,
why Hugh
shook
didn't
his
want
head,
to spell
and
this
gave a
out.
small
She
sigh.
knows what he wanted to
For a
say but
time he
couldn't
watched
bear
the
to put
fire.
into words.
Then when he looked
She
back
knows
at
why
her,
he warned
his
her to
thin
be
mouth
prepared for
stretched
what
in a
might
smile.
happen.
He leaned
For that
closer
night,
to her, setting his
the
hand
night
on
that
her thigh
April
to
was
speak
murdered,
right by her
when he
ear.
finally went back to his room in clothes at 2 in the morning, he heard someone through the wall. His neighbour,
Where
walking
we are
around.
going, we can make our own
But Hugh was
rules.
on the end of the block.
Think about that.
He only had one
Then,
neighbour.
smooth as a snake
And that
uncoiling,
neighbour?
he rose and left
That
her looking
neighbour
into the flames.
Was Will.
Day the 2nd of the Grain Moon.
After.
Year the 6th
By
of
the
the
time the
Independent
train draws
Alliance
into
of
Edinburgh,
Traders.
Hannah has
From
almost
Kim,
convinced
keeper
herself
of the birds,
that Hugh
Kesaric,
is wrong.
to Eric, keeper of the
Or
birds
perhaps she
Bingtown,
misunderstood
and
him.
to Tosi, keeper of the birds Trahog.
It's not possible that
Keeper
Will was
Eric
in
and
college
Keeper
that night.
de
To begin
Tosi.
with, he would have been
When this
spotted.
position was given to me,
The side
I
gates
was told
closed at
firmly
9
that
p.m.
the messenger
and the
birds
main
were to be
gate was
used
shut
only
at
for
11,
official
so he
council
would have had
business,
to knock
although
and be
traders may be
admitted
allowed
by a
to pay
porter.
for the use of them
And
for
okay,
private
yes, he
messages.
could have climbed the wall,
It was
just as she
emphasized
did
to
so
me
many
that
years ago,
keepers
but
have
it
no
would have
special
been
status
child's play
that
for the
allows them
police
to send
to break an
messages for
alibi
free.
resting on such a
This,
fragile
it
lie.
seems to me, would include
And
appending
second,
personal messages to official
she just
communications.
can't believe that he could have
I have
kept
no
something
desire
like
to
this
report you
secret
for violating
for over
these
10
rules,
years.
but if evidence of
Not just
personal
from the police, but
correspondence
from his
reaches
family,
me
from
again,
the college,
as it did
from
by chance
her.
this time, I shall report you to
Someone
all
would have
3
seen him
councils,
at
and I'm
breakfast
certain
when
you
he
will
was
be
supposed to be
liable
in
for the
Somerset,
expenses of all
on the
the free
train when he
messages
was
you have
supposed to
sent.
be at home.
Respectfully,
Maybe someone
Keeper
did see
Kim.
him. A little voice whispers in her head.
Chapter 10.
Or heard him, at
Kesaric.
least.
By the
Maybe
time
that
they
someone
reached the main dock at
was Hugh.
Kesaric, it was almost too dark to
No,
see.
it's
Even the
not
mosquitoes
possible.
had given
It's
up for
not
the night.
possible.
The lanterns hung on
But
each
then
corner
she
of the
thinks of
barge
Will,
illuminated little
of his
more
voice
than
on
the
the phone
preoccupied
yesterday,
faces of the
uncertain,
tollers as they
hesitant,
endlessly plodded
as if
past
trying
her.
to convince himself.
There was a
I'm sure
hypnotic
you're right.
quality
If he's
to
got an
watching their
alibi,
circling dance
he's got
on
an
the deck.
alibi.
Alice
He was
still
talking
found
about
it
Myers,
amazing how
about
easy
the
it
police
was for them
assumption
to
that the
propel
conference
barge
put him
upstream.
out of the picture.
When she had
But
spoken
now,
of it to Captain
Hannah
Leftrin,
can't help but
he
wonder
had
what that
grinned
long
and said
pause
something
really
about
meant.
a very sophisticated hull
Was he trying to
design.
find a way to tell her something
Alice
that he has
had
never
stayed
been
out
able
on the
to
deck,
confess?
well bundled against both
She
the night
remembers
chill
his
and the
endless,
insects that descended
halting
with darkness.
typing.
The stars overhead had
Typing.
been distant
On
and
WhatsApp
yet brilliant.
last night.
Her first sight of the
Was
lights of the
this
town
what Will was
had made her
trying
gasp
and failing
in
to
awe.
find a way to tell her?
Like Trahog, the newer
She is
settlement
still
of
turning the
Kesaric
matter
was
over and
strung
over in her
strewn
head
through the
as
treetops
the doors
above the
open
river.
and passengers begin
The
to
yellow
spill out
lamplight
onto the
shone from
platform.
windows through a lacy network
She's
of
so wrapped
branches.
up in her thoughts as she
At first,
exits the
they looked
barrier
like a
and
scattering
begins
of
dragging
stars
her
caught
case
in a
towards
net.
the ramp that she
But as
doesn't
the
even hear
barge
the
moved
voice
steadily
calling
closer,
her name
the
at
lights grew
first.
larger and brighter.
Hannah! Hannah!
Won't be long now.
Somehow that
Captain
last
Leftrin
one gets
told
through
her on
and
one
she
of his
stops,
frequent visits
looking
to her
around
perch.
to see if it's directed at
Ordinarily, we'd
her
have stopped for
or
the
just
night an
someone
hour
calling
ago.
their kid.
But I know
Though
how
the
anxious
voice
you
is
are to
familiar,
get
it
here
sounds
and
like...
meet your dragons.
But no,
So I've pushed my crew
that's
a bit
not
today.
possible. It
I'd
sounds
hoped we
like...
would dock while it was still
She
light,
turns.
but no such
They
luck
come
for
face
us.
to face,
So I
almost
suggest
slamming
that you
into
spend
each other,
another
and
night
he
with us
steadies her
here
with his
and
hands.
make an early start of
Will!
it tomorrow.
Surprise!
Cedric
he
had come
says,
out on
beaming.
deck and joined them.
Thought I'd pick you
In
up.
the dark,
Though
neither of them
bloody
had
hell, you're
noticed
a
his
hard
soundless
woman to
approach,
stop. You
and
were
they both
charging up
jumped
that
when he
ramp like a
spoke.
cricketer going into bowl.
I do not think we
Didn't
are
you hear
that
me
tired.
bellowing?
I think a bit
I'm
of extra
sorry.
effort to find an
She
inn
feels
that offers
winded,
hot baths,
as if they really
soft
had
beds, and a
collided.
gentle wine
I
with a
didn't.
warm meal
I
would be
was
worth
thinking
it.
about something.
You won't find
I-
any of that here.
It's
Captain
nice to
Leftrin
see you.
warned him.
Nice
Kesaric's
to
a young
see you?
settlement yet.
She feels
Most
like
of the
kicking
folk who
herself.
work here live
Nice
here,
to
and
see you
visitors are
is what you
few.
say to a
There's
colleague
little
you bump
call
into
for an inn.
at an art gallery,
Oh, if
not
we'd
your
arrived
husband,
while the sun
after
was
a
in
trip
the sky,
away.
we might have found a family that
missed
would
you,
give you a room
Will
for the night.
says. And he
But
bends
after
and
dark,
kisses her,
well,
his stubble
chances
prickling her
are you'd
legs.
just go from door to door and
Hannah
find
feels
nothing.
something twist inside
You'd
her.
have to climb a lot
Not
of steps
just the
in
baby,
the dark,
but something else,
or
a
use a basket
confusing,
hoist, if you could
contradictory
find one that was
maelstrom
manned,
of
and you
emotions.
were willing to pay the fee.
She wants to return Will's
Alice
kiss,
nodded at his
burrow
reasoning.
into his arms,
There's no sense
and she
in
wants to
packing
pull
up all
away
our
until she
luggage and
figures out
setting
how
out
she
in the
feels
dark
about
in
all
the hope
this.
of finding a hospitable
How
family.
can both be true?
One more night aboard
How
the
can she
Tarman
both
won't
love
hurt her,
this man
Cedric.
and
In
be
the morning you
seriously
can look for
considering that he
lodgings
may
for
have
us
been
while I
lying
speak
to
to
her
a
for
local
10
council about the
years?
dragons.
She
It
should
seemed a
trust trust
solid
him.
arrangement to her.
He's her husband.
The boat was not
She does
palatial,
trust
but it was
him.
comfortable enough. The
So
food
why
was
isn't she
plain but
telling him about
nourishing.
the bay window
Captain Leftrin
and
might
the
be a
drain
bit rough
pipe?
around the edges, but his efforts at
Meanwhile,
gallantry were
Will
flattering
is
in their
talking,
sincerity.
asking about her trip,
She enjoyed
asking
his
about
company,
Emily,
even if Cedric
November,
obviously found him
Dr.
provincial.
Myers.
Several
Sounds
times
like it
that
was
day,
something you
Cedric
needed to
had
do
given
for
her
your own peace of
long-suffering
mind.
glances at the
But
captain's
it's
extravagant
all wrapped
compliments
up
to
now,
her,
he's
and
saying,
once he had smothered
and
a
her
laugh
voice is
over
saying,
the man's
yes,
efforts to be
while
charming.
her mind is screaming,
She'd
why are
been
you so keen for
surprised
me
that
to
it
put a lid
offended
on
her
this?
when Cedric found the
Is it
captain
because you're
a cause
afraid of
for
what I might
amusement?
find?
It seemed unkind
You're
and
very
petty
quiet,
of him.
he says at last,
And
as she
flattering.
fails to reply to yet another
She
remark.
tried not to dwell on
Are
that
you okay?
thought, but could not help herself.
I'm sorry.
Leftryn's
Hannah passes a
attentions
hand
to her
over her
had taken
forehead.
her completely by surprise.
Yes,
They had made
I'm
her
fine.
uncomfortable at first.
I'm just
and even
really tired.
suspicious.
I don't know
But
what
in
it
the
is. I
last
feel
days,
like
she
I've
had
been hit by a
become
truck the
convinced
last
his
few days.
admiration of her was sincere.
Well, you're, what,
She
nearly
could not deny the
25
thrill of
weeks?
pleasure that
Will
went through
says.
her.
He
at
kisses
the
the
thought
top
this
of her head
rough, masculine
affectionately.
river captain finding
6
her
months,
attractive.
nearly third
He was so
trimester.
unlike any other man she
Third
had ever met.
trimester.
His company made her
Hannah
feel that
weighs
she
the
was
words in
truly
her mouth,
adventurous,
momentarily
even reckless
diverted
in
from her
undertaking
round and
this
round
trip.
about April
At the same
into a
time, his
realization
evident
that Will's
strength
right.
and competence made her feel
Third
safe.
trimester.
She had indulged
Bloody
herself
hell.
in his company,
We're nearly
telling
there, Will.
herself that it was only
We
for a
nearly
short
are.
time, and
He
that she had no
beams down
intention
at
of
her,
being unfaithful
and
to Hest.
as he does, the
She
baby
only
gives a
wished
great
to enjoy,
kick,
for a time,
the
that
strongest
a man
she's felt
found her
yet,
pretty.
so hard that she stops
Then
in her
Cedric
tracks.
had reacted
What is
to
it?
him in a
Did
way
you
that
forget
she
something?
could only construe as protective.
The
It
baby.
had shocked her.
She puts
and
her
restored
hand to the
new
side
life
of the
an
bump,
ancient childhood
and to her
infatuation with
astonishment,
him.
there
Even
it
before
is.
he had
A
blossomed into such a
long,
gloriously
distinct
handsome man,
push
he had
against her palm,
fascinated her.
for all the world
He'd
as
paid
if the
attention
baby is
to her
trying
when
to
no
force
other
its
boy
way
would
out
have looked
through
at
her
her,
skin,
with her
like the
wild
scene
red
in
hair
Alien.
and thick freckles
Oh my
and
God.
flat bosom.
Will, quick!
He'd been
Will
kind.
looks bewildered,
Oh, how she had
uncomprehending,
dreamed of him,
until
her
she
best
grabs his
friend's
hand
big
and
brother,
holds it flat
being
against
more
the
than
side of her
kind to
distended
her.
belly,
She
waiting,
twined their initials on her lesson
waiting,
papers,
and there it comes
and
again.
stolen one of his riding
She feels
gloves.
it at the same time
It had
as his
smelled
face
like
lights
him,
up.
and she both
Holy
blushed
Mother of
and
God!
laughed to
Will's
recall how
voice
she had
is
kept it under
awed.
her pillow
Was that
and smelled
it?
it every evening
Was that
before she
him?
went to sleep.
It was.
She could not recall
It was
now
our
what had
baby.
become of it,
She
or
is
when she had
beaming.
given up her dreams
The
that
smile
someday he
so
would turn to
wide
her
it feels
and
like
admit
it's
that he loved
splitting
her
her
too.
face. She can't help
Was
herself.
it possible that he had once
They are
cared
standing
for
in the
her?
middle of the ramp up from
Was
the
it
concourse,
remotely possible
people
that in
streaming
some
past,
corner of his
banging
heart
her
he
case with their
still did?
suitcases and tutting at the
Oh, it was
obstacles
a
she and
silly
Will are forming,
fancy,
but
as
she
silly as her timid
doesn't
flirtation with the
care.
captain. Silly
She doesn't
and
care about
absolutely
anything in that
delicious.
moment.
And what harm
Anything
could
apart
it be
from
for her
the
to
feel
imagine,
of Will's
just for a day
palm
or so,
hot against
that
her
two such
taut
different
skin
men could find her
and
attractive?
the movement of their child
Hest
inside
had, for
her?
years now, made her feel so dowdy and stupid
my
and
God,
boring.
Will
In
says
the light
again,
and warmth of
very
the captain's
slowly,
regard and Cedric's
his expression
protectiveness,
is a
she
mixture
felt
of
like a
shock
flower stirring
and
back
delight.
to life.
Will he
In
do
her
it
brief
again?
time on the Tarman,
Excuse
Elise
me,
felt her adventure had
a
approached
woman
what
in a
she had
business suit
imagined it
says,
would be.
acidly,
The
pushing
big scow
past with
sat so low
unnecessary
in the
force.
water, but it
Could
seemed
you move
but a fleck
aside?
above the river.
I don't know.
It made the trees
Hannah
tower
picks up
all
the
the
case.
higher above them.
Will drops his palm
The
from where
birds
it was
and the
pressed
strange
against
river
her stomach
creatures,
and
both
takes the
dangerous
handle
and
from her,
wild, were
and the
closer
two of
to
them
her
start
here.
moving again up the ramp.
From the barge's deck,
I think
she'd
he stopped
had
now,
glimpses of what Leftryn
but it's
called
not going to be the last
marsh elk
time.
and river pig.
I can't believe you felt
One
it.
large toothy gallator
You can't
had
believe
slid
it.
from his sunbathing
I
on the
can't
mud
believe
bank
it.
to come and keep pace
He's
with the barge for a
smiling.
time,
A
until
great,
Skelly had given him a good
huge
rap
smile
with her pole
that crinkles the
sent him
skin
flashing
of
back
his
to
cheeks
shore.
with pure
She
elation.
had seen several varieties of very
baby.
large water birds.
Our baby,
Leftryn had
Hannah.
caught her sketching them
We're
in
having
her
a
journal
baby.
and been
I
completely
know,
amazed at her
she
great
says,
artistic
grinning
talent.
back. She
It
puts an arm
persuaded her
around
to
him,
leave back
squeezing
through her
him
days on
so
the
tight
river,
that he
so that he
almost
could exclaim
stumbles,
over some of
the
her other
legs banging
efforts.
against each other.
She had blushed
and
with
she
pleasure
feels
when
her
he'd
heart
recognised
swell
Captain
with love
Trell
for him.
from one of her sketches,
And the
and when he
strangeness,
told her the rainwild
the
names for some of
uncertainty
the
she
exotic
felt all the
plants
way
she'd
up to
drawn,
Edinburgh is
she'd
gone.
pleased him immensely
Completely
by
gone.
lettering their names
How could
in
she
under
have
her
doubted
sketches.
him?
So
How could she
pleased
have
to been
doubted
of
herself,
service to
her
such a
own
scholar,
judgment?
Mom,
This
he
is
had told her,
Will,
with such
the man she
sincerity that
loves,
she had blushed.
has loved for more
One
than 10
insight he had given
years.
her had dismayed
The
her.
man she knows
He'd
like
sought
she
her
knows
out
her
as she
own
sat in her
skin.
chair on top of the deck house,
I love you,
bundled against
she
the
says,
evening chill,
at the same time
with
as
the
he
netting
says,
of her hat
"Curry
down
for supper?"
against the insect.
And they both laugh.
Would you mind if I
And
joined
suddenly,
you briefly?
everything is all right
His
again.
careful formality
He is
was at
her
odds
Will,
with his rough demeanour.
and Oxford
It comes
is a
to me
long
that
way
I've a
away.
bit of information that you might
Curry
want to know.
for supper, she
Of course
agrees.
you may join
And
me.
I'll even let you
This
have a
is your
beer.
ship, isn't it?
I'm drinking
She
for 3
replied,
now,
at once
he says with a
intrigued by
grin,
his
and then he
conspiratorial
squeezes
tone.
her back.
Without
she
more
feels her
ado, he'd
heart
taken a seat on the
overflow.
deck next to her chair, folding up with an ease that surprised her.
After
Well, it's like this.
that night,
he began
Hannah
immediately.
sleeps well, better
The
than she
council at
has for ages.
Kesaric has made a plan
She doesn't
about the
wake
dragons.
up with the baby
The
pressing on
dragons
her
have
bladder,
agreed to it,
and then toss
but
and
for a
turn
number
for
of
hours
reasons,
with a
the
mixture
word
of
hasn't
leg
been spread
cramps
about
and
much.
heartburn.
But seeing as how it's
Instead,
important
she
to
goes
you
to
that
bed
the
at
dragons
10,
be there
falls
for you to
asleep,
talk to,
and stays
I've
that way
decided
for
to take
8
you in,
solid hours.
confidential-like.
At
The
6
fact
a.m.,
is, the council
something
is getting
wakes her.
ready to move the
She's not
dragons
sure
out
what,
of there.
perhaps the central
And the
heating
word
coming
I've
on.
received is that it's to
Their
happen
boiler
soon,
is old and
within
often
the
makes
month, for
strange
certain.
banging sounds when starting up
Move
from
them?
cold.
But how?
Or maybe
And
the
to
milkman in the
where?
mews
Why
outside.
would they do
the
this?
bottles
She
jingling
was
as his
shocked.
wheels rumble over the cobbles.
Well, as to how, the only way
Whatever
they
it
can
is,
go is
it
under their own
jolts her
power,
fully awake,
by foot.
and she can't get back
And
to
to
sleep.
where? That's something I
After a
haven't been
quarter of
fully
an hour
told
lying
yet.
there, trying to
Only that it's
ignore her
upriver away.
increasingly pressing need
The
to
why is
pee,
pretty easy.
she gives up
Everyone
and
in the
swings her
Rain
legs
Wilds
out of
knows
bed.
that the dragons have become
It's
more
a
than
chilly morning,
nuisances at
still
Kesaric.
dark outside,
They're a
and
real
she can
danger
almost
to the
feel
workers
the coming
in the
of
buried
winter in
city
the air
and
as she
to the
pads through to the
inhabitants.
bathroom, her bare
Hungry,
feet shrinking from the
bad-tempered,
cold
and
tiles.
some of them aren't too bright.
After,
Not bright enough to
she
know they
makes a cup
shouldn't
of
bite off
tea
the hand
and
that
brings
feeds
it back
them,
to bed,
if you take my
scooching
meaning.
her cold feet down
I don't know
under
how
the
they've
duvet to
persuaded
warm
the
up
dragons
beside
to
Will's
leave,
body.
but they have.
He is still
If they
asleep,
can get a crew
and
together
looking
to
at him
sort of
now
herd
at
them
his
along,
face,
they'll move them out of
unguarded
there
and
as soon as they can.
heartbreakingly vulnerable.
She
She
faint.
can't believe that she
What if
seriously
she arrived
considered
only to
Hugh's
find that the dragons
implication
had
last
already
night?
been sent away?
There has
What
got to be
then?
some
She'd
misunderstanding,
found
some
the voice to put her
innocent
fear
explanation.
into words. To her
Clothes
surprise,
was
the
modern,
captain had
well
grinned up at her
insulated,
recklessly.
not like the old buildings
well,
in the
Mom,
rest
that's
of
what
the
I come
college.
to tell you.
A faint,
See, I'm
muffled
part of that
sound
crew they're
travelling
trying to
through the
put
concrete.
together.
What does
And
that
near
prove?
as I can tell, if I
It's
say
not like
no,
Hugh actually
well, then it's
saw
not going to happen.
Will.
That council may not
And
know
yet,
it, but there's no other
Hugh
barge on the
is
river that
Will's
can
best
go as
friend.
shallow as my old Tarman.
And the memory of the
No other
anguish in
barge
his
will take
voice
on that
makes Hannah
contract.
shiver for a moment.
Now, up to now,
in
I've
spite
just
of the
been
warmth
talking
of
to
the bed.
myself, figuring out
Would
how
he
much
really
money
have
to
said
hold
what
out
he
for.
did if he wasn't
But
sure?
if it comes down to it, I
She
may put
needs
another
someone who can back
condition
up
on
Will's
it,
story.
and that's that you'll
Reassure
have a
her
chance
that he
to
left
talk to the
Somerset when
dragons
he said
before
he
they
did.
depart.
But who?
So,
Will's
what
sister
do you
wasn't
think
there
of
that
that?
weekend, as far as she knows.
She was
His mother is
dumbfounded.
undergoing chemotherapy for the
surprised
third
that
time,
you trust me
and
with
his
such a
father's memory
confidential
is
matter,
increasingly shaky.
And I'm even more astonished
She can
that
hardly
you
ring
do
up
such a
this
thing for a
frail,
relative
aging
stranger.
couple and demand to
She
know what
leaned on
time
the
their
arm of her
son
chair
left
and
their
lifted the
house
netting
one
from
weekend
her
more
face
than a
to look
decade
down
ago.
into his.
Even if one of them
Why?
remembered,
She asked,
would never know for sure
genuinely
if they were
puzzled.
telling the truth or
He
protecting
shrugged,
Will.
and his grin became
The
bashful.
coldness
He looked away
settles
from
around
her.
her heart.
Guess
as
I
she
just like you,
realises
Mom. And
the
I'd
only
like to see
person
you
who will
get
ever
what you
truly
come
be
so
able to
far
tell
to
her the
get.
truth
What can it
is
hurt to
Will.
make them wait a day or 3?
For a moment,
I
she
don't think it could hurt
fantasises
them at
about
all,
waking him
she
up and
said.
asking him,
Gratitude
his voice
and
saying
relief
firmly,
welled up
"This
in
is
her.
ridiculous.
Captain
I came
Lefton,
back Sunday
I'd be pleased if
afternoon.
you'd
You
call
know
me
I did."
Alice. He glanced
November's
back
words
at her
come back
then,
to her,
a boyish
filled
blush
with
of pleasure
concern.
on his weathered face.
"Please, don't
Well,
do
I'd be
anything
more
about
than
this
pleased to do
until
that.
you've spoken to the
Then
police."
he looked away from her
But
and
that
almost
was what
visibly
Hugh was
shifted the
trying to
topic.
tell her.
Fine night,
He was trying
isn't
to
it?
warn her that
He'd
once she
observed.
spoke to the police,
She'd let the
she would be
insect
opening a
netting
can
fall
of
to
worms
shield
she'd be
her own
unable
blush.
to shut.
The finest night I've experienced in a long time, she replied.
She puts the
When
cup
he'd
down on the
excused
bedside
himself
table,
and left the
harder than
deckhouse
she
group,
meant, so that
she'd
the
found
tea
herself
slops
giddy
over
as a
and the
girl.
wood makes a loud
He
thunk.
liked her,
And
liked her so
beside her,
much that he'd put a
Will
major
stirs.
contract at risk.
What time is it?
She tried to think when any
His
other
voice
man
is
had
sleepy,
actually said to her,
loving,
I like you.
and she feels her
She couldn't
muscles
recall any
instantly uncoil,
instances.
as if
Had
his very
Hest ever
presence
said
is
that
all
in
she
his early
needed to chase
courtship
away
of
the
her?
doubts.
She
Her
couldn't recall
fears,
that he had.
so real in the
and even
silence
if
of
he
a few
had,
minutes ago,
from him it would only have
disappear
meant
like
that she
she's a
suited his
child
purposes.
turning on the light
When
after a
Leftryn
nightmare.
said it, it meant that for no other
6:30,
reason
she
he'd
whispers,
put himself at risk
and he
for
groans
her.
and slides his arm over what
Astonishing.
used to be her waist,
And when he
cradling her
returned,
bump.
but a few moments later, with
6:30?
big sweetened coffee
You're
in heavy
shitting me.
earthenware mugs,
On a
she had
weekend,
thought it the
couldn't you
most
sleep?
delicious brew she'd ever
It's
shared
good
with anyone.
practice, she says,
The
laughing.
rustic
But
conditions
when the
of
baby
life on the
comes,
barge had not lost
she
their
doesn't
charm
want to
for
say,
her. It
I
seemed
couldn't
exotic and a bit
I couldn't
dangerous to sleep in the
because
captain's
I was
bed,
spiraling
with
into
its
a
thick wool
stupid,
blankets and
dark
gaily
fantasy
pieced patchwork cover.
that you were April's
The room
killer.
smelled of his tobacco and
Now,
was littered
with
with the
Will's arm
implements of
around
his
her, the
profession.
words seem absurd.
She woke to sunlight on the cunning fish
Well,
chimes that hung at his window,
Let's practice something
and it secretly thrilled her
he
that at
murmurs,
any hour
his
he might
lips
tap
warm
on the
and
door
soft
and
against
ask
the
permission
ticklish
to
skin
enter
of
to
her
retrieve
thigh.
his pipe or a
And
notebook
Hannah
or a
slides
fresh
down
shirt.
beneath the duvet, and
The
somehow the
barge moved
heat
slowly
and the
but
comfort
steadily against the
and
current.
the reassuring feel
It
of
stayed
Will's
to the
skin
shallows
against
at
hers
the edge of the river,
succeed in
where the
driving
flow
out
was
the
less
demons.
strong.
For a
Sometimes the
while,
crew
at
manned
least.
sweeps, and sometimes they used long poles to push it along.
Afterwards, Will
It seemed
makes
like
coffee for them
magic to
both,
her,
and
as the
Hannah
wide, heavy
yawns
ship
and
prevailed
stretches,
against the river's
working out
steady
the kinks
push.
the long train journey
On the
yesterday
first
left
morning,
in her
the
spine
captain had
and
placed a
hips.
chair on the roof of the
What do you
deckhouse
fancy
for
for
her,
breakfast?
so that she could
Will
take in all the
calls through
sights
from
and
the other
sounds
room.
of their journey.
What have we got?
Sometimes Cedric joined
She
her
hears
there,
the sound of the
and
fridge
she took
opening.
keen pleasure in his company when he did.
Nothing,
But Captain
basically.
Leftryn had actually been
I
more
could murder a
constantly at
bacon
her side than
sandwich,
he was.
Hannah says. I had an
Captain
amazing one at
Leftryn
the
was full
hotel
of
in
tales
Oxford,
of the river
and ever since
the
then I've
ships
had
that
this
traded on
craving
it.
for another.
Rainwild history had
Will
changed in
comes
his
into the
telling of
bedroom,
it,
holding
and she
her
fancied
coffee.
that she now better understood
go
how
to
the
the shop.
Rainwild traders
You
thought of
don't have to
themselves.
do that, Hannah
She had
says,
come to
taking
enjoy
the
the
coffee.
picturesque
I was only
members of the
thinking
crew,
aloud.
right down to the
Now
affectionate
you've said
Grigsby.
it. He throws
She'd never
himself
had a
down
cat
beside
as a
her,
pet,
kisses
but
her
she
cheek.
was rapidly becoming
You've got
fond
me
of the
craving
beast.
one too.
She'd
I can't
wondered
rest
what
now.
Hest might say to
It's
such a
too
request.
early.
Then suddenly
Hannah looks at
resolved
her
not
phone
to
on the
make
bedside
it.
table.
She'd simply get herself
It's
a
only
cat. That was all.
7:15.
It was strange,
The
she
Sainsbury's
thought,
mini market
how a
doesn't
little
open
rough
until
living
8 on
made her
Sunday.
feel so much more in
I'll
control
go for a
of her
run,
life,
Will
so
says. Get
capable
the
of
bacon
making
on my
her
way
own
back.
decisions.
Can you last that
So
long?
Leftryn's
She
suggestion of
smiles.
one more night aboard
Yes,
the Tarman
I can
pleased
last
her.
that long.
Cedric
See you
had
in an
sighed
hour
and
or so.
rolled his eyes. She'd laughed aloud at his doleful
After Will is
expression.
gone, Hannah
Let me
opens
have
up
my
her
adventure
book,
while
but
I
she
can,
can't settle.
Cedric.
As soon as he
enough,
left,
too soon
her
for
doubts
me.
began to
It will all
creep
be
back
over.
like
We'll both be
shadows
back in
wavering at the
Bingtown,
edge of a
and I don't
candle's
doubt
glow,
that I'll have a soft
rushing
bed,
in
hot
when the lamp
meals
is
and warm
taken
baths
away.
the rest of my life,
Reading
and
doesn't
little
help.
else in the way of
Her
excitement.
mind is too full, and in
Surely
the end she
a
gives
grand
up and
lady
heaves
like
herself
yourself
out of
doesn't
bed.
lead as boring and sedate a life
As she
as
opens
all
the
that,
wardrobe to grab her
Captain
clothes,
Leftryn had
she
exclaimed.
catches sight of herself in
Oh,
the
I
full-length
fear that
mirror
I do,
inside.
sir. I'm a
Without
scholar,
her glasses,
Captain
everything
Leftryn.
has a
Most
fuzzy,
of my days are
softened
spent
quality.
at my desk, reading
But
and
even so,
translating
her
old
reflection
scrolls
arrests
and
her,
trying to make sense
and
of
she
what they tell
stands for a
me.
moment, side
This
on,
chance to speak
just
to
looking
real
at
dragons
the alien
was to be
shape
my
of
one
her
real
belly,
adventure in
at
life.
the reddish stretch
After what
marks creeping
Captain Trell
around
and
from
his
her
wife told
hips.
me about them, I'm
The
afraid it
air
will
is
be
chill,
far less
in
rewarding
spite
than
of
I
the
thought it
radiator,
would be.
and the baby
But
quivers
what is so
inside her.
funny? Are you
It's
mocking
impossible
me?
for her child to be
Well,
cold,
Captain
but still,
Leftryn had broken
Hannah
into a hearty
shivers in
boom of
sympathy
laughter at her
and pulls
words.
on a t-shirt
Oh,
and
not at you,
sweatpants.
my dear, I assure you.
In the kitchen,
It's the
she
idea
makes
of
herself
Althea
another coffee,
Vestra dismissed as
decaf
Captain
this time,
Trell's wife
and sits
that
by
is
the
a
window,
rich jest
looking
for me.
down at the street,
She's
chewing
every
her
bit as
thumbnail.
much a captain as Trell
It's
is.
still
Not
almost
that
dark,
Paragon needs a
and she
captain at
imagines
all
Will
these
running
days.
alongside the road
There's a
past the
life
park,
ship that has
the
decided
pavement
to be in
wet and
charge of
slick with
himself.
overnight rain, the
Cedric broke
reflective
in on their
stripes on his
conversation.
running jacket
Surely
shining
there
back at
must
the
be
cars
some
as
sort
they
of
pass.
lodging available here. Even a
At the
humble
thought of
one
him,
would be welcome.
running through the morning allowing
None
darkness
that
to
I'd
get the
say
bacon
was
that
fit for a
she was
lady, there
craving.
isn't. No,
Her
Cedric,
heart
my friend, I'm
hurts.
afraid you'll have to tolerate my
How can she
hospitality
be having
for one
these
more
doubts?
night. Now,
This is
if you'll
Will,
excuse me for just
who
a bit,
wrote to
I want
her
to confer with my
month after
Tillerman.
month, year after year,
There's a tricky
even when
bit
she
of
was
river
too
before
sad
Kasarik,
and broken to
where they
reply.
tried to build those locks for
Will,
the sea serpents
who
the
came
year
to
they
find
came
her
up the
in
river.
Edinburgh, and in
Didn't help
doing
the
so
poor
turned the
creatures
city from a
much
place
at
of
all,
exile
and they've
into
been
a
a
home.
hazard to navigation ever since.
Will, who
And
she's
so
argued
saying,
with
he
over
left his
flat
perch
pack
on the railing
furniture
and descended to the
laughed with
deck.
over bad films
quickly
and
vanished
shared
from
1,000
sight in the
candlelit
darkness.
dinners with.
Alice
From a
looked
single
up at
pot
the lights
noodle
of
in her very
Kasarik
first
growing
flat
closer.
to Michelin-starred
Cedric
restaurants
spoke
on their
quietly
honeymoon.
in a sour voice.
This is Will,
I can't wait to be
whose
off this
child
stinking tub.
she is carrying.
She was startled at the venom in his voice.
And yet,
Do you truly hate it that much?
in the silence of the flat,
There's no privacy.
she
The
cannot
food is
stop
primitive.
thinking
The company
of
one
Hugh's
level above
words.
socializing with street dogs. And
This
my
is
bunk
worse than any of
reeks
her
whoever
sleepless
last
nights over
slept
Neville,
in it.
because
I
whichever
can't
way this
bathe.
falls out,
Shaving is a challenge.
she is a
and every
terrible
piece of clothing
person.
I packed for this
If
expedition
Will
now
has
smells
been
like
hiding
their
something from
bilge.
her for all these years,
I didn't expect
she
to
is
be
married
comfortable
to a
accompanying you
liar
on this journey,
and maybe a
but I
murderer.
didn't think we'd descend quite this
But
far
if he's
into
innocent,
squalor.
what kind of
Alice
wife
was
does
struck
that
dumb
make
by
her?
his vehemence.
One
Cedric
willing
seemed
to
to take
believe
her
the man
silence
she
as
loves might be a
condemnation,
killer
for
just
he
because of a
seethed
few
on.
sounds in
Well,
the night?
you cannot pretend to enjoy
She
it
has
here,
to find out
even
one
if
way
you've
or
a smelly
another.
room all to yourself.
But the thought of
That
confronting
pirate
Will
shows you no respect
on such
at
a
all.
tiny
Every
shred
time
of
I turn
proof
around,
makes her
he's
feel
jeering
sick.
at you, or calling you
Were
my
you
dear,
in Pelham
as if
College
you were
the
some
night
tavern
April
wench he
died?
was set on impressing.
She just can't imagine
spent more
saying the
time
words,
perched up here beside you than he
destroying her
does
marriage
running
on the
his ship.
basis of something you
She
may
found her
or
tongue.
may not have even
And you
heard.
think this is inappropriate, or that my
Then
behaviour is
it comes
reprehensible
to
in
her.
this?
Ryan.
Oh, Alice, you know better
Ryan's
than that.
room
The
was on the other
sharpness
side
dropped
of
from his
Will's.
voice.
There is a
I know
strong
you
chance he
wouldn't
would
do
have seen or
anything
heard Will
dishonourable,
arriving,
let alone
and
with
if
some
Ryan
smelly
remembers
riverman
Will
who
turning
thinks
up
a
at 4
clean
p.m.
shirt
that
is
Sunday
one
with
that he
his
hasn't
rucksack
worn in the
on
last
and
2
his rail
days.
card in his pocket, well,
No, I don't
that
fault
is all the
you.
proof she
You're a
needs that
very
Hugh was
determined
mistaken.
woman. And despite your disappointment about the
Hannah
dragons,
glances
you leaped
at the
to the
clock on her
practicality
phone.
of trying to actually see them.
7:35. Early,
I'm
but not
wretchedly
ridiculously
uncomfortable on
so.
board this
Not
ship.
for someone with 2 small
At the same
kids.
time, I'm relieved that you've
She opens
recognised
up
the
WhatsApp,
realities we're dealing
sends
with,
Ryan a message.
and that our visit to the
you
Rainwilds
awake?
will not be as
Can you
extended
talk?
as you
I
originally
need to ask
planned.
you something.
Cedric, I'm
There's a
so
pause.
sorry. You
The
haven't
minutes
said a
tick
word.
by.
I didn't
Hannah
realise you were
goes
so
into the
unhappy.
bedroom to get dressed,
Perhaps
but
tomorrow you
between
can
every
find
garment she
appropriate
finds
lodgings
herself
for us.
checking to see if the
Yes,
2
and
ticks
spend some
have
time
gone
on a
blue,
hot bath and a
showing
decent
Ryan's
meal.
read her message.
You can even take a long
10
rest
minutes
if you wish
later,
it.
she is fully
I'm
dressed,
sure I'll
but
be
they still
fine
remain
talking to the local
stubbornly
council.
grey.
I'd be very surprised
Any
if they didn't
time
offer
is
me a guide
good,
for my
she
visit
adds,
to the
not
dragons.
because it's true,
There
but
is
just
no
to make
reason
his
that you
phone
have to
ping
go see the
again in the
creatures
hopes
at all.
that it will attract his attention.
Originally, when I had thought
And
I would
this
have
time,
long, detailed
it
conversations, I'd hoped you'd be
After a couple
available
of
to take
seconds, the
notes
check
of what
marks
was
go
said
blue
and do
and
some sketches for me.
typing
But now that I
appears
know
at the
my
top of the
experience
screen.
will be little more than a trip to a menagerie,
Is now
I don't
good.
see the sense
We're
in
heading out to the
tormenting
park
you.
in a bit.
She
Hannah's
resolutely
pulse
kept her
quickened.
disappointment from her
Now
voice as
is
she
great,
offered this.
she texts back.
She longed
She
to have him at
glances
her
at the
side
clock.
when she met the dragons, but
7:51.
not just for the
Will
comfort
can't be
of a
back
familiar
before
face.
8:10 at the
She
absolute
wanted there
earliest,
to be
even
someone
if he's
who would
queuing at
witness
the door
her
at
there.
8.
She
Shall
imagined
I
them
call
both
you?
back at
Hang on.
Bingtown at
Ryan
some
texts
stuffy
back.
dinner,
Give me
when
2
perhaps
secs.
someone would
I'll
ask
phone
her
you.
about her time among
Hannah
the
goes
dragons.
back into the kitchen and
She'd
waits.
modestly say that
Her
it hadn't
heart
been
is
much of an
thumping.
adventure.
Her fingers
but then
are
Cedric
numb
might
and
raise
cold.
his voice to
Her
contradict
mouth
her
tastes of
pleasantly
metal.
and make a witty tale out of her
She
time
paces
among
up and
them.
down, staring at the
She
screen.
visualised herself
And
in her
then
black
at
boots and canvas
7:56, her
trousers
phone
that
rings
she'd
with a
bought just
jangle
for her
that
encounter,
makes her jump
striding
and
across
drop
the
it,
flats to confront
clattering
the
to
scaled
the tiles with a
behemoths.
crack that
She
sounds
smiled to
deeply
herself.
ominous.
Before
Swearing,
she met the dragon,
she
she'd have to
crouches
visit
past
the
her
local
bump and
traders'
picks it
council
up.
to introduce
There's a
herself
long
and get
silvery
their permission.
fissure across the
And
screen,
there again,
with a
she
shadow of
hoped to have
something
his
dark that
companionship.
seems to be seeping out
She had no idea
across
of
the
whom she'd
LCD
meet with
display.
when she visited the
But it
council.
still works when she
She'd
presses
wanted
to
to
accept
enter
the
on
call.
Cedric's arm,
Ryan!
to be seen as a
Her
woman
voice is
worthy of
breathless.
such a handsome and charming escort.
Hunter Jones.
But he'd already
She
made
can hear
so many
cartoons in the
sacrifices to
background.
come with her.
Bella's voice yelling
It
at
was
the
time
girls
for
to
her
finish up
set
their
her vanity
Weetabix.
aside and think
How's
of his
things,
comfort.
Good.
Cedric sat up straighter.
She wants to talk.
Oh, Lise,
Procrastinate.
I didn't mean that at all.
Put this off,
I
but
enjoy
she can't
your
afford
company,
to.
and I think I
Will
shall
could be
enjoy
home
your
very
seeing the
soon. She
dragons
needs
as
to
much as
spit
you
this
will.
out. They can chat
I
afterwards.
apologise
if,
for being so discouraging.
But she can't think about that.
Let's get what sleep
Ryan
we can
has to
and
give
make
her
an
the
early
answer
start
she's
of the
hoping
day.
for.
You
He
should
has
come
to.
with me to find our lodgings.
Listen,
I'd
Ryan,
never just abandon you in a
I
strange
have
town.
a weird
and
question.
regardless of what Captain
Is
Lefton
it about
says,
how
we've no
wheelchair
idea
sex
of how
works?
safe or dangerous a
What?
place this may be.
She laughs at that,
We'll
not meaning
find our
to, but so
lodgings
nervous
and, as you
that
say,
it comes out
have
like a
meal and
burst of
wash and
tremulous
change our
hysteria.
clothes, and then we'll go to the council together.
She hears
and
Bella
then
shouting
on
from
to
across
the
the room.
dragons.
I dare say you
Then
think you're
you
very
don't
funny, but
mind
the girls
going
can
with
hear
me?
you, and you won't
She
think
was
it's so
startled
funny
by
when
the
they're
sudden
trotting
change
that
in his
question out
attitude.
at
She
nursery.
could not keep the smile from her
Sorry.
face.
Ryan says.
Not at all.
And she can hear
he
the
insisted.
suppressed
I'm
laughter.
looking forward to
The
getting
old
close to the dragons as
piss-taking,
much as you
provoking
are.
Ryan in his voice.
No, you aren't,
Ignore me.
Ali said with a
Carry
laugh.
on. What
She
was
looked
it you
into his
wanted to
face
ask?
boldly,
It's
knowing that
about-
in the night she did
She
not need to
swallows.
fear letting her
She
affection
feels
for
suddenly
him
sick.
shine in her eyes.
Ryan's friendly
But it's a
banter
very
has somehow
kind
made
lie,
this even
Cedric.
harder.
I know you
How can she
realise how much
explain what
this
this
means to
means?
me, and you've been awfully good
It's
about
about
enduring
that
your
night.
exile from Bingtown.
When April
When we return, I
April
promise I'll
died,
find some way to make it up to
Ryan
you.
says nothing.
Cedric
She
abruptly
senses
looked
rather than
uncomfortable.
hears his nod down the
Alice,
phone.
nothing of the kind is necessary.
Someone
I
said-
assure you. Let
Someone
me walk you
told
to your
me
cabin and then
She
say
hears
good night.
April's voice in her head,
She wanted to tell
clear
him
as
that
if she was
could walk
standing next
herself
to
her
Hannah,
cabin,
fixing her with that
but doing
icy
that
blue
would mean
gaze.
admitting to herself that she
Spit
did enjoy
it
her quiet chats with
out.
the captain, and that she rather
Someone
hoped
told me that
he
Will
would
was in
join
college
her
that
again
night,
that night.
she says in a
But
rush.
Cedric had already
That
made
he
it
wasn't
clear
in Somerset.
that he had reservations about
you
such
hear him come in?
conversations, and she would
What?
not put him in the uncomfortable
Ryan sounds
position of having
stunned.
to stay
Whatever
awake
he
to
was
chaperone
expecting,
her.
it plainly wasn't this.
She rose and
But-
let him take her arm.
But what difference does it make?
Sintara awoke
April
to
was alive
darkness.
when Neville went up the
The
stairs,
blackness
and
jolted
dead when
her,
she came
for
down.
she had been dreaming of flying
There's
in
no one else
sunlit
could have
blue
done it.
skies over a glittering
You're the one who
city by a
testifies
wide
to that.
river of blue and silver.
Ryan? She's trying to keep her voice
Kelsingra,
calm, but there's an edge
she
of
muttered to
desperation
herself.
that she knows Ryan
she
must
closed
be
her
able
eyes
to
the
hear.
dark and tried to will
Look,
herself back into
I don't
her
have
dream.
time to go into it right
She
now, but all I
recalled
want
the
to
tall
know
map
is,
tower at the centre of the
did
city,
you see
the
Will
broad
come
city
home
square,
that
the
night?
leaping fountains,
Did you hear
and
anyone
the wide
in his
shallow
room?
steps that led into
His
the
alibi
main
for
buildings.
April's death hinges on him
There had been
not
frescoes on the
being in
walls,
Oxford that night.
images
Can
of
you
both
back that
elderling
up?
and dragon
Or can't you?
queens. Some ancestor of hers
Ryan's
recalled
voice
sleeping
sounds
sprawled
uncertain.
on those wide steps,
I-
baking in the
I
heat
don't
from the
know.
sun and the
I
stone.
need to think.
How pleasant
I
it had
didn't
been to
see him
doze
come
there,
in.
barely
I guess the
aware of the
first time
folk
I
who
saw
hurried
him
past her
was
on their business.
Coming out of the
Their
shower
voices had been as
around
musical
lunchtime.
as the distant chuckling of the
Lunchtime
river.
on Sunday. She
Sintara
tries to
opened
think.
her eyes again.
How long would it take
There
to get
was
from
no
rural
recapturing
Somerset
the
to
dream,
Oxford on
and
a
the
Sunday?
memory was a thin
Lunchtime
and
is
tattered
pushing it,
substitute.
but just about possible,
could hear
she
the river
guesses.
muttering
And
past the
before
muddy
that,
banks,
did you hear anyone
but she also
in
heard
his
the
room?
stentorian breathing of a dozen
police
other
banged on his
dragons
door.
sleeping close
Ryan
by.
says he sounds bewildered
There was no
now.
comparison
I
between
had
the
to tell them
dream
he
and
was
her
away for the
reality.
weekend.
But they didn't go in,
Murkoff had set his
right?
plan into
They
motion
didn't
with
actually
meticulous
check
precision.
his room was empty?
He had never voiced his
No,
rumour
they
directly
didn't
to a
go in.
human.
And did you
Always
hear
he had arranged for the
anything
dragons to be
after you'd
speaking
gone to bed?
casually of the wonders
I
of
don't know.
Kelsingra when
Ryan
humans
says
chanced to be
he
nearby.
sounds utterly bewildered.
Once it had
His
been
usual
as workers
joking
were
manner
carrying a
quite
beautiful
gone.
mirror frame out of the
Hannah,
buried city.
What's this all about?
She recognised the material
closes
it was
her
made
eyes.
from.
A wave of
peculiar
such
metal that when
faintness and
stroked
nausea
emitted
is sweeping
light.
over her that she
Murkoff
has
had
to
glanced
hold
at it
on to the
and turned
windowsill.
aside to remark to
I'll call you
Sestecan,
back.
"Do you
she says.
recall the mirrored chamber of
I'm
the
sorry,
Queen's
Ryan.
palace in Kelsingra?
I have to go. She hangs up.
Over 7,000
turns
gems
around.
were set in the ceiling mirrors
Will
alone.
is standing in the
How they
doorway.
flared with light and perfume when she entered.
After
Another time it had been when the hunters
Will.
had brought them the gamey remains
the
of a
voice
stag
that
to
says
eat.
his name,
As Murkoff
sounds
accepted
strange in
his
her own
pitifully
ears,
small share,
not her
he
own.
observed,
strangled,
"There was a statue
harsh.
of an elk in the king's hall
How-
at Kelsingra,
How
was there
long
not?
have you been there?
Of ivory overlaid
enough.
with gold,
His
and
face
his
is
eyes were two
expressionless.
immense black jewels.
He's holding his running jacket in one
Remember
hand
how they shone
and a
when they
packet of bacon in the
activated
other.
him, and how he would paw the
Automatically, she
earth
glances
and
at
toss
the
his
clock.
head when
It's
anyone entered the
7:59.
king's chambers.
You're not supposed to be back yet.
Lies, all
She manages.
lies. If any such treasures
Rajesh
had
saw
ever
me waiting
existed
outside.
anywhere,
He
Sintara did
opened
not
up early.
recall them. But
Oh,
each
God.
time the humans paused and
She feels
watched him
sick.
as he spoke,
How much
even
did
if
he
he
hear?
did not glance in their direction.
What the
And
fuck
before the moon had
is
changed,
going on?
humans came to them
He
in the
says,
darkness,
and
without
his voice is
torches,
flat
to whisper questions
and yet
about
somehow colder
Kelsingra.
than she could
How
ever
far
have
away had it
imagined Will
been?
sounding.
Was it built on
Will.
high ground or low?
Will,
How large a
her
city?
husband, the man she
Of what
loves
were
with
the
every
buildings
fibre
constructed?
of her being.
And Mercor had
Even
lied
the
to them
fibres
as
that
it
phoned
suited
Ryan to
him,
check up on his
telling them
alibi,
that it was not all that
whispers her
far,
subconscious.
that it had been built
But
on
she
high
pushes
ground,
its
and that all the
accusations away.
buildings were built of marble and
A sob
jade.
is rising inside
But
her.
more than
This
that, he would
cannot
not tell
be
them.
happening.
Not landmarks that had
Do
been,
you
nor how many
think
days' travel it had once
I
been from
killed
Kasarik.
April?
Nor would he consent
He
to
says
help a
now,
human make a map of where it once
dangerously
had
calm.
been.
She shakes her head.
Impossible to
Tears
tell,
are starting in her
he
eyes.
explained
No,
affably.
no.
In those days the river was
That's
fed
not
by
what it
100
sounded
tributaries. There was
He
a
puts
great
the
lake
bacon on the
before
counter
one came to
very gently
Kelsingra.
and takes a
That
step
I
towards
recall.
her. She
But
starts
more
to
than
shake.
that, well,
No.
I could not
Well,
say.
no, I never thought that.
I could go there and find it
that's
again,
true,
I am
why the
sure.
fuck didn't
if I
you
had
just
a mind
ask
to
me?
do so,
He
and a way to
shouts.
feed myself.
And now there is a vein
But
throbbing
no,
in his forehead.
it is not a thing
Hannah
I
wants
can
to
put
throw
into
up.
words.
Will, please?
The next evening
It
there
comes
had
out
been
like a
other
long
men
whimper
asking
of
the same
fear,
questions,
and she sees
and 2
something
nights
flash in
later
his
still
eyes, but she
more.
cannot read it.
All received the
Is it
same teasing
anger?
answers.
Contempt? Hate?
Finally, there had come by
Ask
daylight
me,
half a dozen members
he
of
says,
the
coming
Kasaric
closer.
Traders' Council
She
to
has
offer
always
a proposal
loved
to
his
the
height,
dragons.
his
And
lean,
with
muscled
them,
bulk,
incensed and
the way his
fearful,
body makes
came
her
Malta
feel
the
safe
elderling,
and cocooned.
dressed all in cloth of
Now,
gold, with
she
a
sees
turban
it
of
from
white
the other
and scarlet
side.
on her head.
She sees the way he could pick
Only
her
at
up
Malta's
with one
request
hand
had
by
all
the
the dragons
throat
gathered to hear
and
what the
pin
council
her against the
proposed.
wall.
The council
Ask
had seemed to
me.
think that if they
He
spoke to the
shouts,
largest
his
dragon
spit
and gained
hitting
his
her
assent,
face.
they would have a
And
binding
she flinches in
agreement.
spite of herself.
Malta had laughed
Ask
aloud
me
at that,
if
and
I
insisted that all
killed
be summoned.
April.
Then the head of the council,
Hannah's
a
heart
thin man with so
is
little meat
thumping.
on his bones that
Her
he wouldn't have
vision
been
is
worth the
beginning
trouble
to
of
crack
eating,
and
spoke
fragment
for a long
like
time.
static spreading
Many
across a
unctuous
television
words
screen.
and promises he
She
uttered,
knows she is
saying
breathing
that
too
the
fast,
council
and
was
yet she
troubled
can't
by
stop.
the poor
Think of
conditions
the
the
baby.
dragons were enduring,
And then
and that
something
they hoped to
stills
help
inside
them
her.
return to their former homeland.
It's as if she has been in a
Mercor
hurricane.
had assured them that they
And
knew the
suddenly,
humans were
the
doing
eye
their
of the
best,
storm is
and that
passing
dragons
over,
had no
and
homeland,
that strange,
but were in their
illusory
rightful
calm
forms
settles
lords of
for
the
a
3
moment
realms
upon
of
her.
earth, sea, and
Her vision
sky.
clears.
He had blandly
heart
pretended not to
slows.
understand the broad hints the council
Did
leader dropped,
you
until finally Malta
kill
cut through his foolishness to say
April?
bluntly,
She says,
"They think you can lead
every
them to
syllable
Kelsingra,
clear
and that they
and
will find
deliberate.
vast treasure there. They seek to
What
persuade
do
you to
you
leave
think?"
here and go in search
he
of that
says.
fabled city.
And then,
But I, who love all
he
of you,
laughs.
fear that they are merely sending you off to
In
your
that
deaths.
moment, all
You
the
must
blood
tell them
seems to drain
no.
from her body, leaving
But
her
Mercor
numb
had
and
not
chill
heeded
as
her
stone.
advice. Instead,
She
he had
stands
said
there staring
sadly,
at him, unable to
"Such a
believe what she
journey
has
would
just
be
heard.
an
She was so sure, so
impossible
certain
undertaking.
that he would say
We
no.
would starve long before
She
we
is still
led you
staring
to
horrified,
Kelsingra.
mesmerized.
Every
when her
one of
phone
us is
rings,
willing
making
to
her
undertake
jump
such a
convulsively.
journey. But there are
Who's
among
that?
us
The
some that are
police,
small
Will
and
says.
weak.
His voice is
We would need
ice-cold,
hunters to
goading,
feed them, and
cruel.
attendants to groom us and
November's voice
tend
flickers
us,
through
as
Hannah's
the
memory
elderlings
again.
used to
Please,
do.
don't do anything about
No,
this
I
until
fear
you've
it
spoken
would
to the
be
police.
impossible.
Oh, God,
I
she has
need
been
not
so
say
stupid.
no, because yes would
Hannah,
be
Will
meaningless.
says. He takes a step towards
Then,
her.
despite
She takes a
Malta's
step back.
interruptions and
The
pleadings,
phone is still
and even
ringing.
her angry shouts,
It's on the counter
they
within
struck a
hand's
bargain.
reach.
The council would find for them hunters and attendants who would accompany them
Hannah's
and
heart
hunt for
is
them
beating
and
so
tend them
fast
in
and
every
hard.
way.
She can
And
feel
in
it in her
return, all
wrists,
the
in her
dragons
neck.
had to do
The
was
baby
lead them to
writhes
Kelsingla,
inside her.
or where it once
Will
had
is
been.
between her and the door. She has
To
been
this
so
we can agree,
stupid.
Mercor had told
She
them
takes
gravely.
another step back towards the window, not
They are
breaking eye
tricking
contact
you,
with Will.
Malta had objected.
And with her free
They
hand,
wish
she
only to
gropes
be rid of
blindly
you,
for the
so
phone,
that they can dig
never
up
losing
Kasardik
Will's
more
gaze
easily
as
and
she
be
grabs
done
it.
with feeding you.
He takes
Dragons,
a step forwards.
listen
She
to
takes
me,
another step back.
please.
He takes another
But
step
the deal
forwards.
had been
She is
struck.
backing into a corner and she
Kalo had
knows it,
pressed
but if
his
she can
muddy,
just
inky foot to a
get him
piece
to
of
take
parchment
one
held
more
up to him,
step
as if
forwards,
such a
she
ridiculous
takes one
ceremony
more
could
step
bind
back.
one dragon,
He takes
let
one more
alone
step
all
forwards.
of them.
And Hannah
Malta had gritted her
runs.
teeth and knotted her fists as the
Will
council
swears, but that
proclaimed
last
this was
step has put the
indeed
kitchen
best
table
plan.
between him and the door,
And
while giving
Sintara
Hannah a
had
clear
felt a
line.
shred of pity for
She
the young
runs
elderling who
barefoot
stood in such
out of the
firm
kitchen, down the
opposition
hallway
to
and
what the
down the
dragons
stairs,
themselves
hearing a
had
thumping
manipulated
clatter
the
as Will
humans
tries
into
to follow
offering them.
and trips over one of their
She had
kitchen
hoped
chairs.
Mercor would find a way
Out
to
in
have
the
a quiet
street, the
word with
cobbles
her.
are bitterly cold
But
under
either
her
he did
feet
not care
and
to
wet
do
from the
so,
night's
or
rain.
he thought it might
And she
endanger his
slips,
plan.
but then rights herself
When
and
the
runs
council
towards the
members
open
left,
end of
she
the
went
mews.
with them.
Behind
still
her, she can hear
pink-cheeked
Will's
with
feet
fury.
pounding down the stairs.
This is not
Her
final,
heart feels like
she
it's
had
going to
warned
burst.
them. You need the
She holds
signatures
her
of
stomach
every
with one
council
hand,
member to
as
make
if she
this
can
legal.
protect her
Don't
unborn
think I'll
child.
stand idly by while
She
you do
forces
this.
herself to run just a
The
little
glimpse of
faster down the
Malta
last
had
few
made her
meters of
sad,
Stockbridge
and
Mews,
no doubt was
and then she
responsible
is
for
out
her dreams.
onto the main road.
She was a young
skidding
elderling,
around the
a
corner,
human
the asphalt
newly
of the
changed
council-owned
into that
pavement
form.
biting into the
She had
soles of her
years of
feet.
growing and changing ahead
She
of
looks
her.
wildly
if she
up
were
and
to
down the
become
road.
all that the
A car
elderlings
passes,
of old
then another.
had been.
They are going too fast
But
for her
she
to
would
stop,
not.
and they don't spare a
Some of
glance
the
for the
humans
wild-eyed
looked at her
pregnant
with
woman
wonder,
running
but
barefoot
as
down
many
the street.
regarded her with
Can she
disdain.
flag someone down?
She
Run
wondered
into a
what would
cafe?
become of Malta and
The nearest one
Selden
is
and
closed,
Ring,
and she
now
draws
that
a shuddering
Tintaglia
breath
had
and runs
abandoned
on
the new
towards the
elderlings,
park.
just as she had abandoned
Hannah!
the other
She
dragons.
hears from behind her
She did
Will's
not fault
roar of a kind
Tintaglia
of
for
fury
being
she
gone.
has never heard from
It
him
was the
before.
dragon way to see
He has
first to
rounded the
one's
corner
own
onto the
needs.
main road and is
She had
gaining on
found a
her.
mate and better
Hannah,
hunting
what
grounds,
are you doing?
and eventually she would
She
lay
makes her
eggs
legs
and
work
they would
harder,
hatch into
runs
serpents.
across a junction without
The
looking, and then
dragon
another,
cycle,
and then
the true
there is a
dragon
screech of
cycle, would
tyres
begin again
and the sound of
as
swearing.
those serpents entered the
Jesus
sea.
Christ, you're trying to
But
get
in the
yourself
years
killed.
until then,
It's a taxi
Sintara
driver.
and the other
He's
dragons
leaning
were
out
all
of the
that
window of his
existed
cab,
in the
his
rain
face
wilds.
red with annoyance.
All of them
You
were
could have killed
creatures from
yourself
another time,
and the bairn.
reborn into
Hannah
a
just
world
stands
that
for
no
a
longer
moment,
remembered
panting
them.
hopelessly,
And
her hands resting
unfortunately,
on the bonnet
they
of
had
the car.
returned in dwindled
Will
forms
can't do
that were
anything in front
unfit
of a
for this
taxi driver,
world.
surely. But the man is
Lords of
going
the
to drive
three
away.
realms
He's
they
going
had
to
once
leave her,
called
and then she
themselves.
looks up and she feels
Sea,
a huge,
land, and sky had all belonged
drenching
to dragons
wash
and their
of
kin.
relief.
No one
The
had
yellow
been
light
capable
on
of
top of the
denying
cab
anything to
is
them.
on.
They
The
had been
taxi
masters of
is
all.
for hire. She doesn't
And
wait.
now they
She
were
runs around
masters
to the
of
side,
nothing,
wrenches open the door
doomed to
just as
mud
Will
and
comes
carrion,
pounding up to the
and
junction.
Sintara
Drive,
did not
she
doubt,
says
a
urgently to the
slow
cabby.
death by
That's
slog
my husband.
up the river.
We just had a row.
She closed her eyes
A
again.
row. The word
When
comes
the
out
time
like
came,
a sob,
she
and
would
yet
go,
it's so
not
pathetically
because she was bound
understated.
by Kalo's
A
word,
row
but
barely
because
even
there was no
starts to
future
cover
in
it.
staying here.
I have just found
If
out
she must
my
die as a
husband
crippled,
might be a
broken
killer.
thing, she would at
And
least
yet
take
she
a
can't
small
say it.
measure of life.
She can't
first.
bring herself to say the words to make them real.
It was not
Will
quite dawn
is
when
a
Arlise
killer.
awoke.
Will
She doubted that she had
murdered
been asleep
April.
more than a few hours.
If she keeps
She
repeating
opened
the
her
words to
eyes
herself,
at the
perhaps
slight
she can
creak
make
of her
herself
cabin
believe
door
them.
opening, and held her
Understood,
breath.
hen.
And only
The driver
then
says
realised that a
sympathetically,
soft tap at her door
Aye,
had been
it's a
what
tough one.
wakened her.
Where can I take you?
Are
Your
you
mammy?
awake?
Or maybe not
Captain
by her
Ratchin
accent.
asked quietly.
Hannah thinks of her mother.
I
far
am
away
now,
in Dodsworth,
she said,
several
and drew
hundred
the bed
miles
covers
south,
up to her chin.
and tears spring
Her heart
into
was
her eyes.
hammering in her breast.
If only she
What
could
did
go
the
back
man
there,
want, coming to
fall
her
into
cabin
her
in the
mum's
darkness
arms,
before
sob
dawn?
out her troubles. miles.
He
But
answered
she
her
can't.
unspoken question.
It's a good 8
Sorry
hours
to
on the
intrude,
train, more
but
on
I
a
need to
Sunday.
get a
She has
clean
no
shirt.
coat, no
The local
shoes.
council wants to talk
She
to
doesn't
me
even
right
have
away.
any money apart from Google Pay on her
Apparently,
phone.
they've been watching and
She can
waiting for
hardly
me to
take a
dock.
taxi to southern
A runner
England.
came
Where
to the
can
ship
she
late
go?
last night with a message.
And then it comes to her.
Says they need to finalize the
Hugh.
contracts for moving the
Hugh
dragons as soon as
will
possible.
shelter her.
He shook his
Hugh
head, more
will
to
loan
himself
her
than
money
to her.
and she can buy herself a
Something's
jacket
up.
and some
The
warm
whole
boots
thing
and
smacks
figure
of
out her
someone
next
trying to
move.
beat someone else to a prize.
Do you know Great
This
King
isn't
Street?
like the
She
council
asks
at all.
the driver, who nods.
They
Aye.
always like to pretend
Thanks.
there's all the time
She
in the
sinks
world
back onto the
and
seat,
keep me
feeling
tied
her
up
heart
bargaining
slow
until I have to
and her
take their
numb
terms
feet
or run
begin
out
to
of ready
thaw.
cash.
Thanks.
Move the dragons
I'd
as
like to
soon
go
as
there.
possible. At those words, her mind had frozen. She
After.
sat up in his bunk, but kept the blankets
As the
clutched
taxi
to
draws
her.
up outside
Where are
Hugh's
they
flat,
moving them so quickly?
Hannah gets her phone
Why?
out to pay. To
I
her
don't
dismay,
know, Mom.
the
I
inky
expect that when
shadow
I meet
inching
with them,
across
I'll
the
find
screen
out.
has spread.
The word they
It's
sent
now
was
covering
that they
almost
wanted
the
to
whole
see me as
screen,
early as
leaving
possible.
only a small triangle
So
at
I
the
have
top
to be
left.
on my way.
However,
I'm going
she
with
holds
you.
it against the
The
card
moment the
reader,
words were
mentally
out of her
crosses
mouth,
her fingers,
she realized how
and
forward
sighs
they
with relief
sounded.
as it beeps
Nothing
obediently.
he had said had even hinted he
luck,
might
Hen,
welcome her
The
company.
taxi driver says
And
gently.
she hadn't asked if
You
she
need
might
a lift
accompany
anywhere,
him.
you give
She'd
me a call,
announced it.
He
Ken.
Was her
pushes a
newfound
business card
ability
through
to
the
make
hole in the
decisions for
plexiglass
herself
screen,
suddenly going
and
to
Hannah
get her into
takes it,
trouble?
trying to smile.
But he only said,
Now that
"I
the
thought you
adrenaline
might
is wearing
want to.
off, she feels
Let me get
almost
some things and clear
unbearably
out of the
shaky.
cabin so you can have your
Her hands are
privacy.
trembling and
I'll
cold.
fry a couple of extra
And don't
pieces
you
of
be in
bread
too
and
much of a
set out
hurry
a
to go
coffee
back
mug
to
for
him.
you."
Leave him to
He
stew in his
moved
own
about the
juices a wee
cabin as he
while.
spoke, taking
Hannah
a
nods.
shirt from a hook and
"Thank you,"
scooping up the
she
box that
says.
held his shaving
And then
razor
she takes a
and soap.
deep breath and
She
slides
could not
out
help
of
but
the
notice
backseat.
that what Cedric had said was true.
Standing in front of
The
Hugh's
shirt was one he'd worn
intimidating
several
brass bell
days ago,
plate,
and
she
she'd never
reflects
seen
that
it
she
washed or
should have
dried.
called ahead.
She found
If
he
Hugh is
didn't
out,
care.
she will be in a fix.
As soon as the door
But
closed
it's-
quietly behind
she
him,
glances at
she
her
sprang
phone
from
and
the
then
bed.
realizes that it's
Suspecting
pointless.
that her day
The
might
clock is
involve
no longer
climbing
visible.
a lot of steps,
It
if
must
not
be
ladders,
before 9,
she
though.
dressed in a
It's
split
not
skirt and
likely
boots,
a
as if
single
she were going
childless
riding.
man like Hugh would be
The
up and out
blouse she
so
put
early
on
on a
was a
Sunday.
sensible one of thick
Saturday
cotton.
he sometimes
She
does
added a
clinic,
nut
she
brown
knows
jacket
that.
of sturdy duck
Hugh's
and
wealthy
belted it
clients don't
securely
expect to
around
have
her
to stick to
waist.
weekdays for their
There.
appointments.
She
But
might
not
cut a rather
Sundays.
mannish figure, but
Sundays
she'd
are
be
his
ready
days
for anything
off.
the day handed her. The captain's
She
small
presses the
mirror
brass
showed her
button
that her
beside
days
the
on the river
engraved
had
H
multiplied and
bland
darkened her freckles.
and waits.
And her hair was
After what
baked to
feels like
orange
an
and near as dry as
agonisingly long
straw,
time,
despite the sun
her
hat
feet
she had
getting
been
slowly
wearing.
colder and more
For a
numb on the
moment,
black and white
the sheer
tiles of the
homeliness
porch.
of her image
The
daunted
intercom
her.
crackles, and Hugh's
Then
very
she squared her
English
shoulders
voice
and
comes over the
straightened her
speaker.
mouth.
Hello?
She hadn't come here
Hugh?
to be admired,
Her
but to
teeth are
study the
chattering now.
dragons. Her
It's
fortune was not
me,
and
Hannah.
never had been in her
Can I
face.
come in?
It was her mind that
Hannah?
counted.
Hugh sounds
She
astonished.
narrowed her eyes at the mirror,
I mean,
thrust her
yes,
chin
of course,
forward,
but what-
snatched
I'll
up a plain
tell
hat
you
of woven straw and
upstairs,
jammed it on
Hannah
her head.
says. She can
She
hardly
found
get the
Captain
words
Leftrin
out.
alone at
Somehow
the
the
galley
brief
table.
interlude of warmth
Two
in the
steaming
taxi
mugs of
has only
coffee
made the
waited
shock
there.
of the outside feel
His back was
worse
to
now
her
that she
as
is
she
stuck
entered,
here.
and he was
A
frying
chill
thick slices
wind
of
whips
yellow
down the
bread on the
road,
galley
swirling
stove.
dead leaves in the
A
porch
sticky
and
pot
making
of
her
treacle
shudder
and two
afresh.
heavy earthenware plates
Oh,
awaited the
yes,
bread.
sure. I mean, of
As
course.
Leftrin
I'll
turned
buzz
to
you in.
slide a slice
Fifth
of bread
floor,
onto
yes?
each plate,
I
he
remember,
smiled at her.
Hannah says.
Well, that
She
was
has her
quick.
arms wrapped around
It
herself,
always took
her
my
teeth
sister half a
clenched
day
to
to
stop
get
the
dressed to do
chattering.
anything. But here you
There
are,
is a
all
drawn
ready
out
to go, and
bzzz,
pretty as a picture
and
to
Hannah
boot.
shoves the door with a force that
She was
sends it
shocked
swinging
to feel a
inwards
blush
to
rose
bang
her
against
cheeks.
a backstop,
You
and
are too
hurries
kind,
into the hallway
she
of Hugh's
managed to
building.
say, and disliked how formal a
Inside,
response that
it's
seemed.
not exactly
She
warm,
wished that Cedric
but it's a
had not
hell of a
put
lot
it in her
warmer than
head
the street.
that it was inappropriate
And she presses
for her
the button
to
for
encourage
the tiny
captain's
old-fashioned
rustic
lift
flirting.
with its folding
It is
screen
just
door,
his manner, she
and
told
waits
herself
while it
firmly.
clanks down the
It's
stairwell.
nothing to do with me.
As it rises
she
up
took
to
her
Hugh's
place at
flat,
the
she has to
table.
fight the urge to sink
It
to
seemed
her
they were the
knees,
only two people
cradling her
astir
bum,
on the boat.
howling
She
with the
took a sip of the
awfulness of what
coffee.
has just happened.
It was thick and black,
An awfulness
and had
she is only
probably
now
been
beginning
kept
to
on the ship's
comprehend.
stove all night.
And Hugh...
There was no cream to tame
Hugh
it with,
tried
so she
to
followed the
tell her
sailor's
that's the
previous
worst of
example
it.
and generously
He
ladled
tried to
treacle
warn her
into
what
it.
would happen if she
It
kept
tasted
pushing,
like sweet
and
tar
digging
then,
and
instead of
refusing
just
to accept
tar.
the version of events they had
She
all
trickled
learned to
threads
live
of
with.
syrup over her fried
He
bread
tried
and ate
to
it while
tell
it was
her,
hot.
and she
They
ignored him.
breakfasted with more
And
efficiency
now
than manners.
she is paying the price.
Lestrin cleared the table, clattering the plates and
When the
mugs
lift
into a
stops
dishpan.
with a clang
Shall
at
we
the
go
fifth
then?
floor,
He invited
Hugh
her,
is
and she
standing
responded
outside,
with a nod.
wearing a paisley silk
They
dressing
left the
gown
galley together,
and holding a
and he
cup of
offered her
coffee.
his hand to disembark
He
from
isn't
the
wearing
ship.
his glasses,
As they
which
had
gives
put
his
out
face
no
an
gangplank,
oddly
this required a small
unfinished,
jump from the
vulnerable
scow
look.
to the dock.
But as
Once she
Hannah
had
pulls
landed
back the
safely,
folding
it seemed
brass
only
grill,
natural to accept
his
the arm
expression
that he
changes
offered her.
from one of
As they
puzzled
strolled down
welcome
the docks
to a
in the
kind
early
of
morning light,
confused
he
dismay.
gestured to the boats they passed,
What
telling
the...
her their names and a bit
Hannah,
about
old
each
bean,
one.
what happened? Where are
Tarman
your
was the largest
shoes?
vessel by
And
far,
is
and
that
the
blood?
oldest, he told her
Hannah
proudly.
looks down.
When they built him,
It's true,
they didn't
her
spare
feet
the
are
wizard
bleeding,
wood.
and she hadn't even
The
noticed.
river has eaten thousands
She has
of
no
boats
idea
since
whether
he was
she's picked up
launched,
a piece of
but
glass or
Tarman takes
just
the river,
stubbed her toe
rocks
on
and
the rough
acid flows
asphalt,
and
but
snags,
there are
and
smears
just
of red
keeps
on
on
the
splitting
checkerboard
the
tiled
water.
floor of the lift. Oh, shit. Hugh, I'm so
When they
sorry.
left the floating
She
docks,
bends,
it was
trying
to
to
step
reach
from
past
them
her bump
onto a
in the
wide
confined
path of
space,
beaten
but
earth.
Hugh is shaking
The
his
ground
head.
gave strangely
He
under
takes her
feet.
arm firmly,
It's a
pulling her
leather
forcibly
road,
upright
he told
and
her.
propelling her
It's
down
an
the
old
corridor
technique.
towards the open door of his
Layers
flat,
of
with a
tanned
firm but
hides over
kindly hand
logs,
in
and
between
cedar
her
branches
shoulders.
and bark in the thick layer over
Absolutely
that.
not.
Then more hides,
You
and
get
finally
yourself
ash,
inside.
and then a
I'll
layer
call
of
housekeeping
earth
to
over
deal
all.
with that.
The rot
But
process
your
is slow,
carpets.
and the wood
Hannah
and leather
stops in the
layers have
entrance
some
to the flat.
buoyancy. It
She had
doesn't
forgotten
last forever,
Hugh's carpets.
but if they
A
didn't do something, this
pristine
road
cream
would be trodden to
expanse
mud in a
that
few
runs
weeks,
the length of
and
the
soon
enormous
after that,
hallway and stairs.
water would seep up and
Hugh
fill
rolls
it in.
his eyes as if to say,
May not
damn
look
the
like
carpets,
much, but it
but
cost
he pauses
Kasarek a pretty
and
penny
opens
to
a
make
cupboard
it.
concealed behind
And here
panelling,
we are at
bringing
the
out
lift
a pair of
station.
slippers.
Or would you prefer the stairs?
There you go. Put those
There,
on,
at the
if
base
it's
of
only
an
going
immense
to make you
tree,
fret.
was a spiral staircase
Now, for
that
God's
wound
sake,
up
sit
and
down
around
before
the
you
tree's
fall
trunk.
down. What on
She
earth
craned her neck
happened?
back and saw the lowest level of
It was
Kasarek
Will.
above her.
Hannah finds herself
Beside
saying,
the staircase,
but to
as
her
an
horror,
alternative,
the
was
rest
a
of the words
flimsy-looking
won't come.
platform with a woven
Instead,
railing around it.
there are tears
A long
crowding
woven
at the back
cord
of her
with a
throat,
handle dangled
forcing their
next
way
to
up,
it.
prickling
You
out
pull the
through
bell
her eyes
pull,
and
if
running
the
down the
operator
sides
is
of her
at work,
nose.
he sends down the
A
counterweight
great,
to lift you up.
ugly sob
Costs a
comes
penny or
out with
two,
no
but
warning,
it's faster
and
and
then
easier
another,
than the
and suddenly
staircase.
she is racked with them.
I think I prefer
huge,
the stairs,
unmanageable,
Alice decided. But she
body-convulsing
wasn't even
sobs
halfway up
that
before
feel
she
like they are
regretted her
going to
decision.
tear her
The
apart.
climb was steeper than it had looked.
Oh,
The captain
Anne,
gamely accompanied
no,
her, grunting
Hugh says
softly with
uncomfortably,
each step.
and then he
When
holds
she
out
reached
his
the
arms
first landing and
awkwardly,
looked around
and
her,
almost
she
in spite
suddenly
of herself,
forgot her
Hannah
aching
stumbles into
legs.
them.
A
Hugh
wide
is not
platform
one of
circled
nature's
the tree's
huggers.
huge trunk.
He's too
The
tall
vendor
and
stalls
bony
that
to be
backed up to
comfortable,
the trunk
too
were just opening
physically
their canvas
ungainly,
curtains.
but he is good
From the central
and kind.
platform around the trunk,
And he
a
is
spider
Hugh.
web of suspended boardwalks
stand,
spread out in various
locked together in
directions
Hugh's
toward
hallway,
other trees
Hannah's
and the
bump
platforms that
intruding
circled their
uncomfortably
trunks.
between them,
Although the
and she
boardwalks had
bawls
railings
like a
woven of
child
vines, they
into
sagged
the
in the
embroidered
middle,
silk
and there
lapel
were visible
of
gaps
Hugh's
in the
dressing
planking.
gown.
This way to
At
their
last,
trader's hall,
her sobs subside
Leftrin told
into
her,
gasps,
and
and then
putting her
hiccups,
hand on his arm,
and then finally
he guided
just
her out
shuddering
onto one of
breaths.
the walks.
And she gets a hold of
4
herself
steps
and
out, she
pulls
felt
away,
giddy. The planks
as
thumped
she wipes her
musically under
eyes
their
and then
feet.
her glasses.
Leftrin didn't bother
She
with the
realizes
flimsy
with a kind
rails
of
and seemed unaware
shameful
of the gentle
horror
swaying of
that
the bridge.
she has slobbered all
She
over what is
glanced down,
probably a
gasped
very
at a glimpse
expensive
of the
dry
earth far
clean
below her,
only garment.
then looked to the side and felt
I'm sorry,
suddenly ill.
She says. Her
The
voice
bridge
is croaky.
sagged under their weight,
I didn't
and she
mean-
was stepping down
Oh,
the planking
God,
and
your
certain that she
beautiful
was going to
dressing
fall at
gown.
any moment.
I'm so sorry,
Leftrin
Hugh.
put his hand over
She
hers
sniffs
on
and
his
gulps.
arm.
Have
Look
you got a
ahead to
tissue?
the next platform,
Here.
he told
Hugh
her in a
says.
low, reassuring
She's not
voice.
sure where it came
Get the
from,
rhythm
but
of it,
he's
and
holding
it's
out
just
a
like
laundered
climbing
linen
stairs.
square with
Don't look down,
HAB on
and don't
one
worry
corner.
about what isn't there.
Hannah looks at it doubtfully.
Rainwalders have been building
Handkerchiefs
these
in
for
her
over
house and
100
made of
years
paper.
now. There
But
are
at
streets.
last she blows her nose,
You can trust
and
them.
then, unsure what to do with it,
He spoke in
she
a
can hardly
matter-of-fact
hand
way
it
that
back
wasn't
to
condescending.
Hugh. She puts
He
it
didn't
in
think
her
less
pocket,
of her for being
intending to
afraid.
slip it into
He
the laundry
accepted
hamper
it,
when she
that she
goes
would
to the
naturally
bathroom.
be apprehensive.
Better?
Somehow that
Hugh
made it
says,
easier to
and
take
she
his
nods.
advice.
It's
She
both
firmed
true
her
and
grip on his
untrue.
arm and matched
She
her stride
needed
to
that
his,
cry
so that
badly,
soon they were
and
clomping
she
along
does
in
feel
rhythm.
better. It was
Suddenly,
cathartic
it
in
was
a way
almost
no
like a
talk
dance
could
they were
ever have
partnered
been.
in. They reached
But
the
in
lowest
another
point of
way,
the bridge, and then they were
nothing is
climbing
better.
up the gentle rise.
It's just
the planks
as
becoming a
awful
sloping
and
ladder
fucked
until they
up and
abruptly reached the next
unfixable as it
platform.
was when she walked
She
through
halted
the
there
door
to breathe,
Hugh's
and
flat.
Captain Leftrin paused with
Come
her.
into the living room. Sit down.
Only 3
Hugh
more
says.
to go,
And
he
then
told
I'll
her.
make you a cup of
And
tea,
although she felt a
and
bit
you can
frightened,
tell me all
she
about
didn't
it.
feel daunted by the prospect. Challenged,
Some
she
half
thought.
hour later,
Challenged,
Hannah is
but not
sitting
afraid
on
to take
Hugh's
up that
white velvet
challenge.
couch with her
Well,
slippered
let's
feet
go
tucked
then,
under her
she
and a
said.
blanket around her legs.
She nearly
and
lost
Hugh
her
has his
courage on
head
the second
in his
bridge
hands.
when they encountered a group of
So,
workmen heading in the
He
opposite direction.
admitted it?
He
She
asks
and
now,
Leftrin
as
had
if he
to move
can't
closer
believe
to
it.
the edge to allow them
He
passage,
actually
and the
said
rhythm of their
he
strides made
killed
the whole
April.
structure waggle like a friendly
Not
dog
in
being
so many
petted.
words,
But
Hannah
by
says.
the third
The
crossing, she had
sentences
recovered
feel
her sensation
unreal
of
in her
dancing
mouth.
with Leftrin.
But I
They
asked
reached
him,
their final platform
and he
with her
said.
slightly out of
She
breath but
stops,
feeling
gulps and
triumphant.
forces herself on.
Kesaric had
He said,
ambition. That
"What
was
do
evident
you
from the
think?"
size of the trader's hall
And
they
then
had
he
built all
laughed.
around the trunk of the largest
my
tree she had
God,
visited yet.
Hugh says
The
wretchedly.
platform that
He
supported
looks
and
up at
surrounded
Hannah,
it
his
served
face
as an
utterly
esplanade.
bleak.
It circled both
wish-
hall and tree,
God,
and 4 staircases
I almost
wound
wish
up
I'd never
from it
told
to
you about the
platforms in
noises.
adjacent trees.
Hannah shakes her
Early as
head.
it was,
Hugh,
and dim as the light
no,
was
God,
this
no.
far below the treetops,
If it's true.
sputtering torches
But
still
she
lit the
stops at that.
walkways.
She can't
Their
bring
journey had
herself
led
to
them
say
away
it.
from the river bank, and less light from
Hugh,
that open area
she asks
penetrated
instead,
the settlement.
knowing she is clutching at
Alice
straws.
felt that she had journeyed into a
Hugh,
twilight city of
was it
fantastic people.
Definitely him.
She had grown up in
It couldn't have
Bingtown
been a
among the
scout or
descendants of the
sound
original
travelling through
trader
the walls
families who had
or
settled
something.
there.
But
She had
Hugh
always
shakes
known
his
of their
head.
Rainwild kin
He
and
looks
respected
10
the bonds
years
between
older,
Rainwilds
as if he
and
is still coming
Bingtown.
to terms with what he
Only
set
here
in motion.
in the Rainwilds were the magical treasures of
he
the
whispers
ancient
now.
elderlings to be unearthed.
It
But
was
living
him,
in the
Hannah.
Rainwilds and working in the
I heard
buried
him
elderling
through
cities
the wall,
exacted a
speaking to
toll on the
someone.
folk who settled there.
It was Will.
Almost all Rainwilders had some
Hannah feels her
disfigurement at
last
birth,
shred of
and
hope
it increased with
snap.
each year of their lives.
She feels as if she
Sometimes
has been
it was a
hanging
bit of
on to
scaling
a
on the
fraying
scalp or
rope
lips,
for
or a
dear
fringe of
life.
wattled growths along
And
the
that
jawline.
last fibre
With
has
age
just been
might come a
severed.
change in eye colour and
He
a
was
thickening
there.
of nails.
He was really
Those were typical of
there.
the sorts of things one
And
might
he
see
has
on a
lied
Rainwilder
about
who
it
visited
for more than
Bingtown.
10
Even Captain Leftrin
years.
had his share of
For the
marks.
entirety of their
The skin on the
relationship.
backs of his hands and on the knobs
Why
of
didn't
his
you
wrist
say anything
was bluish
before?
and
She
lightly
manages.
scaled.
Why
Behind
didn't
his
you tell
bushy
anyone?
eyebrows and on the back
She
of his
doesn't mean
neck,
it to
she
sound as
thought she had
accusing as it
glimpsed
comes
more
out.
scaling.
But Hugh only
It had
shakes
been
his
easy
head
to
wretchedly,
ignore.
as if accepting any
Here
blame
in
she wants to
Kesaric,
throw at
as
him.
in Trahog, the majority of the
he was my
Rainwilders went
friend.
unveiled.
Hannah,
This was their
He sounds
city,
broken.
and if folk who visited
And
here did not
because I
respect
didn't
them,
think it mattered.
such folk were swiftly
it
encouraged
was
to
Neville.
leave.
You saw him coming
She
out of
had
the
tried
staircase.
not
We
to stare
both
at the
did.
workmen who had passed
There was
them
no way
earlier.
anyone could have got up
The
there
backs
between
of their
Neville
hands
leaving
and
and
their
us
elbows
arriving.
had been heavily
So
scaled,
did it really
and the
matter if
scales
Will
had not
arrived a
been
few hours before
flesh-coloured,
he said he
but
did?
blue or green or
And
shocking
besides,
scarlet.
no one asked.
One man had
They
been
never said,
completely hairless.
"Did you hear your best
Scales
friend
like
coming
fine
home
mail
at
over
a time
his
that
bared
totally
scalp
breaks his
and
alibi?"
outlining his brow and
I would never have
replacing his
lied
lips.
outright, Hannah, never.
Another had
But to go to the
sported a
police
heavy
with
fringe
that,
of fleshy
when we
growths
all
along his
thought
jaw,
Neville was
and some
guilty.
that overshadowed his eyes,
He
thick
stops,
and floppy like
takes
the comb
off his
of a
glasses,
rooster.
covers his
She
face.
had averted her eyes from
It must,
them,
Hannah
grateful that
reflects
keeping her
dazedly,
balance on the
be
galloping
almost
bridge
as much of a
demanded
shock
all
for
her
him
attention.
as it is for her.
But now she was on a
She has
solid
lost her
platform,
husband.
and it was
Hugh
difficult to
has
know where
lost
to
his
put
best
her
friend.
gaze. This early
She
in
feels
the
the
day, there were
tears
not
welling
many
up
folk
again
about,
and
but
grits
all were
her teeth.
unmistakably marked
She
as
can't keep
Rainwilders.
bursting into sobs.
Many
She
cast
has to
curious
get a
glances
grip.
her way, and
They
she
have to
desperately
figure out
told
what to
herself
do.
that it was her attire,
He
so
didn't
different from
try
what
to
they
stop you
wore,
leaving,
that drew
Hugh
their
asks.
eyes.
He
The
did,
men had been
Hannah
wearing
says.
almost a uniform
She
of
almost
heavy
can't
blue
believe it
cotton
herself.
shirts, thick brown
He-
canvas trousers,
He ran
and
after
loose
me,
canvas jackets.
but he tripped over the
The
table.
boots they wore were
I don't know
heavy
what would have
things,
happened if
still
he'd caught
clotted
up with me.
dried mud from their
A
previous
picture
day's
comes
work.
to her.
They'd carried their
Will's
lunches in
lean,
canvas
strong
sacks.
hands
Thick gloves
wrapped
and
around
woolen
April's
hats protruded
throat.
from their trouser pockets.
The image washes
Diggers,
over her with a physical
Leftrin had
shock,
told her as they
like
passed,
ice water,
headed off for a
making
long
her
day's
cheeks
work
flare
underground.
and her breath quicken.
Cold down there,
She
and
pushes
damp,
the thought
winter
away.
or summer.
She can't think about that right now.
As they
About
passed
the
a woman
reality
clad
of
in
what this
soft leather
means. All
trousers
she can
and a
do
leather
is
vest
put one
tufted
foot
with fur,
in front
Lefton
of the
said.
other.
She's a climber.
Okay,
See how
Hugh
she
says
goes
now.
barefoot for a better
He
grip.
stands and paces
She'll
to
be
the end
headed
of the
up
living
into the
room,
canopy
to
today
the beautiful
gather fruits
floor-to-ceiling
or hunt
windows overlooking
birds.
the street. He runs his hand through his hair.
The women of Kasarik led hard, lean lives.
Let's
Two
think.
chattering girls
Let's
passed
think
them going the
about
other direction.
what to do.
They wore
Did Will
morning
know
dresses
you were
and
coming
were perhaps
here?
going off to call on
Hannah
a friend
shakes her head.
or to visit
No.
the early markets.
And
Their
what about your
flounced
phone?
skirts were
Is there any
shorter
way
than
he
those
could be
currently
tracking
worn
you?
in Bingtown,
You should turn
and
off
showed
location
their soft
services.
brown shoes.
I can't.
They wore
Hannah
lacy
digs in
little
her pocket
shawls,
and
their
draws
hats
out
were
her
designed
cracked
to look
and
like
broken
large,
phone.
softly folded leaves.
The screen is
She
completely
turned
dark
her
now,
head to look
ink
after
black
them,
and
and for a
unreadable.
moment a familiar
I broke
envy
it this morning.
flooded up to drown
It's completely
her
dead.
spirits.
But I
They
don't
looked
think it's a
so
problem
cheery
anyway.
and
Will had
busy,
no...
chattering
She
away
swallows.
together.
Takes a breath.
When they came
tries
to a
again.
bridge, they linked arms
He had no
and
reason
clattered across
to-
it together,
She
whooping
stops
like
again.
hoydens when they reached
It's
the other side.
extraordinarily hard to say what she
makes you
needs.
sigh?
Her
Leftchen asked
husband
her,
had no
and she
reason to
realised that
spy
she
on
was
her
staring after
until
them.
today.
She shook her head,
She
smiling
cannot
tightly at her
believe
own foolishness.
she and Hugh
I
are
was
having
just
this
thinking
conversation.
that somehow I skipped being
All
that
she
age,
wants
and I'll always
is to
regret
hear
it.
Will's voice.
I often feel that I
Hear
went from
his
being a girl to
incredulous
being a
laugh as he
settled
says,
woman,
"What?
with none of that
Are
giddiness
you
in between.
crazy? Of course I
You
didn't
talk
kill
like you're an
April."
old woman, with your whole life
But instead
lived.
what she hears is that
A sudden
cold,
lump rose
brutal...
in her throat.
What do you
I am,
think?
she thought. In
She
a few
puts her
days I'll
head
go
in
home
her
and settle
hands.
down to what I'll
November
be the
was
rest
right.
of my life.
She can't handle
No
this
adventures
herself
ahead,
anymore.
no changes to
It has gone
anticipate,
too far,
nothing
become
to
much too
anticipate except
dangerous.
leading a proper life.
Whatever the truth, she
She
has to
swallowed,
hand her
and
fears
by
over to the
time she could
authorities.
speak, she had
And
more
although the
appropriate
thought
words.
of sharing her suspicions
Well,
makes her
I'm
feel
a married
sick,
woman with a settled life.
there's a kind of relief,
I suppose
too,
what I miss is
in the
a
idea
sense
of passing on
uncertainty,
this burden
of
to someone else.
possibility waiting just around
For
the
more
corner.
than 10 years,
And you're saying you
she has
never
been
had
pushing
that.
away these doubts,
She paused
pushing away the
because the
certainty
truth
that there was
somehow
something wrong
humiliating.
in what she saw
No,
that night.
I don't think I did.
It's time to
I
confess.
think my life was more or less mapped
think-
out from the beginning.
I think I
Getting
have to go
married
to
was
the
a surprise
police,
for me.
she says.
I didn't think I'd ever
Can I
marry.
use your phone,
But
Hugh?
once I was a married woman,
Of course,
my life settled
Hugh
into
says,
a routine that
though he
wasn't
looks
much
as
different
sick as
from
she
when I was
feels
single.
at the thought.
He was silent
I'll speak
for
to them
longer
too
than
if you
was
want.
his wont.
But look,
And when she glanced
if you
over
phone
at
them,
him,
they'll
his mouth
probably
was
want you
strangely
to come down
puckered,
to the
as if
station,
he strove
make a
to keep
statement.
words in.
Do you want to get cleaned up first?
Just say
You look
it,
absolutely
she
all in.
suggested, and then wondered
Hannah
if she
looks
was
down
brave
at
enough
herself,
to hear whatever
at her
judgment he
crumpled
held back.
sweats and her bloody
He
feet
grinned
in
at her.
Hugh's borrowed slippers.
Well, it's not polite
She wants to
say,
phone the police, get
but
this
if I
over
were a
with.
man and married
But at the
to a
same
woman
time,
such
she can
as
see
you,
that Hugh is right.
and she said to
Once
another
she has
fellow that her
started the
life
ball
as
rolling,
my wife wasn't much
she can
different
hardly
from
say,
her life when she'd
"I'll be
been
down in a
single.
few hours once I've had a
Well,
shower."
I'd wonder what I was doing
Okay,
wrong.
she says now.
He
Good
raised his
idea.
eyebrows at her,
Her stomach
and whispered
growls
in a
audibly,
ribald tone,
and she
"Or
realises
not
suddenly that she is
doing at
almost
all."
faint with hunger.
Captain
Actually, before I
Leftrin,
do that,
she exclaimed,
could I
genuinely
have some
shocked.
toast, Hugh?
Then, when he burst out
Hugh
laughing,
nods.
she was
Of
horrified
course.
at joining in.
Come through to the kitchen, and
When
I'll
they
get
both
you set
paused
up.
for breath, he held up a warning hand.
It's
"No,
maybe
don't
half an
tell
hour
me.
later
Some
that
things a
Hannah
wife should
walks
never
into
say
Hugh's
about her husband.
palatial marble
And here
bathroom
we are
to see a
anyway,
steaming
so our
bubble
time
bath
for
awaiting
chat
her,
is over.
already run.
They had reached the doors
The
of the
sight
traders'
makes
hall.
her do a double take.
Each tall door
She had
was a
been
single
intending
slab
a
of
quick
black
shower
wood,
and then straight
twice
down
as
to
tall
speak
as
to
a
the
man.
police. It must be
Leftrin
already
pushed
getting
on
on for
one,
10
and
a.m.
it swung silently
But it
open.
seems pointless to drain the water
hall
in an
had no
already
windows.
run bath.
There was an antechamber.
Setting the cup of
lit with a
tea to
single
the
bunch
side,
of
she
candles
strips off her
that smelled
sweatpants,
like
t-shirt
orange
and
blossom.
underwear, steps out of
Leftrin didn't
Hugh's
pause
borrowed
as he
slippers,
crossed the carpeted
and
floor
climbs
and went through
gingerly
yet
into
another
the
set of
warm
tall
water.
doors. Alice
It's
followed him and found herself in a
unbelievably
circular
good.
chamber.
The
Tiers
foam
of
is
descending
scented with some
benches
kind of
circled a wide
spicy,
dais.
citrus-smelling
On the dais
perfume.
was a long table
The
of pale
bubbles are
wood,
rich and
with a dozen
foamy.
heavy chairs behind
Even
it.
the painful stinging
Only
of her
half of
feet
them were
can't
currently
take away from the
occupied.
fact that this is,
Suspended
undeniably,
globes that looked like
exactly
balls
what
of
she
yellow
needs.
glass cast a golden
closes
light
her
throughout
eyes
the room.
and feels the
The scattered
tears she
lights
has been
bent the
keeping at
shadows
bay
in
for
the
the
room
last
in
hour
odd ways.
prickle behind her
The
lids.
walls of the room were hung with
But she
tapestries.
cannot. She
They were
can't
either of
give way to
elderling
this.
origin
She has
or
to be
very
strong.
clever
She has to
imitations.
get to the police
Her eyes
and say
snagged
what
on
she
them,
knows
and
for
she longs
April
to beg
and
for time to
November,
study
who
every
deserve
aspect of
justice
them.
after all this time.
But their
And for
abrupt
Neville,
entry had caused
Ryan,
a stir among the
Emily,
6 Rainwilders
everyone
seated
who
at
has
the
lived
table.
with this pall of
Despite the early
potential
hour,
guilt
they were
hanging over
formally
them.
dressed in their trader robes.
She will be angry soon.
Each robe was of a different colour and
She can
design
feel it
to indicate
underneath.
which of the original
The
settlement families
searing,
the trader represented.
white-hot
Alice
rage
did not
that will
recognise
envelop
any
her
of
when this
them.
is done.
The trader families
How
of
could
Bintown
you?
were different from those
She wants
of the
to shake
Rainwilds,
Will,
even though there had been
spit at
substantial
him,
intermarriage
slap him
for
around the
years.
face.
Close to the centre
And maybe
of the
that is what
seating,
will save her
a
from
woman
the
with a
despair.
lined face and a stiff grey brush
As
of
she
hair
lies in the
glared
bath,
at them.
she can picture it
This
so
is a
clearly.
private committee meeting,
Will,
she announced.
coming back early
If
from
you
the
are
weekend,
here on trader business,
climbing the wall
you will have
behind
to make an
clothes to
appointment
avoid
and
having to
come
go
back
around the
later.
long way through the main
I
gate.
believe we were invited
And
to
then,
this meeting.
maybe
Leftrin
pre-planned, maybe
responded.
just on a whim,
His use of we
he didn't
was
go
not
back
lost
to
on
his own
Alice,
room,
and her heart
but up
leaped.
to April's.
He would do whatever he could
Maybe it
to
was
keep
open.
her here and
She
privy
thinks
to what
she
was
locked it on her
happening
way
with the
down to the bar,
dragons.
but a decade
I'm
on, she
Captain
can't be
Leftrin
sure.
of the Scow Torment.
Or maybe April
When I
was
docked
already
late
back.
last night,
Maybe she
I was
welcomed
invited
Will
to call
inside.
here as early as
See,
possible
I
this
came
morning
back for you.
to discuss
You are more
moving some
important to
dragons
me than
upriver,
my mother.
I believe. But
And
if
then-
I'm wrong,
What?
he let
An
the
argument?
word hang, and the
No,
woman's hands
not an
squatted
argument,
up in
all
a
the boys
gesture
below would have heard
dismissing
it.
her previous
A
protest.
hissed
But
disagreement,
before she could speak,
maybe.
the door behind Alice
Or
and
perhaps,
Leftrin shut with
if
an
Will was
audible
already
and
in the room
angry
before
thump.
April came back from the bar,
Alice turned,
he saw
startled,
something,
and gasped
another
in
pregnancy
surprise.
test,
An
a note
elderly
from
woman,
Ryan.
gowned all in silver and blue,
Perhaps
stood
he
there.
opened the door,
Her eyes
smiling,
gleamed metallic
pulled
in
her
the
in for a
golden light,
hug.
and her
"Let
face
me
looked
take
like
off my
anger
makeup,"
cast in
she
stone.
would have said.
This
And so
is
he
not
let
a
her wipe
legitimate
off the
meeting,
terracotta
Captain Leftrin.
foundation.
As you can see,
Perhaps
there
it
are
was
not enough
then,
members of the committee
as she bent
seated
over her
to
dressing
authorize
table,
any action.
cotton wool in hand, that he came
On the
towards
contrary,
her, hands
Malta
outstretched.
the woman who had
And then there
spoken
was a knock
earlier
on the
held
door.
up a sheaf of paper.
April would have
I
known
have
nothing,
letters of
suspected
authorization
nothing.
to act
She
on the
would have
behalf
pecked
of
Will
2
on the
members
cheek and
who
then
are
gone
too
to answer
occupied
it.
with business to
From
attend
inside
today's
April's
meeting.
room,
I
Will
can
would
cast
have
her
heard the
votes as I
conversation.
see fit.
Neville handing
And
over
if
the
all of us
castle,
here vote
April
the same
trying
way,
to hurry him
then
away,
we are a
Neville's
majority,
footsteps as he
with or without
retreated
the
down the
others
stairs.
voting.
And then April,
But you do
coming back
not,
into her
I'll
room,
wager,
all smiles,
have such a letter from
got
my
rid of
brother,
him.
Selden Vestrit.
And Will
Trader Pulse,
would have walked
as he
towards her,
represents the interests
arms
of the dragon
outstretched.
Tintaglia,
But
I
instead
do
of
not see how you
cradling her
can make
face in
any
his
sort of a
hands,
binding
as
vote
he has
without
done
his
so often
presence.
to Hannah,
He
and her
is
heart
only
cracks a
one
little further
vote.
as she thinks of it.
Whether he agreed with us
He
or
would
not,
have slid
his vote
his
would not
hands
change the outcome.
down to her neck.
He represents
squeeze.
Tintaglia's concerns.
No,
He speaks
no,
for the dragons.
no.
How can you finalize
The
decisions
revulsion
about their fate
is
without
so
consulting
strong
him?
that she has to
The
sit
simple
up,
fact is that you
holding
cannot.
on to the sides of the bath
The
as the
elderly
water
woman strode
sloshes
past
back and
them as
forth.
she talked.
It doesn't
Alice tried
make
not to stare,
sense.
but could not help it.
Will
Everyone knew
is
the
not
story
that
of Malta
person.
Vestrit. She had been
But
involved
then
with the
she
failed
thinks of all the
kidnapping
articles
plot
she has
against
read
the
over the
satrap
years,
of Gemalia.
all of the "it's always the
him she had
partner"
been
pieces,
captured by
all of the
pirates,
statistics
and
about
ultimately she
women
had
killed
been
by the
one of
person they're
forces to
sleeping
help
with.
forge a peace between Gemalia
She thinks of
and the
Geraint's
pirate
euphemistic
kingdom.
hints about a
But that
domestic
was not what
murder.
everyone remembered
All
about
the
her.
whispers she's
She
ignored
had
for
been
more
in
than a
close
decade.
contact with the
I never
dragon
liked the
Tintaglia,
boyfriend. They
just
said
before
she
she
was
hatched
sleeping
from her
around.
case.
He was never even a
Some
suspect.
said that was what had precipitated
She has
her
always
change from ordinary
ignored
Bintown
them.
trader girl
Always
to a
clung
woman
to
who was
what she
obviously
knows
changing into
to
an
be true.
elderling.
That Will
Others
is
said
not
it had
that
been a
person.
gift from the dragon. Both
But now,
her fiancé and her
with
brother
the
had been
knowledge
affected
that he
as
has
well,
spent their
and
entire
they too
marriage
had been present at
lying
the
to
hatching
her
of the
about that
dragon.
night,
All of them showed
she is
similar
not so
changes.
sure.
We
The sudden
attempted to
movement of
include
sitting up
Selden
has
Vestrit
made
in
her
this
head
meeting,
swim.
but he is not here nor in
There are little
Chahor,
flashes of light
and we
like
have been
paparazzi
told that we
bulbs
cannot
flickering
expect
at the
his
edges
return
of
for
her
at least
vision.
4 months.
The flashes the midwife
By
warned her
then
about.
we will be venturing
Was the
toward
bath too
foul
hot?
weather, and
Oh,
have a long, wet winter with dragons churning the grounds around Kasarvik into a
She is whispering the
quagmire.
words aloud.
We have to
And
act
then the moment
now.
has passed,
We cannot delay any
and she is
longer
okay.
simply to hear the opinion of a
Except
single member
she's
of the
not.
committee.
Her legs
You are acting now
weak
purely
as
because he
jelly.
is away from the
And when
Rainwild
she tries
and
to
unable
stand,
to intervene
she's
on
not sure if they will
Tintaglia's
hold her.
behalf.
Fuck.
The grey-haired woman at the table looked beleaguered.
Don't do this.
Several
She
of
wants
her
to
fellows
beg her
looked
body. Not
uncomfortable,
now,
but
please,
one
not
at
now.
least expressed his annoyance
She
by
holds her
marching
bum,
his fingers on
feeling
the
the
table's
baby
edge.
move. It's
A young
reassuring.
man with a flash
However
of
much her
orange
body is
scales on
letting
his
her
high
down, it's
cheekbones was
taking care of their
obviously
child.
angry. He gritted his
There.
teeth as if to cage
Child.
furious words.
The word
The head of
strikes
the
to
committee
her
spoke.
heart.
You were
Because
with
if this
us
is
when we
true,
went to
if
speak to the
this
dragons.
is true,
You heard that they
this
understood
baby will
what
no
we
longer
were
be
proposing.
born to a father and
You
a mother.
know that the largest dragon,
It will be the
black
child
one,
of a murderer
agreed to our proposal to
with a
move them all
father
to a better
in
place.
prison.
We even acceded to his demands for
The
extra
faintness
hunters to
comes
accompany
again.
the herd.
And this time,
Those hunters
it's
will be
accompanied by a
arriving any
wash
time
of
now,
nausea.
and they will expect to
She
leave
crouches
immediately.
naked in the
Our
bath.
meeting this morning is
it going
in
to be
fact,
okay?
to assure that we can meet the
And
dragon's
then
expectations.
suddenly it's not, and she
Captain
needs to get to the
Leftrin,
toilet
we summoned you
right
here
now.
in the hopes of securing you
Trembling,
and your barge
she
to escort the
hauls
dragons
herself
and
out
their
of the bath,
hunters up
wet
the river.
and dripping, her legs shaking,
had to
and
admire how
scrambles
deftly
over
the
the
woman
side,
had
slipping
shifted
on the
her
wet tiles,
conversation
to
from
fall
Malta
to
to
her knees
Leftrin.
in front of the toilet,
She was still trying
shivering
to
with a
understand
mix
how
of
it all fit
cold
together.
and shock.
The dragons were to be moved
She
from
heaves,
Kasarik. Hunters
but
would
nothing
accompany
comes up.
them, and possibly Captain
For a few
Leftrin's
minutes
barge.
she kneels there, shaking,
This is very
dripping
short notice,
foamy water onto
Captain
the
Leftrin
beautiful
replied.
geometric
He
tiles.
took a deep breath, and when
then
he spoke, his
slowly,
words were slow and
very
carefully
slowly,
considered.
She gets
Almost
up
impossibly
and
short
gropes
notice.
her way to the towel rail.
I need to know exactly
She
what
has
I'm
to
agreeing
hold on to the sink
before I can
as
give
she
you any
goes.
sort of an
She
answer.
cannot slip and fall, not now.
Arliss heard
She
the
is all this baby
speculation
has.
behind his reserved words.
She wraps herself in a
Malta's
towel
tirade had revealed
and then
to him
slides
that he
down
had
to
the
the floor,
Council of
her
Kasarik
back
over
to
a
the
barrel.
heated rail,
They had
her
admitted
gaze
that they
unfixed
had
in
to
front
act
of her,
swiftly.
waiting for the
If
shivering
what
to
Leftrin had told
subside.
her about his ship was true,
But it never
then
does.
his barge was the only vessel of any size that could accompany
It's
the
maybe
dragons
an
upriver.
hour later
They'd have to pay
that
him
Hugh
whatever he
taps
asked,
on the door.
or lose their window of opportunity.
Are you okay?
It was clear to
It's
Arliss
gone
that
very
they wished
quiet.
to have the dragons underway before
She
either
doesn't
Winter
answer.
or Selden
Her
Vestridge
teeth are
returned.
chattering too much.
The councilwoman
Hannah?
looked trapped as her
Hugh
eyes
is starting
darted
to
from
sound
Leftrin
alarmed.
to Malta.
Can
We
you
do
say
have
something?
an offer to make you, Captain
He
Leftrin.
waits,
We wish
then
to
knocks
negotiate
again,
a charter with
and then
you.
he says,
We'd
Hannah,
like to hire
I'm
your
coming in.
vessel as an escort
Is that
ship
all right?
for the dragons and their
She
keepers.
wants to speak.
The tarman would carry
She wants to
extra
tell him she's
provisions
okay,
for both the keepers
but
and the
it's not
dragons,
true.
and be transport
The
and
door
housing
creaks
for our hunters.
slowly open.
It would be the mothership
And
that the
Hugh's head
keepers' smaller
comes
boats
cautiously
could tie
through
up
the
to
gap.
at night, if needed.
He is wearing
One
his
of the
glasses
hunters we
now,
have chosen to
and
accompany
has changed
you
into
is an
herringbone
experienced
trousers
explorer.
with a sharp crease
In addition
ironed
to
down the
providing
front.
meat for the dragons, he
His
will construct
expression
a chart of
changes
the river
as he
and
sees
keep
her
a journal
huddled
of any
against the towel
noteworthy
rail,
events.
white and
He will also
speechless and
represent the
shivering.
council and
Jesus,
is authorized
Hannah,
to
you're
decide
in
when
shock.
the dragons have been
Let
appropriately
me help you up.
settled.
She
When he
tries to
reaches that
stand, but her
decision,
legs are
he will
weak
let you
as
know,
rubber,
and at that
Hugh
point
has
he will
to help
turn
her,
back toward
holding the towel
Kasarik.
around her to try to protect
Malta
her
interrupted
nakedness,
with a sharp
averting
question.
his eyes as it
If the
slips to
keepers' boats
expose
need
her
to
bump.
tie up at night to a floating vessel,
It's
then where are the dragons
Sorry.
at that time, I'd like
She
to know,
keeps trying
Trader
to say,
Polsk?
and he keeps saying,
The
don't
woman
worry,
shook
don't
her
worry.
head.
Anne,
The
I'm a
need
doctor.
for a
I've seen this all
mothership is a
before. It's okay.
hypothetical need,
You're
Malta.
in delayed
We are
shock.
simply making
It's
arrangements
completely
for
natural.
every contingency.
The news about Will,
And the council
it would have shaken
representative.
anyone up.
Why is
Come
one
through
necessary?
here. I'll get
Will
you
not the
something hot
dragons
and
know
sugary.
that
Come
they
on,
are
you're okay.
appropriately
You're
settled
okay.
and release their keepers
Together,
from service?
they make their hobbling
A
way down the
strange light
corridor
had
to
come into
Hugh's
the
guest
elderly
bedroom,
woman's eyes.
and Hugh pulls
They
back the covers
glowed,
and helps her
Arliss
slip
realized.
underneath.
The set of her
Don't
mouth
go to
proclaimed
sleep,
her anger,
okay?
but there were
Hugh
other
says
signs of it
sternly.
as well.
I'm coming back with
The
something
shimmering
for the
gold
shock.
orbs that lit the room
The shivering
slowly
is
began to
subsiding,
shift their positions.
And she is
Whatever had anchored them before gave way
unbelievably
as
tired.
the balls of light began to
But she
slowly
tries
but
to
purposefully
obey,
drift toward
dragging her
Malta.
lids open.
One council
Hugh
member
returns
gave
in a
brief
matter of
huff
moments with a hot
uneasiness,
water bottle
but the
and a
others
cup of
kept
tea
stony
so
faces
sweet
of
it makes her
indifference.
want to retch as she
The
drinks
chairwoman
it.
tried to speak
But
calmly.
he forces her to have at least
The
a few
dragons may not
sips.
realize when we have
Let me
reached a
sleep,
point where we have
she
done all we
begs at
can for
last.
them.
She can't
This
think
is sad,
of the police,
but
not
true.
now, not like this.
So we
while
have
she's
arranged for
white
for
and
someone to
trembling.
accompany the dragons
In
and
an hour,
provide an impartial
maybe.
evaluation.
Right now, she is
Malta
suddenly
spoke.
crushingly
A
exhausted.
council representative
Tired
who is
in a way she can't remember
impartial.
ever being before.
Perhaps a representative
Hugh
for the
looks at her
dragons
for a
should
long
be assigned
moment,
also
and then
to
nods.
see that the dragons are fairly
All
treated
right.
and that our
You
contract
look
is observed.
absolutely done in.
Have you considered
I'm just
arranging to
going
keep
to
your
take your
word
blood
to the
pressure,
dragon
okay?
Tintaglia, as
She
per the
nods
signed
and
contract
heaves,
we made?
and then comes back a
The
few seconds
floating
later
orbs
with an
ringed her
electric
now,
monitor.
leaving most of the rest of
He
the room
sits there
in
listening
dimness.
to the clicks and
The
whirs
light from
as
them
it takes a
glittered
reading,
and ran over
then
her
pulls
scaled
off the
face
cuff
and
and pauses
gleaming
for a
arms.
moment with his finger on
She
her pulse,
shone like a
counting.
jeweled statue. Her
Is
eyes were as
it
hard as faceted gems.
okay?
Has
Words
she?
are hard to form.
Trader Polsk hissed
She's
back
so
at the elderly.
unbelievably tired.
Tintaglia has vanished and
Hugh
left us with a
nods.
horde of hungry dragons
It's
to
fine.
care for.
You're fine.
What would you
Don't
have
worry.
us do?
Are you cold?
Keep them here
She
on the
shakes
very
her head.
doorstep of Kasarik?
Her hands and
It
feet
is not
still
good
feel
for them
numb,
or for
but the
us.
trembling is
Keeping them
subsiding,
here will solve
and she can
nothing.
feel the warmth from the hot
But
water
there is the
bottle seeping
possibility
through
that
her.
if we send them upriver,
Go
they
to
may
sleep,
find a better location
Hugh
for
says gently.
themselves. Look how many
wake
of
you
them
in a
have
few
already
hours.
died, and those
Okay.
who remain are in poor condition.
Okay, she manages.
Now is not the time to flaunt your
and then she
powers
lets
to
her
make us
eyes
cower.
close
You would better use your
slips
time to help us
into a
plan the best way to
merciful
aid them in their
darkness.
evacuation. It is the best we can offer them, Malta.
after.
Surely you must see that.
Hannah,
I see nothing
the
of the
voice
kind,
is gentle
Malta retorted
insistent,
in a low voice,
and
but there was a
not
tattered edge of
willed.
defeat in her voice.
Hannah,
I see that there is something here I do not know,
It's time to wake
something
up.
that propels the urgency of
What?
this expedition.
She
Do any of
struggles
you
to
see
sit
fit
up,
to be honest with me?
blinking, wondering
The
where
lights around
she
her
is,
dimmed very
and then she
slightly.
remembers.
Trader
She is
Polsk
in
ignored
Hugh's
her words
flat,
and pushed her
and she
advantage.
is...
Have
oh
you
God,
heard from
she
either
is
your brother
naked,
or the dragon
and
Tintaglia?
somehow it's dark.
My brother is
She pulls the
travelling,
covers up
and
over
all
her
know
breasts,
how
and the
irregular
memories
the
come
mails
back.
are from abroad.
The bath,
And I have not
the
heard
flight to Hugh's
Tintaglia,
flat.
nor felt her touch in
Will.
months. I do
the
not know
pain
what her fate
is like a knife to her
She
side,
could simply be far afield,
unbearable.
or some terrible accident
Hugh is
may have
standing over
befallen
her,
her.
looking
I
worried.
do not know.
His fringe is in his eyes,
She
and
sounded
he blows
anguished,
it off with that habitual
but her voice
gesture,
firmed
and
as
her
she
heart
went on.
aches.
But I do know
What
that
time
many
is it?
Bingtown
She
traders
croaks,
gave their word to
putting
her
her hand up
that
to
they
her
would do all
throbbing
they
head.
could to help
She
her
feels
offspring in return for
the
her
word
aid.
comes to her like a surprise.
Without her
She
actions
feels
during our war with
hungover,
Calcid, Bingtown
like
itself
she
might have
spent a
perished.
night on the tiles.
She kept the Chalcidian ships
It's so
from the
far
mouth
from
of the
the truth
Rainward
that
River.
for a second she wants
When
to
we
laugh.
most needed her help,
Is
she was
this what
there for
shock
us.
feels
And
like?
now that she is away, will we
Hugh
abandon
looks
the
at
young
his watch.
dragons to death simply
Nearly
because
4.
caring for them has become
We're
a
due at the
hardship?
police station at 4:30.
Has the word of a trader come to
Are you
mean so
feeling
little
okay?
to us in these kinder days?
Nearly 4?
As she spoke,
Hannah sits
the
up
light
fully
bulbs
at
that
that,
surrounded her
shock
burned
running
warmer.
through her.
Light
Are you kidding?
reflected from
I've been
her
asleep
until
all
she
day.
seemed the source of it,
You went out
rather
like a
than the
light.
recipient.
You still don't look
A
quite right.
silence, perhaps one of
She
shame,
puts her
followed
hand
her
to her
question.
head. Not
A few of
quite
the council
right
members
is an
exchanged
understatement.
glances.
She feels
Arlise
completely
timidly broke the
groggy
silence.
and disoriented, and there is a
was
vile
there.
taste in her
I
mouth.
was there the night the
bitter
dragon
and
came to the
chemical.
Bingtown Traders' concourse.
Then what Hugh
I was
just
there
said
the night the deal was
sinks in.
struck. I
Sorry,
heard
did you say the
Tintaglia speak,
police?
and young as I was,
Yes, but
I was
listen,
among those who signed
Hugh
our
holds
agreement
up
with
a hand.
her.
I
Her
didn't
voice
tell them
dropped as she
anything.
added,
I figured
was
that
even
wasn't my
there
place.
when Rain
I just said
Kutrus
that I
spoke
had a
out
friend
and
who had
demanded that
important
Tintaglia
information,
help him find
and
Malta
could we come in
as a condition
and make
of
a
that
statement.
agreement.
And they said how was
Her
half
glance
full.
went from the
You can
startled
still back out
elderling
if
to
you
the
want.
council.
No,
She drew herself up
her
straight
hands are cold,
and summoned courage
and
she
her
didn't know
cheeks
she
feel
had.
pale.
She lifted
But
her
she
voice,
knows she wants
willing
to do
it
this. She
fill
knows
the
she
hall.
has to do this.
My name is Arlise
bottom line is,
Kincairn Finbach.
Someone could
In
have
addition
been
to
in
signing the
April's
agreement
room
with
that
the
night.
dragon Tintaglia,
They could
and
have
thus
killed
having
her
a vested
after
interest
Neville
in these
left.
decisions,
And that
I am one of
person,
the foremost
she can't
experts
hide
on
from
both
the
dragons and
possibility any
elderlings
longer.
that Bingtown has to
could have
offer.
been Will.
I have
She
travelled
has to
here
tell
from
them that.
Bingtown for the express purpose of speaking
No,
with the
I'm
dragons and learning
I'm
more
ready.
of their kind.
You're clothes
Since
are on the end of
Tintaglia
the bed.
first appeared in our midst,
Hugh waves
I
a
have
hand at the
devoted
foot
all
of the
my
bed
time
where
to
her
the
clothes are
studying and
draped,
translation
along
of
with a
every
jacket
scroll or
that's
tablet
clearly one of
regarding
Hugh's.
dragons and
On
elderlings
top of the
that
pile
exist
are
in
her glasses.
Bingtown.
On the floor
When you
is a pair
speak
of
of breaking
flip-flops.
an agreement
Hugh
with a
sees her
dragon who
looking
had
at
given
them
you
and
her
makes a
true name
face.
as her binding word on it,
Sorry,
I do not
best I
think
could
you
do.
fully
I
comprehend
didn't
what
want
you
to
are
leave you alone in the
suggesting.
flat. We can
As
pick up some
Bingtown's
trainers
most
en
knowledgeable
route, if you're
authority
bothered.
on dragons, I
But she
do.
shakes her head. It
As
doesn't
she
matter.
drew breath, she shoved
None of it
aside her
matters
doubt,
now.
but anyone in Bingtown would agree with
Hugh
her
leaves
previous
tactfully,
statement.
and
No
Hannah
one
gets
else
slowly
from
back into
Bingtown
her
was here to
clothes.
contradict her,
Finally,
and she knew her
reaches
words
for her
to be
phone,
true.
tapping
and
the
right
power
now,
button to
that
check
was
on the
all
time,
that mattered.
and then she
She
remembers
spoke on,
it's dead.
decisively, listening in
Still,
amazement to
she
the words
shoves it
coming
in the
out of
pocket
her
of
own
Hugh's
mouth.
coat,
I
and then
do
leaves
not
the
believe
room.
that the Traders' Council of Kasarik
Ready?
has the authority
Hugh
to make
asks,
this decision
and she
regarding...
nods, even though it's very
You
far
have
from the
studied
truth.
dragons and
He's holding
elderlings.
car keys,
It was Malta
and
the
she
elderling
frowns.
who so
Are we
precipitously
driving?
interrupted her.
I thought
In
so.
all the ancient
They
scrolls
said
you have
they'd give us
studied,
parking,
have you
and
ever
I don't
found
really
mention
want
of a
you
place
standing
called
in the rain for a
Kelsingra?
bus.
I
You
believe
still
it
don't
was an
look great.
elderling city.
She nods
Arliss
dully.
felt like a sailing
It
boat
doesn't
that
matter.
had suddenly lost the
Nothing
wind from its
matters now.
sails.
Except the
Malta's
baby.
question was so unexpected
She has to keep
that
it
she
together
lost
for
the
the
chain of
baby.
argument that she wished to present to
Oh,
the
God.
council. The news
she
that
really
they wished
going
to
to do this?
evacuate the dragons immediately
The
had stunned
faintness
her.
rises up
From
inside
what
her
Leftrin
again,
had told
and
her on
Hugh
the boat,
takes her arm,
she had
looking
believed
alarmed.
she would at least have
Hannah?
her few days with
Hannah,
them.
old bean.
Now it
I'm
appeared that
fine,
even that
she
short
says,
time might be
her
snatched
teeth
away
gritted.
from her.
It's not
For
true.
an instant she had
but
been
she
filled
will
with
be,
resolve to do
once
or
she
say
has spoken
whatever
to the
she
police.
must to win those
For
few
whatever
days
the
back.
truth,
But
whatever
at
happens
Malta's
now,
interruption,
November
she lost the
was
thread
right.
of her words and her
This
courage.
is the only way she
All
can
her
make herself
bravado
safe.
suddenly fled.
The only
She
way
glanced at the
she
council
can
members,
protect herself.
expecting them to be annoyed by Malta's question.
In the
Instead,
car,
they seemed
she
as
lets her
focused on
head
her
loll
answer
against
as
the
Malta
window.
herself did.
She is not
Trader
just
Polsk
tired,
leaned
but
forward, eyes fixed on
exhausted.
her.
The
Arliss had all
exhaustion
but
of
forgotten
grief
the captain
and
at her
fear
side,
and shock.
but now he reached over and set
There's
a
a strange
reassuring hand on her
familiarity to it
forearm.
now. It's
Go
the same
on,
sensation
tell
she
them.
remembers from last time.
It
The same
rattled her for a
numb,
moment.
sick
How could he know
horror
that
as
she
she
knew about
sat,
Kelsingra?
wired and sleepless
Then she
through
recalled
interview
that
after
yesterday
interview,
afternoon when he
surviving
had
off
been telling her
bad
tales
tea
of
and
river
worse
navigation
coffee,
and how
as the
quickly a
police
channel he
prodded
had
her
used
for
1 month could
inconsistencies
silt
or
in by the
anything
next.
she might have
She,
forgotten.
burning to distinguish herself,
The thought
had
of
nodded
going through it
wisely
all again
and
leaves her with a
recounted
kind of
story from an old
light-headed
scroll
nausea.
that had spoken about
And
how often
perhaps
the
that's
passage
it.
to
Perhaps
the
this is
Kelsingra
why it
docks
feels
had to
so
be
much
dredged.
worse the second time
He had
around.
replied that he'd never heard of
Because
such
she
a
has
city,
done this
and she
all
had
before.
dismissed it with a shrug,
And for
saying
what?
that perhaps the river had swallowed
So that
it
an
long ago.
innocent man
She
could
looked at
die in
Malta.
prison.
The elderling looked poised
And
for
now
flight.
she is
She
going to
leaned
do the
slightly
same thing
toward
again, but
Arliss,
this time
her
to
eyes
incriminate
burning with
the
hope.
father of her
The light
unborn
globes
baby.
that had drifted to surround her had spread
A
again.
picture comes
but
into
she
her
still
head
seemed at the centre
of
all the
Will's
light in the
lips
room.
pressed against her hair,
How could Arliss tell
of his
her
low,
that
soft
Kelsingra
voice
was little
rumbling
more than
in
a
his
name in a
chest.
scroll
I
to
love
her?
you.
She glanced
thinks she may
helplessly
throw
about,
up.
and her eyes, by
Are you
fate or
okay?
chance,
Hugh
snagged on a
asks,
tapestry to
and
the
she
left
shakes
of
her head.
Malta.
Do you want
strange
some water?
thrill shot through
You're
her.
probably
She
dehydrated.
slowly lifted her
He
hand
gestures
and
to a
pointed
bottle
at
in the
it.
door, and Hannah
There
nods.
is Kelsingra.
There is a
She walked
horrible,
toward it, her heart beating
hung-over
faster
taste
with
in
every
her
step.
mouth.
Give me more
Maybe
light
the
here,
water
please,
will make her
she
feel
said,
less
almost
sick,
forgetting where she
but
was
it doesn't.
and to whom she spoke
When
in
she
the
takes a
excitement
long
of
gulp,
her find.
it has the same
In
flat
response to her
chemical
request,
taste as everything
Malta
else,
sent the light globes
and she
flocking
screws the
after
lid
her.
back on and
They
replaces
followed
it
her,
in the door.
and when she halted, they did.
Instead,
When they
she
gathered
shuts
around
her
the
eyes,
tapestry,
hoping
it was
for
almost
darkness,
like looking out a
for
window
oblivion,
into a woven world.
and Hugh starts
it was
the
all
engine.
there.
It
The
purrs for a
perspective had
moment,
been skewed
and then he
deliberately
slips
by
the car
weaver,
into gear,
so that more
and they
landmarks
slide
could be
away
included.
into the darkness.
There! She lifted her hand and pointed
It's
as she
sometime
spoke.
later that
That
Hannah
would be the
opens
famous
her
map
eyes.
tower of Kelsingra.
She hasn't been
From From what I
sleep
have
exactly,
read,
just
I believe
drowsing,
that map towers
trying
were
to
created
throw off
in
this
several of their
weird,
larger cities.
groggy feeling
In
before
each
they
tower
reach the
there would be
police
a
station.
large relief map of the
But
surrounding
the noise
area,
of the traffic has
and the
faded
encircling
away,
windows
and
of
they
the
seem
tower
to have been
looked out
driving
on
for
the
a long
depicted
time.
area.
longer than she would have
Sometimes there
thought.
were symbols for more distant locations.
It takes a while for her to
The
focus
scrolls
on the road
imply
ahead
that somehow
and
the
make
map
sense of
towers
what
helped
she is
people
seeing,
to travel swiftly,
because
but
they are
do
not
say
in
how.
Edinburgh anymore,
The map tower at
but on a
Kelsingra
country
is
road,
referred
quite
to
a
in
narrow
several
one.
scrolls, perhaps
There are no
indicating
street
that
lamps,
it was of more importance
only the powerful
than some of
beams
the
of Hughes
others.
headlamps lighting up the low
Distantly
hedges
she
on
heard
either
her
side
own
of the
voice.
track.
She had
It's
taken on
not
a
a route she
pedagogic
recognises,
terror, the tone
but
she
from
had
the dark
sometimes
shapes of the
dreamed
hills
that
she
she would
thinks they
employ
may be heading
someday
west,
when her scholarship was
towards Berwick.
recognised and people would wish her to share
Hugh?
her knowledge.
She sits
Never
up,
had she dreamed
pushes
she
her
would lecture
glasses
in a
up her
place like
nose,
Kasarek,
looks
or that her
around,
audience
trying to
would
figure out
include
where
an
they are.
elderling.
The chemical
hand
taste
moved,
is still
and
in
she
her mouth,
pointed
and her
again.
throat feels dry.
You can see that
her
the map
voice
tower
croaky.
is in the spire of a very
Hugh,
impressive building.
What's going on?
The decorative frieze
Hugh
on the
makes
front
a rueful
shows an
face.
elderling woman ploughing behind
Sorry,
an ox.
only
The
just
adjacent
outside
wall,
Edinburgh,
as you can
but I
see,
must have put the
depicts a
postcode
queen
into
dragon.
the sat-nav wrong.
I
It
speculate
took me
that the
all round the
conjunction of the
houses
two
before
is
I
no
realised
accident,
what I'd done.
but shows that the
We're
two
heading
of them
back
were
now.
as important to
Sorry,
the city as the two
incredibly
walls
stupid
that
of me.
support this main city
I'm just
structure.
trying to find a route round.
We can
I
only
don't want to
wonder
pull a
what was on
U-turn
the
in
other
such a
two
narrow
faces of the
road.
building.
Hannah
Note the
sinks
depth
back in
and
her
width of
seat,
the stairs
and they
that
drive
approach
for a
the
while
grand
in the
entry
darkness.
doors. Human or
They pass a
human-sized
farm track,
elderlings
then
would have
another,
no need of such
and
steps,
beneath the fog
nor
of
of
tiredness
such immense
she begins
doors.
to feel
It's clear
uneasy.
to me that this structure,
Hugh,
identified in one
should
scroll
you
as the
turn
Citadel of
around?
Records, welcomes
This
both
road only
elderlings
seems
and
to be leading us
dragons
farther
inside
away.
its walls.
Look, there's a house coming up.
Where is it?
She points.
Where is
but Hugh
Kelsingra?
doesn't slow.
Malta's low,
and it
anxious
flashes
voice cut
past.
through Alice's lecture.
Don't worry.
Slowly
he
the
says,
Bingtown
his
woman
voice
turned
calm.
to look at the elderling.
I've got another route planned out.
I cannot tell you that
But
with any
when Hannah
precision.
glances across
As
at
far
the
as I
sat-nav
know,
on his
no
dashboard,
map of the areas that we now
it's
call
turned
the
off.
Rainwilds has ever been recovered.
her
But from the
fingers
written
close
descriptions we
around the
have,
phone
I
in
can
her
say with
pocket
certainty
before she
that it was
remembers,
substantially upriver
and a
of
kind of
both
sick
Cahorg and
shiver runs
Kasarek.
through her.
We do have descriptions
How
of the
long
lush meadowlands
until
that
we get to
surrounded
the
the
police
city
station?
and
She
provided good
says.
grazing for both
Oh,
domesticated
not
cattle
long,
and wild game.
Hugh says.
The dragons
20
feasted
minutes,
freely on both,
maybe.
and it was considered
Hannah
their right
flicks a look
to
at
do
the
so.
clock on the dashboard.
But such open
For a
rolling
moment her
meadows do
vision
not
is
fit
too
with the
blurred
jungle
to read it,
rainwilds
but she
that we
blinks,
know.
concentrates.
Nor does the description of the
screen
river.
says
According to the scrolls,
4:41.
the river that ran past
They have been
Kelsingra
driving for more
was
than half
deep,
an hour.
and during flood
We're
times
late,
it was
she
swift
says.
running and treacherous.
They sounded quite
The
relaxed
illustrations
about
in
the
the
time,
scrolls
Hugh
and here
says.
on this tapestry
But you could
clearly
call them
show
if you're
keeled
worried.
sailing vessels
them a
both
heads
approaching
up.
the city and
I
tying up at
can't,
its docks.
Hannah says.
There are
She tries
trade
to keep
vessels
her
of
voice
considerable
level.
size already moored
My
there.
phone's broken.
Again,
Remember?
these images do not fit with the Rainwild
of
River
course,
as we know it
Hugh
now.
says breezily.
So we can
Well,
speculate
never mind.
that either the river
It won't
has
be long
changed,
now.
a fact that is obviously
She
true,
falls silent,
given the buried
and they
ruins
sit
that
in
have
the
been unearthed
darkness.
here,
Hannah
or we can
listening
wonder
to
if
Hugh's
there
breathing
existed another
and hearing
different
her
river,
own pulse
a
in her ears.
tributary, or one that
The
is
countryside
perhaps
is
merged
becoming
now
more
with
and
our
more
Rainwild
deserted.
River that
The
originally
clock on the
fronted
dashboard
Kelsingra.
ticks down the minutes.
She ran out of breath and words
4:47.
at the same time. She turned
4:49.
away from the tapestry and back to her
4:50.
audience.
A
Malta's
sick
face was a
feeling
mixture of triumph
is starting
and
to
misery.
roil in Hannah's
The
stomach.
brushy-haired Rainwild woman at the table
What
was nodding her
is
head
going on?
vigorously.
Does Hugh not
Excellent,
want her to
she
go to the
exclaimed
police?
before anyone else could speak. We are
Hugh,
indebted
she
to
says
you,
again,
madam.
and this time
The
she
Black
can hear
Dragon
the
has
tension
spoken
in
of
her
this
own voice.
Kelsingra as the best
Hugh,
possible destination
turn
for the
around.
dragons. They have dropped hints to us that it was
Hugh
a major
says.
elderling city.
His voice
But up
is
to
smooth,
now, we lacked
urbane,
confirmation of its existence.
reassuring.
You
She
offer us not
imagines
only the
it's the
physical
voice he
evidence
uses
of
on
the
his
tapestry,
patients.
but your scholarly
We'll be there
opinion that such a
shortly.
place did and possibly
She looks
still
at his
does
profile
exist.
in the dim light of the dashboard.
We could not ask for better
She feels
news, any of us.
strange,
I
sluggish,
could, Malta asserted flatly.
slow-witted.
I could ask for a map
As if she has
that would
not
clearly show
properly
us where
woken
the
up.
city once existed
As if
in
this is all
relation to the
one
two
long
elderling cities that
nightmare.
we have already located.
Why?
She flicked her
Why
fingers as if in
is she
annoyance,
so tired?
and the light globe scattered like
Is
startled
it possible
cats.
She glances
moved
down
to
at
one
the
of the
water
tiers
bottle
of
in the door,
benches
remembering
and
its
slowly sank
strange
down onto
chemical
it.
taste.
She suddenly appeared
The same
not
taste
only
that was in
merely
her mouth
human,
after that
but very
horrible
tired.
sweet tea.
We have failed them so badly.
And a prickle of fear
We
runs
gave a
through
promise
her.
to Tintaglia, and we
Something is
began by
wrong.
doing the best we could for them.
Something is wrong.
Slowly we let our
The
standards
minutes
fall,
tick on.
and the last 2 years have just
4:52.
been a nightmare.
4:57.
So many of them have died.
5 o'clock.
Without our help, all of
And
them
with a
would
kind
have
of
died.
slow,
Without our help,
mounting
most of them would
sickness,
never have cocooned, let
Hannah
alone
realizes
hatched.
the truth.
Trader Polsk presented the
Hugh
fact
is
simply.
not driving her to the
Without
police.
cutting them up into planks
Hugh
to build
hasn't
ships,
called
more of them
the
might have
police.
survived to hatch during that
Instead,
quake,
he
Malta
drugged her,
retorted.
and he
If
is
there had
driving
not
her
been
to an
live ships,
unknown
would you have
destination
been there at all?
far from Edinburgh.
Alice dared to interject the
She
question.
just doesn't know why.
Malta appeared to be mired
Because
in
Hugh
despair,
cannot be
but Alice
April's
felt
killer.
a growing
He
excitement.
can't be.
The most
He was
wonderful
with
idea she
Hannah
had
from
ever
the
imagined
moment
was
April
slowly
left the bar
unfolding in her
until
mind.
the moment they
She
discovered
hardly
her
dared
body.
state it.
She is the
teetered
one
on dread
person
that
she
they
has
might
always known
refuse
she
her,
could trust.
and terror
Absolutely.
that they might accept
So
her offer.
what is he doing?
She tried to
And
keep her
why?
voice steady as she asked,
She thinks of
How
November's
soon
words
must
again,
the
of
dragons
her
be
urgent
moved?
voice. Please,
The
don't
sooner
do
the
anything
better,
about this
Trader
until
Polsk
you've
replied.
spoken to the police.
She ran both her hands through
But
her brush
Hugh
of grey hair,
was
standing it up
safe,
like a
she wants
dragon's
to
crest.
wail. Hugh was
Delay
the one
can only make
person
it
I
worse
could
for
rely
all
on.
of us, including
Hugh
the dragons.
was there.
If it were possible for them to leave
And then
tomorrow,
suddenly,
that
Hannah
is what
knows.
I would choose.
She sees
Yet
the
I have
whole
come all
picture
the way from Bingtown
clearly,
just for the
spread
purpose
out
of
in front of
studying
her
these
with an
dragons
awful,
and possibly
crystalline
conversing
clarity.
with them.
The
Alice
picture she
objected.
has struggled to see, to remember
You will
for
find
so
them
many
little
years.
inclined to conversation.
She sees
Malta
the
said
open door.
drearily. Even if you had
She
come
sees
months
April
ago, it would have
sprawled
been
across
so.
the rug, her
They have
skin still
ancestral
blotched
memories
with
of the
terracotta
dragons they
makeup.
should have been.
She hears
Much
her
as I
own
hate to admit
screams,
it, Trader
hears
Polsk
Hugh's
is
feet
right.
on the stairs,
They are
watches
and
as he
have been
runs to
miserable
April,
where they
presses his fingers
I
to her
have done my
pulse.
best to visit them
She
often,
sees him,
and I know the
crouched
hardships
over
that have
April,
been created
desperately
for those who tried to
administering
keep
heart
faithfully
compressions.
the terms of our bargain
Go,
with Tintaglia.
she hears him gasp. Hannah, for
I
God's
am
sake,
not
go and
blind
find
to
someone.
those things. I just wish it
She
could
has
have a
been
better ending.
so
I wish that I could
so
go with
stupid.
them and see them safely settled in
now
some better place.
She is locked in
But
a
I
car
cannot.
with a killer,
She sounded
her unborn
so defeated
child in
that
her belly,
Alice wondered if the
and a
elderly
broken
woman
phone.
were ill. But then
But
she
she
set
is
her hands
not
to her belly
going to
in
die.
the unmistakable gesture of a woman
turning
who
her
is
head
with child,
as if to look out the
and
window.
sets
Hannah
that
glances
child's
casually
well-being above
at
all
the
in
passenger
her
side
life.
lock. It's
It was
down.
like the last
She
piece
could
of a
try the handle
puzzle
anyway,
falling
but
into
somehow she
place.
doubts Hugh will have
The
overlooked that,
circumstances
and if
were
she tries
exactly
it
right
and it
for
doesn't
her.
work, Hugh
If
will
it
know.
was not fate,
Her
it
best
was
bet,
close
she thinks,
enough.
is to play along.
You
Lull
cannot
Hugh
go, but
into a
I
false
can.
sense of security
She
until
spoke the words clearly,
But she can't
offering
think about
herself
that.
and seizing a chance
there
for
has to
herself
be
in
an
the same
opening,
breath.
an opportunity,
I am willing to
something she
travel
can
with
take
them,
advantage of.
using my knowledge of
She
their
is
kind
not
to aid them
going
in
to
any
die
way I
here.
can.
And she is
I
not
am
going to let
eager
her
to travel
child
with them,
die with
to
her.
learn of them
Think,
all I
Hannah.
can, to observe
Think.
their kind, and, if I
What
dare
does she
to
have
admit
on
it,
her that she
in
could
the
defend
wild
herself
hope
with,
that I could
if it
be
came
with
to
them,
it? Not
if
even
and when
her key, she
Kelsingra is
realizes,
rediscovered.
with a kind of nausea
Let
at
me
her
be
own
the one to go.
stupidity. Nothing.
Silence greeted her words,
She has no bag,
but it
no
was of a
purse.
mixed sort.
She's not even wearing proper
Malta
shoes
looked
to
at
run
her
for
as
it,
if she were
even
a
if
vision
she,
of
6 months
salvation.
pregnant, could
Trader
outrun
Polsk
Hugh's
looked
long, lean
intrigued.
cricketer's legs.
Two of the committee members
She
were
has nothing
regarding
but
her
a
with
broken
sick
mobile
horror.
phone.
She made an
The
intuitive
thought
leap.
snags,
Those two had
catching
had
at
some
some
inkling
memory at
that
the back of her
Kelsingra
mind.
was real.
It's a memory of
and that
Hugh
valuable
asking,
elderling relics might
casually,
be discovered
and
there.
what about your phone?
She just
Is there any
spoiled
way
some
he
sort
could be
of
tracking
secret
you?
scheme without even
She
intending
thought
to
he
do
was
so.
protecting her from Will.
The thought of that
But now
fired
she
her
realizes
courage. She spoke
he was
aloud
protecting
to Malta.
himself.
If
Even
Kelsingra
then,
is
he was
rediscovered
thinking
and is
ahead
intact
to
at all,
this moment
it could
in
be
the
greatest
darkness
resource
as he
yet
drives
for
her to an
understanding how
unknown
elderlings and
destination,
dragons
making
interacted.
sure that her phone could
The
not be
mysteries
tracked.
that have been discovered
He
at
has
the
turned off his
Hawk
own
Kasaric
and the
may be
sat-nav.
solved at Kelsingra.
She had shown him
Surely
her broken
that
phone,
is a
and
matter
Hugh,
for Rainwild traders to discuss,
had
one of
nodded
the men at the table
and accepted
essayed.
it.
Surely it
But
is
it
a matter
wasn't
for
quite
elderlings and
true.
dragons, Malta
Her
countered.
phone's screen is
The
broken,
first
but the
step is
phone
to
itself
find
is
the
not.
place and get the
It
dragons
functioned
to
fine when she
safety.
tried to pay the taxi driver,
Lefkin
and
was grinning
Hugh
from ear to ear.
doesn't know
He
this,
strode across the
which is a
darkened room to
tiny,
step
tiny
into the light
advantage
and
in her
stand
favour.
beside her.
It's the
If the
one
lady's
piece of
willing to go on
information
the
she
trip to
has
continue her
that
study
Hugh
of
does
the
not.
dragons, then I'm willing to take
How
her.
can she use it
As the
without a
grey-haired
working
committee
screen?
leader
And
leaned
more to the
forward as
point,
if to object,
how can she
he
do so
added
without
calmly,
alerting Hugh?
In fact, I'm willing to
Her
make
hand
it one
goes
of the
into the pocket
conditions
of the
for my
borrowed
accepting
jacket,
the charter.
tracing the hard, familiar shape of
They
it,
turned to Malta
running her
and
fingers
made a
over the
small
buttons,
bow.
feeling the shattered
Perhaps
glass.
we should defer to Malta Cuctus.
Some phones
She
have a way of
suggested
calling
that
the police from the
dragons should
lock
have a
screen. She knows that.
representative.
She saw a video
Seems
on
to
Twitter
me that
once.
having a
A
dragon
woman
expert
showing you how to
aboard
activate
might
it
be one of
on
the
an
wiser
iPhone.
things that
You
we
had
could
to
do.
press the side button
Malta smiled
and one of the
wearily.
volume buttons. Or
Then
was it
she
the
looked
power
to the
button?
committee table.
Whichever one it
I
was,
will
the
speak
phone
for
auto-dialed
Tintaglia
the
in
emergency
this.
services
She
without the
swung
user
her
having
gaze
to do
to
anything
Ollie's,
else.
and that look was compelling.
But in the video, the
Ollie's
phone
was
let out a
nodding even
loud
before Malta
siren
said,
as it called the
If
police.
Ollie's Finbach
Hannah
is
could
willing
turn
to
down the
go,
volume, but she
I
has
am
no way
willing
of
to
knowing
accept
whether
her
the
as an
siren
impartial
overrides
judge
the volume
to
setting.
act in the best interest
If it's
of the
some
dragons.
kind of deliberate safety
Day
feature,
the 4th
a
of the
warning
Grey
to the
Moon,
user that they've dialed
near the
999, then it
6th
would make
of the
sense to have it
Independent
sound
Alliance of
no matter
Traders.
what.
From
Should she risk
Josie
it?
to Eric.
She
That
glances
sneaking
over at
little
Hugh.
bastard.
He's
He's
staring
too
at the
low
road
for his
ahead,
own pigeons
not
to
showing
shit
any
on.
uneasiness.
As if the weight of our ink on the tiny corner
If she
end of a
calls the
scroll was
police
an added
and
weight
her
for the
phone
pigeons
lets
to
out
carry.
a siren call,
He is
Hugh
so
will know she has a
self-righteous
working
and
phone,
always seeking
and
a
he
way
will
to
find
discredit
some way
me
to
because
dispose
he
of it.
knows
She's sure
that
of that
if I
now.
am discharged, then
No,
his
she
brother will
can't use
probably
that
be hired
feature.
on in
Oh,
my place.
God, if only
I
Hugh
pray
had been
you,
right.
Be cautious of
If
which
only Will
birds
were
you use.
tracking
If you
her.
have added a note for me,
She shuts her eyes,
recall that all the
imagining
birds that
Will
home to my
roaring
coop
up behind
are
the car
banded
on
with
his
red
motorbike,
bands.
forcing Hugh to
Kim
stop.
does not even paint
And a
his
lump
bands,
forms in
but
her
uses
throat,
plain leather.
almost choking
The
her.
lazy piece of dung.
But she cannot cry.
Dittozy.
If she does, she will never stop, and Will isn't coming.
Chapter 11.
She's going to have to rescue
Encounters.
herself from this.
The muddy banks of the
Will-
river were drying out.
Will
Cracks and
is
fissures
the one
had
person
opened
she
up in
could
the
call.
flat brown plain.
A sudden
As
shiver runs
Centaura
through her.
waded out of the grey
Are you
silt-laden
cold?
water,
Hugh
the wet
asks
bank gave
conversationally.
unevenly under her
She
feet.
shakes her head.
She
No,
lurched
it was
as
nothing.
she walked.
Just a
Dragons,
goose on my
she
grave.
reflected, were not intended to
wasn't
be
nothing.
creatures of the ground.
It was hope.
Her blue-scaled hide
She's
was
going
still
to have to be
dripping from her
very,
attempt at a
very
bath.
careful now.
She left a wet
This is
trail
going to
behind
take
her.
timing
She
and
opened her
dexterity,
stunted
and she
wings,
is going to have to be
flapped and
very
shook them in a shower
inventive
of water
about what
droplets,
she says
and
to
then
Hugh
refolded them
and how
against her
she
side.
phrases it.
She wished in vain
The phone
for a
is
wide
hard
bank of
and
hot
reassuring
sand, where
in
she
her
could bask
hand.
until she was dry.
She lets her
and then
finger
polish
rest
her
on the
claws
side
and
button.
scales until she shone.
Hugh,
In
she
this
says.
lifetime, she'd never had the luxury
Hugh
of a good
doesn't
dust
look away
bath,
from the road.
let alone a nice
They are a
rasp on
long
a
way out of
sandbank.
Edinburgh now.
Dust
She can
and
hear the sound
sand,
of the
she was
sea, she
sure,
thinks,
would have
and
cleansed
rain
her
is
of a
beginning
lot
to
of the
spatter
tiny
against
sucking
the
insects
windscreen.
that infested her and the other
When we get home,
dragons.
after I've
Although
spoken
she
to
still
the police,
groomed herself daily,
do you think I should?
few of the others did.
Her shaking finger
As long as
presses
they
the
were
side
infested,
button on the
and she
phone,
had to
the
live in
button that
close quarters
activates
with
voice
them,
commands,
there seemed little
and then
point
she
to
raises
grooming.
her voice as loud
Yet
as
she
she
refused
dares.
to give up that ritual.
Call Will?
She was a dragon, not a mindless mud
She is the
salamander.
faintest, almost
The forest that backed
imperceptible
onto the
chime
beach put most
of
of
a
the riverbank in
ringtone starting
perpetual
up
shade.
through the phone's
During the
internal
years
speaker,
they had been
and she
trapped
gives a
there,
loud
the
yawn to
dragons
cover
had
it, her
enlarged the
fingers
clearing.
diving for the volume button,
Some of
pressing
the
down,
surrounding
down,
trees
down
had
as
been
hard
killed
as she can.
accidentally by dragons sharpening
The ring
claws
dies away,
or rubbing scaled
her heart
shoulders against
thumping in
them
time with
in
its
search of
fading
relief
rhythm.
from the pests
With
that
the speaker
infested
muted, she
them.
has no way of knowing whether
Several
Will has
trees had
answered.
been killed
Please,
deliberately,
please.
as the
She finds
dragons
herself
sought to
thinking.
enlarge the area in which
Hugh
they
is
were
speaking,
forced
but
to
she can't
live.
concentrate on his
But
words.
killing a tree
All she can
and
think
pushing
of is
it
whether
down
Will
and
has
out of
picked
the
up,
way
or
were
if he's
two different
grunted
tasks.
furiously and sent her
Killing
call to
it
voicemail.
meant its
Oh,
foliage
God.
dropped, and an
Oh,
additional
Will,
but
please,
small
I'm
amount
sorry.
of light reached them.
I'm so sorry.
But despite
If you ever
sporadic
loved me.
efforts, not even several
Maybe he's
dragons
not even
together
there.
could push down one of the towering trees.
Maybe the ringer is switched off.
Sunlight reached
Maybe
the
he's
riverbank at the height
drowning
of the day,
his sorrows in a
and lingered
pub
there
and can't
strongly
hear her
only for a
call,
few
and it's
hours.
already gone to voicemail.
Centaurus surveyed
Please,
the
please,
14
please.
dragons spread out before
I'm sorry,
her.
Will. I'm sorry I
Most of them
doubted you.
slept, or at least
What
drowsed,
you're going
soaking
to
up
say
light
to
and
him?
warmth while they
Hugh
could.
is asking.
There
He's
was
frowning.
little else for them to do this
I guess you're
afternoon.
right, Hannah
The
says.
larger dragons
Her
had
heart is
claimed the prime
thudding
spots
so
for
hard her
sunbathing.
belly is
The lesser
shaking with
dragons
it.
took whatever space they could
It feels
find.
like a miracle
Most
that
of them
Hugh
napped
can't
in
hear
areas
it.
that were shadow
Can't
dappled.
see how scared she
The
is,
smallest
but
and
his
least
eyes are
able
on the road.
slept in full shade.
I just
Even the best
wish...
spots were barely
Oh,
adequate
God.
for comfort.
I just wish we
The
hadn't
river mud
left it that
dried to a
way.
fine sneeze-inducing
must
dust
be frantic,
that was annoying to eyes
Wondering
and
where I
nostrils.
am,
But at
whether
least
I'm
it was
safe.
warm and there
Oh,
was
God.
light.
Please don't hang
Centaurus'
up, Will.
skin and bones
Please hear what I'm
constantly
trying to
longed
tell
for
you.
light
Please stay
and
on the
heat,
line.
almost as
She
much as
shifts
her
in her
belly
seat,
hungered
feeling
for
the baby
meat.
pressing against her
The
pelvis.
sunlight sparkled on a few of the better
I
groomed
know,
dragons.
Hugh says,
Halo, the largest
and
of
his
their clan,
voice cracks
gleamed
with what
blue-black
sounds
as he
almost
sprawled in
like
the strongest
realistic
patch of
emotion.
sunlight. His head rested
know,
on his
Hannah.
forelegs.
God,
His eyes
I
were
mean,
closed, and
I know
his
it's
slow
not the
breath stirred a
same, but
small plume of dust
he's my best
each
friend,
time he exhaled.
you know?
At
Was.
rest and folded to his back,
There is
his
a
wings
long
looked almost normal.
silence.
He seldom spread
Please
them, but when he
don't
did, the
hang up.
flimsy musculature betrayed
How long
him.
do you
Beside
think?
him,
Hannah says at
Lancelos
last.
shone scarlet in sharp
Until we
contrast
get to the police.
dusty shore.
We seem
His
to have been
silver eyes
driving
were
for
lidded in
ages.
sleep.
I feel
He
like we
was
must be
badly
halfway to
proportioned,
Berwick.
as if someone
Are
had
you
sculpted
listening?
parts of
Will?
3 different dragons
Oh.
and then assembled them.
Nowhere near there,
His front
Hugh
shoulders and
says
legs
with
were
a laugh,
powerful,
but he
he
sounds a
dwindled at
little
his hindquarters,
uneasy.
and his
He
tail
taps
was
his fingers on the
ridiculous.
steering wheel.
His wings
The
drooped
wipers
and
swish
refused
back
to
and
stay
forth
properly
with
closed.
hypnotic rhythm.
Pathetic.
Why don't you have a
Centaura
nap?
narrowed her eyes
I
to
can
see
wake you
that
when we
Asia
get to the
Sestican
station.
had sprawled out,
Hannah
wings
nods.
open, and was
But
occupying
if she
her
hadn't been
space as
sure
well as his
before,
own.
those
His
words
long,
would have made
scrawny
her so.
legs twitched in his sleep.
Because no one could possibly
Between her and
think she
him,
was tired.
several of the smaller and less
She'd done
able
nothing
dragons
but
were
sleep
sleeping.
since she drank
Their
that
dull
tea.
hides were daubed with mud,
Another
and
surge
they
of
slept
fear
packed
runs through her.
together like the toes
She
on a
rests her
foot.
arm against the window
She paid
and
no
stares out
attention
into
to
the
them
night,
as she
looking
thrust her way
desperately
over
for
and
something,
through the sleeping
anything to
creatures.
give Will a clue
One
about her
squeaked,
whereabouts.
and 2 gave snorting growls
And then it
as
comes,
she trod on them.
a pub,
One
looming
rolled
out
under
of the
her,
darkness.
throwing her off balance.
She blinks,
She lashed her
strains
tail to
her
stay
eyes.
upright,
She
and flapped
cannot
her still
afford to miss
drying
the
wings,
sign, but the
sprinkling
writing
all
is
of them with
small.
a shower of
The rain
cold
is so hard and the
droplets.
sign isn't
A mutter
illuminated.
of snarls greeted that,
And then it flashes
but none
past,
of them could be bothered
and she
to
has
really
caught it.
challenge her. As she reached
The
her place,
Silver
she deliberately trod on
Star,
Sestacan's
she
spread
says
blue
shakily,
wing,
trying
pinning
to make it
to the
sound as if
earth.
she is just thinking
He
aloud.
gave a surprised roar
What a
and tried
pretty
to
name
roll
for a
freely.
pub.
She pressed
She
down
yawns,
harder on the
hoping it
trapped
sounds
wing,
convincing.
deliberately bending the
The
delicate
groggy
bones.
stupor from earlier is
"You're
wearing
in
off.
my
The
place,"
adrenaline of
she
fear
growled.
pumping through her body,
"Get
pulling
off
her
me,"
forcibly out of
he
that
snarled in
pit of
return.
exhaustion.
She lifted
But she
her
has
foot
to pretend
just
to
enough
Hugh
for him
that she
to
is more
drag his
tired than
bruised
she
wing
is.
free of
He
her
cannot
weight.
know.
As he snapped
Did you
it
hear
back
that,
tight to
Will?
his body, she
Are you
sank
even there?
down to the bared dust.
A sob
She was
rises
still
inside her because, after
displeased.
all, maybe
It was
this whole
warm
thing
from his
is
body
hopeless.
heat, but not hot from baking
There's every
sunlight,
chance Will's
as
phone
she
went
had
to voicemail.
fantasized.
Her call timed out and
Nonetheless,
she's talking
she
to
settled
no
into
one at all.
place, pushing ungraciously
And then she
against
realizes
Verus
something.
to make more room for
The
herself.
phone in her hand
The dark green female
is growing
stirred,
warm,
bared
and
her puny
not just
teeth,
from her
and
touch.
then went on sleeping.
It is hot.
"Don't
The
ever
kind of heat
sleep
that
in my
builds up
place
when she's on a
again,"
long call.
Centaura warned the big cobalt
Will
dragon.
is there.
She arranged
He
her
is
body,
listening.
resentfully tucking her tail
And
around
maybe
her, instead of letting it
he is
sprawl out
coming.
as she wished to. But she had no sooner settled her head on her
After.
front paws than Sestacan
It
abruptly
is the
lurched to his
third
feet.
pothole
She
that does
snarled
it,
as his shadow
jolting
fell over
Hannah
her.
so hard that
At
her
the edges
head
of the
cracks
sleeping swarm
painfully
of
against the
dragons,
car window.
one of the smaller
and
ones lifted
with a
her
sinking
head
feeling,
and asked stupidly,
she realizes
"Food?"
this is it. It is
It was
time
not
to stop
for them
pretending.
to be fed.
She can no longer feign sleep or ignorance because no one, not even Hugh, could believe that Hannah would trust this trap.
For a view of what was arriving on the beach.
Where are we, Hugh?
Is it food?
She is,
Fenty
oddly,
demanded
a little
angrily.
proud that her voice comes out
Depends on
steadily,
how hungry
without
you are,
shaking, in spite
Varys
of how
replied.
afraid she is.
Small boats full of people.
What do you mean?
They're pulling their
Hugh
boats up
says.
onto the bank now.
And then he looks across at her
I
and
smell
sees something
meat,
in her face,
Kalo announced,
palely lit
and
by the
before he had
dashboard
even voiced
display
it, the
and the
swarm
headlights
was moving.
reflecting off the rain.
Centaura shouldered
And
Fenty
he
aside.
sighs.
The nasty green female snapped at her.
Dear. I suppose
Centaura
it was
gave
too
her a
much
lash
to
of her
hope.
tail in passing.
He
but
trails
didn't
off,
bother with any further
and Hannah
retaliation.
finishes the sentence
Being
for
the
him.
first to the food was
Too
much more
much to hope
important
that
than any
even someone as
vengeance right
stupid
now.
as me would believe this was the
Centaura
route to
gathered
the
her
police
strength
station.
and made a springing leap over Varys.
Hannah.
Her withered
Hugh
wings
chides her
opened
gently.
reflexively but uselessly.
That's unfair.
Centaura
I
snapped
never
them back
thought you
close to her side
stupid.
and continued her lumbering
Oh,
gallop
really?
down to the riverbank.
Her voice is bitter.
A cluster of young humans on the shore
Not even when I went
huddled
to
together
court
in
and
fear.
gave evidence
One
against
yelled
an
and ran back
innocent
toward
man.
the beached boats.
The
As
evidence
the
was
dragons
pretty
advanced,
compelling,
the
to
others
be
joined
fair.
him. Other people
Not even
were
when I came to
emerging
you,
from the narrow beaten
sobbing,
trail that led back
believing
into the
that
forest
my own
and to the ladders
husband
that went
was
up
a
to their tree
murderer.
nests.
Well,
Centaura
you
caught
had
the familiar
cause.
scent of
I
one
had
of their
cause
hunters.
because
The man
you
raised
gave
his
it
voice
to me.
and shouted
Hugh.
at the boat humans. It's
Why?
all right. They smell the
Why,
food.
Will,
That's all.
of all people?
Stand your ground
How
and
could
meet
you?
them. It's why
He's
you're
your
here.
best
We've got
friend.
meat for all of them. Let us
Because
feed
he was the
them
only
first,
person I
and
thought
then
you
you
might
should
care
move among
about
them
enough
and
to
let them
protect.
greet you.
Hugh snapped
Stand your
suddenly.
ground.
You were clearly happy to
Centaura
throw
could
anyone
smell
else to the
fear on them.
wolves.
She noted
The
in
car
passing
jolts
that
through
the
another
humans from the
pothole,
boats were mostly
making Hannah's
youngsters.
teeth crack
Their
together
voices
so
were
hard
raised to one
that
another,
her skull
piping
hurts.
questions and squeaking
The
warnings.
baby inside her kicks
Then the other
violently,
hunters emerged
as if
from
in
the path,
protest at the
pushing their
jolt,
barrows.
and she shifts
Each
uneasily in
wooden
her
barrow
seat,
was heaped
trying
high
to take
with
the
meat
pressure
and
off her
fish,
bump.
a generous pile
The rain
surpassing
has
what they
slowed to a
usually
drizzle,
held.
but she can see nothing at
Centaura
all
chose
outside
the
the
third
car,
barrow
no
as
lights,
hers,
no houses.
and pushed Ranculos
No
aside
Will.
to claim it. He
They
roared,
are
but
very far
swiftly
down
chose
the
the
long
fourth
farm
barrow
track.
instead.
Even if he's heard
As they
all her
always
messages,
did, the barrow
even if he's
pushers quickly
followed the
left
trail
the
of
area
clues
to
she's
stand
tried
well
to
back
leave
in
him,
the trees.
the chances
They
of him
reclaimed their
picking
barrows
this
and trampled
tiny
them
obscure
away
road
when every dragon
out of all
had
the
finished
others is so
eating.
impossibly remote.
Centaura sank her
Where
muzzle into the heaped
are we?
carrion.
She says
The
again,
meat was still,
her teeth
the
gritted.
blood dried, and the muscles
Where are we?
stiffened.
Hugh?
The deer in
You
it
owe
had
me
probably
that.
been killed yesterday.
You owe me the
or
truth
even the
about
day
one
before.
thing at least.
The smell of
Hugh
the offal
laughs.
was rank, but she didn't
Don't you
care.
recognise
She seized
it?
and gulped, seized
Some
and
wife you
gulped,
are.
eating as swiftly as she
What?
could.
She frowns,
Even though there was a
puzzled.
barrow for each dragon,
And then
it
she
wasn't uncommon
realises
to have to fight for the last
it's
pieces
the
of her
beach.
carrion if some other
It's the
dragon had
beach
already
where Will
finished
took
his
her
share.
that first week he
She
came to
overturned her
Edinburgh.
barrow in her haste,
The beach where
spilling
they
the
swam
final
and
pieces of meat.
lay together on the
The
sand,
last piece of river
and where
carp
Hannah
was
finally
covered in
admitted to
dust.
herself that she
It
was
stuck
going
in
to
her
love
throat,
this man
and she
for
had
the
to
rest
shake
of
her
her
head
life.
to get it down.
The phone in her
Still
pocket
stuck.
is so hot now
Ignoring the
that
others,
she can no
went
longer
to the
grip
drinking
it.
hole.
She can
The
feel
water
it
that seeped
burning
in
her
from the
thigh through
sides
the
and
thin
filled
layers
it
of material.
was less acidic
It's
than that in the
almost
river
painful,
itself.
but she doesn't
She
move
sank
it
her
away
muzzle
because the
into it
heat
and
is
drew
the
up
one
a
thing she
long
has to hold
draught.
on to.
She lifted her head skyward,
The one
pointed her
scrap of
nose
hope
up
that
and
tells
swallowed.
her Will
The fish
is
was
there.
still caught in her throat.
He is listening, and
Another
perhaps
long
if she can
drink,
keep
and
you
it
talking for
finally
long
slid
enough,
down.
he is
She
coming.
belched in relief.
If only she
She
can
was
manage to
startled
tell
when
him.
someone asked her, "Are you all
It's
right now?
Our
You looked
beach,
as if you were
she
choking."
manages now.
Centaura
The one where we-
slowly turned
near
her gaze
Tantallon Castle.
downward.
But how?
Standing at her
She
shoulder
tries,
was a thin
and then
rain
swallows,
wild girl.
and tries again.
The faint trace of scales
How did
on
you
her
know?
cheekbones glinted
Because
silvery
he
in the
asked
sunlight.
me where
Centaura
to take
said
you.
nothing to the
Hugh
human,
says,
but rotated
looks-
her head to look
he
over
looks
the mud
weary,
plain by the
Hannah
river.
thinks. And
Some of the
perhaps
humans
he
still
is.
clustered near their small
He has been
boats,
carrying
but
his
several
secrets
of them
for
had
more than
ventured
10
away from
years.
the group to
It
mingle
must,
with the
in
dragons.
a strange way, be a relief
She
to
gave
set
her
that burden
attention
down
back
at
to the girl
last.
who had spoken to her. The
I'd
human barely came
just
to her
finished
shoulder.
a summer work experience experience
She smelled
placement
of
here.
wood smoke and
Do you
fear.
remember? He said he
Sintara
wanted to take
opened
you
her
out
mouth
somewhere,
and
but
breathed
it
in
needed to
deeply,
be cheap.
taking in the girl's
A cheap,
full scent.
romantic place
Then she
that you
breathed
could
out
get to by
and saw
train.
the girl flinch as her
And
breath streamed
why?
past her.
Hannah swallows again.
Why do you ask?
She puts her hand on her
she
bump,
demanded.
where the baby is quivering
The girl
nervously,
didn't
as though
answer
it
the
can
question.
feel her unease.
Instead, she pointed toward the
Why
forest
here?
and said,
Why
"The day
now?"
you hatched, I was
Hugh's
there,
face
up
twists
in that
with
tree,
some very strong
watching.
emotion.
I
Hannah can't
didn't
tell what it
hatch
is.
here.
Disgust?
I emerged from my
Remorse?
case. Are you
Pity?
too ignorant of dragon
Maybe
ways
all
to know
three.
the difference?" The skin of the girl's
Because
face changed temperature and
it
colour
felt
as her
right,
blood beat more
he
strongly
says at
there.
last.
I'm not ignorant.
The car
I
has
know
stopped.
that dragons begin
Its
their
lights
lives
are
as
shining
serpents
out over the
hatched
headland.
on a beach far
Far
from
below,
here.
Hannah can hear the
To
crash
say
of
that you
waves
hatched here
beating
was
against
just a
the
manner
rocks.
of speaking.
It is high
A
tide.
careless use of
Right
words.
for what? She wants to
Sintara
ask, but
corrected
in
her.
her heart,
I'm sorry.
she knows,
The girl
and
apologized.
it is right.
I'm
Because
sorry,
Hugh knows her
Thymara
almost
said
as well as
hastily.
Will does.
This dragon seemed very
Almost
testy.
as well as she knows
Perhaps she
herself.
had made an error in choosing her.
It is where
She
she would
glanced
come
over at Tats. He
if
was
she were
trying to
going to
approach a
kill
small green
herself.
female. She didn't
The
seem to be
thought,
paying any
the
attention
realization
to him,
should make her
other
panic,
than to
but
hiss
instead,
threateningly when he
it is
stepped too
as
close
if the
to her
opposite
barrow of meat.
happens.
Rapskull
Her
already
pulse
had his arm
seems to
around a runty
slow
little
down.
red dragon.
Her
He
head
began
feels
scratching
clearer
her
than
head
at
near
any
her
time
neck
since she
fringe,
drank that
and the dragon
fucking
leaned
tea.
into him, thrumming
Clearer
with
than
pleasure.
it has for weeks,
An
in
instant
fact.
later, Thymara
Everything
realized
seems
he
to
was
shiver
dislodging an
into
entire
focus,
colony of
like a
parasites
hand
from her.
turning the dial on a
Leggy
microscope,
little insects were falling in
infinitely
a shower
slowly,
from the dragon
until
as he
suddenly the
diligently
picture is
scratched at her
crisp
scales.
and unforgiving.
Most of the other dragon keepers
Hugh
still huddled by the boats,
is going
watching
to
them.
kill her.
Greft had announced
He is
his
going to
claim
make
as
it
soon as the
look
boat
like
touched shore.
suicide.
The big black one
And it
is
makes
mine.
a certain horrible
Everyone
sense.
stay back and give me a chance
Hannah,
to talk to him
running out
before
of
you
the
approach
house,
the others.
distraught after accusing
Perhaps
her
some
husband
of
of
the others
killing
were
her
swayed
best
by
friend.
Greft's assumption of leadership.
She jumps into a taxi.
Thymara
She
wasn't.
takes off to where
She'd already
no one
seen the
knows. She
dragon
didn't
she
tell
wanted
Will.
to care for.
She didn't tell her mother.
The female was
She
a
could be
gleaming
anywhere.
blue with glittering
The
silver
phone
markings on her
burns in
dwarfed
her
wings.
pocket, hotter than hot.
Consecutive scaled
But she
frills
knows she
draped
doesn't
her
have
neck
much time
like
now.
ruffles on a rich
She has to
woman's
stall
dress.
Hugh for as long as she
was one of
can.
the better-formed
But
dragons,
if Will can't
despite
find her,
her
if Will can't
diminutive
make it in
wings.
time,
A survivor,
Take off
Thymara
your
had
shoes.
judged her,
Hugh
and she
says
had been
gently.
so bold as to approach
And
the
she
dragon
knows why.
immediately.
she can't
Now
wear
she
anything
wondered
that
if
would
she'd
tie
made
her
a
to
poor
him.
choice. The blue
She
dragon
nods
didn't
and
seem
bends
especially
down past her
friendly,
bump,
and she was
wriggling her
large.
feet out of the borrowed
If the way she'd
shoes.
devoured the barrow of meat was any
There
indication,
is no point in
keeping up
resisting.
with her appetite was going
She
to
is
be a
better off
challenge.
trying to delay
No,
for as long
an
as possible.
impossibility, she realized
Isn't
with
it
dawning
going
dismay.
to look strange?
What
she
she
says,
had seen as
as she
feasible back at
inches one
Trahog
foot out
was
of
now
the
revealed
plastic.
to her as a hopeless
A corpse
task.
with no shoes.
If she was going
Will
to
they
be
really
any
believe I
dragon's
came
sole
all this way
feeder,
on the train
that
with
dragon
no shoes
was going
on?
to be hungry a good
Hugh
part
shakes
of the time.
his head.
This
I'm
dragon's
hoping
temperament didn't seem
there
very
won't be a
kindly, even with
corpse.
a belly full of meat.
He nods to the
What
cliff,
would she be like when she
and
was
Hannah
hungry
hears
and
again
tired
the
after a day's
pounding,
journey?
sucking
Thymara
roar of the
reluctantly
waves.
scanned the other dragons,
The currents
seeking a better
around
prospect
here.
for herself.
He trails off.
This one obviously
Hannah
didn't like
knows
her
what
at
he
all.
means. Every
But
year
the other
people go
dragon
missing.
keepers had found their
Swimmers,
courage and
fishermen,
were already fanning out through the
probable
herd
suicides.
of dragons.
Only a
Hayes and
few
Boxter
bodies
were
are ever
approaching
found.
2 orange dragons.
But if there
She
is,
wondered briefly
he says,
if the 2 cousins had
who's
made
going to
similar
think anything
choices.
of a missing shoe?
Sylve, hands clasped
Hannah
shyly
nods.
behind her and head bowed,
She knows
was talking
she
quietly
should
to a
be
gold
scared.
male. As
But this is
Thymara
Hugh.
watched, he lifted his head,
Kind,
revealing a blue-white
gentle
throat,
Hugh with his
stirred
surgeon's
so close
hands
to a green
and his
female
flopping
with gold
fringe.
stippling. As the
It
other
feels
keepers
like
spread
they
out
are
through the
discussing
herd,
a play
Thymara
or
did a
a
quick
book.
count. There weren't enough
She has a sense of
keepers.
total
There would be
unreality.
2 extra dragons.
The only thing that anchors
could be
her
trouble.
is the phone in her
Why
pocket,
are you here?
burning,
What is this
burning
invasion
against
about?
her leg.
There was irritation in the dragon's
Aren't
tone,
you
as if Thymara
going to
had
ask me
insulted her.
how?
The girl
says
was
now.
startled.
And Hannah
What?
looks up at him,
They didn't tell
frowning.
you we'd be coming.
What do you mean?
Didn't who
April.
tell us?
Yes.
The committee. There was a
want to
Rainwild
know how I
committee to
did
look
it?
into solving the dragon
How I was
problem.
in 2 places
They
at
decided
once?
it would be best for all if the
And
dragons were moved
suddenly,
upriver to a better place.
Hannah almost
somewhere
wants to
with
laugh
open meadows,
because
dry
this
ground,
is
and plentiful
so
game for you.
Hugh.
No.
It's the Hugh who proudly
denial
took her
by
out
the
for
dragon.
a drive in his brand new
But
BMW 2
that
years
was
out of
not
med
what
school.
they decided.
Isn't she a beauty?
No humans decided
It's the
anything
Hugh
about
who
us.
drops his
We told
Damien
the humans
Hirst
who
into
tend us that we are
conversation.
leaving this place
The Hugh
and that
who
we
wears his
required their
old school
services.
tie, in spite of the
We
fact
told
that
them
only
to
a
supply
tiny
us
number
with
of people
hunters
care
and tenders
or even
for our
know what that
journey.
means.
We told
The
them that
Hugh
we
who
intend
signs
to
his
return to
personal
Kelsinga.
emails,
Have you heard of it, little
MDFRCS,
creature?
Eberpress.
It was an elderling city,
And all the other
a place
myriad
of sunlight
letters
and
he is
open
entitled
fields and
to
sandy shores.
just because he
the
can.
elderlings who lived there were creatures
He
of
wants to
culture
show
and
off.
learning who appreciated
Hannah
dragons.
grits her teeth.
The
It's
buildings
against
there
every
were created
instinct
to
she's
accommodate
got
us.
to indulge him.
Plains
He
teemed
killed
with cattle and
April.
wild game.
He shouldn't get
That
to
is
crow
where
about
we
that,
intend to
even if
go.
he spent 10 years waiting to be
I
able
have
to
never
do
heard
it.
of such a place.
But
She spoke hesitantly,
her best chance
not
of buying
wishing to
time
offend.
is making Hugh talk.
What you have
So
heard or not
she takes
heard
a
is of
deep
little
breath.
interest to me.
I know.
The dragon turned
how.
away from her.
I
That
just
is
don't
where
know
we
why.
shall be going.
You
This
know
wasn't going to
how?
work. Thymara
Hugh
cast about
sounds slightly
hopelessly.
annoyed.
Two dragons
His expression
remained
is
unclaimed.
sceptical.
They were
Hannah
mud-streaked and
nods.
dull-eyed creatures,
Yes,
nosing stupidly
I know.
at the empty barrows.
I know I spent
The
months,
silver one had a festering
years
infection
barking
on
up
his
the
tail.
wrong tree,
The other one might
but
have
I'm
had a coppery
pretty
hide,
sure I know
but was
now.
so filthy he looked dun-coloured.
She thinks back to that moment
He
in the
was
car.
thin, in a
The
bony
dial of
way.
the microscope
She
inching
suspected
round.
he suffered
The picture
from
suddenly
worms.
clicking into
In her
focus.
cold evaluation,
She's not pretty
neither
sure.
could survive the trek up
She's
the river.
certain.
But perhaps that didn't
She
matter.
sees the room again.
It was apparent
April
to her
sprawled
that
across
her
the
girlish
rug,
fancy
her
of
cheeks
befriending the
flushed, her
dragon that she
arms
had
flung out,
thwarted was
like
little
something
more
in
than
an
that.
oil painting,
What
she
a
had
silly
thought,
dream
even at the
that had
time.
been. Our friendship
A
with
set
a powerful and
in a
noble
stage
creature.
play.
She was
The
already
beautiful
revising
girl,
her
the
estimate of what
tragic
the
scene,
expedition would be,
Romeo and
her
Juliet,
heart was sinking
Othello
with the
and
burden of that
Desdemona.
reality. She'd be
You do,
feeding and caring
Hugh
for
says.
creatures that found her
He
irritating
folds his arms,
and were large enough to kill
smiles.
her with a casual blow.
Go on then.
At least her mother had been slightly
I was
shorter
half right.
than she was.
In a way,
The thought
she
that
says.
she might prefer her mother's
The fact that
company
no
to
one
that of
came
an
out of the
irritable
staircase
dragon
between John
twisted her
Neville
mouth in a
leaving
sour
and us
smile.
arriving.
The dragon
That was a red
exhaled a blast of
herring.
air by her ear.
And yeah,
Well,
Hugh says
I
gently.
didn't say anything.
I didn't shimmy down
She
the
spoke
drain pipe,
quietly.
Hannah.
She wanted to
Or
edge
had I got
away,
it the wrong way
but not
round?
while the dragon
Did
was
I
eyeing her.
somehow shimmy up?
I'm aware of
No,
that.
she says.
So you
Her
haven't
pulse
heard
is
of
steady,
Kelsingra.
her blood pumping
That
inside
doesn't
her.
mean that it doesn't
She is
exist.
suddenly conscious of her whole
It seems
body
to
doing
me
its
that
best
we are as likely
keep
to
her
find it
and her
as we
baby
are to
alive.
find your
She
open
wants to
meadows,
live.
dry ground, and plentiful
No.
game.
I was
For
the
it
one
seems
who had it the
likely
wrong
to
way
me.
round.
But if any Rainwilder
Because
had ever
April
heard of such a place,
wasn't
there would
dead.
already be a
Was she,
Rainwild settlement
Hugh?
there.
What do you mean?
That's true.
Hugh says, but he's
Thymara
parrying.
agreed
She
reluctantly.
can see it in his
and
eyes.
she wondered why
she has
hadn't
scored a
previously
hit,
thought about it
and
in
they
such
both know
terms.
it.
Because
You
the
saw
committee
her dead
of
body
supposedly
yourself.
older and wiser Rainwild traders
But
had
I
told her
didn't.
that was what she would find.
Did I?
But what did
I
they
saw
know?
April
Not a one
lying
of them
on
had
the
looked
floor,
like a hunter or a
playing
harvester.
dead.
Most looked as if
Just
they'd never
as
even
you and
ventured up to
she
the canopy,
had
let alone
devised.
explored along the riverbanks.
There is a
What
long,
if there was no
long
such place?
silence
What if it was all
And
just a
then
ploy
the
to
stillness
get the
in the
dragons
car
and their
is
tenders
broken
to leave
by a
Cassandra?
single clap
She pushed
that makes
that
the
thought
baby
aside.
jump inside
It
Hannah's
frightened
belly.
her. Not
And then
just
another,
because it might be true,
and then
but
another.
because she suddenly knew that the
Hugh
people she had signed
is
a contract
applauding.
with were perfectly capable of
Bravo,
banishing both the dragons
Hannah
and their keepers to an
Jones.
endless trek up the boggy riverbank.
So, you
Why
finally
are you dragons
figured
so
it out.
certain that
I knew you
Curlinger
would
exists?
eventually.
She demanded of the big blue
Yes.
female.
He had known she would
If
get
you
there
are
eventually
trying to
if
talk
she
about
kept digging and
Kelsingra,
digging.
then at least name
And
it
he had
correctly.
tried to warn her off,
You
persuade
are
her
very
not to keep
careless with
asking
your
questions.
language.
And then when
I
that
suspect
failed,
that creatures
divert
with
her
brains
attention
as
to
small
Will,
as
the one
yours,
person,
must have a
as he
hard
put
time
it,
recalling
that she might have
information.
unbent from
As
her
to why
dogged
we
search
know
for the
it
truth
exists,
to
we
protect.
remember it.
But she had not.
But she'd
She
never
had
been away
refused
from
to
this
turn aside
beach.
even for Will.
We have our
thought makes her
ancestral
heart
memories.
Hurt.
Well, at least some of
It's
us
been
have
bothering
some
me,
of them.
Hannah says,
and it
almost
is
to
one
herself.
that several of us
Why
do
did
recall.
April never
The
do anything
city
to
on the
me
wide and
that
sunny
last week?
riverbank.
She was punishing
The
everyone.
sweet silver water
Will for
from the
leaving
well
her,
there.
Ryan
The
for refusing
plazas
to dump
and the
Emily,
buildings
Emily for
created
having
to
the
accommodate the
temerity to hold on
alliance
to
of
Ryan.
elderlings and dragons.
But she never did anything to me,
The
and that made no
fine
sense.
fields full of
At
fat,
first, I thought it was
grazing
because she didn't know
cattle.
about me and Will. I mean,
The
there
dragon's
was nothing
voice
to
had gone
know,
dreamy,
really.
and for a
We
moment,
weren't doing anything
Aymara
behind her
almost
back.
felt the creature's
Except
hunger
that
for
kiss,
fat cows
her
full
heart
of warm
says, but
blood
she
and
ignores
hot,
it and
moist
pushes
meat.
on.
And
But people
afterward,
had
a wash,
noticed.
and then a long
You said
nap
it
on
yourself.
the white sandy riverbank.
You didn't need to be Freud to see how
Aymara
Will and
shook
I
her head
felt
to clear
about
it of
each
her
other, and April
imaginings.
was very,
What?
very good at reading
The dragon
people.
demanded.
She knew. She
The
absolutely
only elderling
knew.
cities we have ever
So
discovered
why did
are
she
buried
punish
in mud.
everyone but
The folk who
me?
lived there are long dead.
And then I
The
realised.
tapestries and paintings they left behind show us a
Yes,
place that is so
Hugh says,
different from what
with
is
his
here
gentle
now
old
that our
world
scholars have long
curiosity
argued
and
that they depict
politeness.
an elderling homeland
Do go
far to
on.
the south, rather than being
I realised
representations of their cities
she did
as they
punish
once were
me.
here.
And that was
Then
it.
your scholars are
That
wrong.
last night, the night I
dragon
found
spoke
her dead
decisively.
in our room.
Our memories may
that
be incomplete,
was my
but I can tell
punishment.
you that the Kasaric
That
I
was showing
recall
me
bordered
what a
on a deep,
bitch I was
swift-flowing
being.
river
You'll be
that
sorry
had
when
a
I'm
gentler
gone.
backwater
It's such a
and a wide
teenage
beach
reaction.
of silver-streaked clay.
And the people who say it never
The
mean
river
it.
was deep
Least
enough
of all
for serpents
April.
to migrate up it
She would
easily.
never have killed
The
herself.
elderling ships
She
also could come
valued
right up
herself
to
and
the
her
river
life
to
far too much
Kasaric
for that, but
and
she
go
wanted
beyond
me
as
to
well
know what it felt
to
like.
other cities that bordered
She wanted
the
me
river.
to feel, even if just for
Kasaric
half an hour,
itself was not
20
a large
minutes,
city,
that
though it had its share
tearing,
of wonders.
unbearable
It
knowledge
was
of what
famed
I'd
mostly
done
as a secondary
and
place
what
for
it had
serpents to
cost
come
me.
to spin our cocoons.
The phone in her
If the
pocket
beaches
is
at
red
what
hot
you
now.
call Trahor
She will have a
were
mark against her
full.
leg tomorrow if
That
she
did not
survives
happen
tonight.
every migrating
Will,
year,
where are
but some
you?
years it did. And so Kasaric had
Hugh
chambers
says.
capable of
He
welcoming the
folds his
dragons
hands
that
together
came
for all
to
the
tend
world
the cases.
like a tutor,
There was the
leading her
Star
through an
Chamber,
argument, testing
roofed with
her
glass
case for
panels.
weaknesses.
From there, the elderlings were
So,
wont to study the night
She
sky.
waited for you to come up to the
The
room
walls of
and
the long entry
played
hall to the
dead.
Star Chamber were
What
decorated
next?
with the mosaic of jewels
You
that
were
held
in
a
on
light
it.
of their
Hannah
own.
says you had to be because she
No
knew that if I
windows
got
were
too
built
close,
in that hall, so
I'd
that
be able to
visitors
tell
might more
she
easily
wasn't
view the
dead.
vista that the jewel
So
artist
she
had
enlisted
painted
your help.
with their tiny
That was your
dots
role
of
to come
light.
rushing up the stairs when I
recall
opened the
there
door,
was an
then fall
amusement
to your
that the
knees
elderlings
beside
had
her
built for
corpse
themselves,
and tell me
a
with all the
maze with
authority of a
crystal
first-year
walls,
medical student that
Time's
April
labyrinth,
was
they
dead.
called it.
Then send
It
me
was all
running out to make
trickery
a
and
fool of
foolishness,
myself
of
by
course,
summoning the
but
authorities,
they seemed
at which
fond
point
of it.
April would sit up and claim to
If
have been
any
asleep
room
or
like
something,
one of those
and I'd
chambers
look
has
a
been found,
drunk,
I have not heard of
hysterical
it,
idiot.
Aymara said regretfully.
Very good.
It little
Hugh says.
matters.
He
the
pushes
dragon
his
replied,
spectacles up
her
his
voice
nose and
suddenly
blows
harsh.
his fringe out
They
of
are
his
not
eyes.
the only wonders that
I'm
have
impressed.
vanished. You
But of
humans
course
go
what
digging
really
through the
happened
wreckage of that time
was that
like
as soon
tunneling
as I left the
dung
room,
beetles.
You
You
killed
don't
her,
understand what
probably
you find,
before she could
and
even
you have
sit
no
up.
appreciation for
Under
it.
the cover of the noise I was
think I
making,
should go,
banging on doors,
Aymara said
screaming in the
quietly.
stairwell,
Her disappointment
strangled
as she
her.
turned away gnawed
but a
upward
body
in
that's
her
been
from her
strangled
belly.
doesn't look
She looked
like
at the
someone
other two
lying there
uncaged
playing
dragons
dead.
and tried to
You had
muster
to keep me
pity
out of the
for
room
them.
when I came back up the stairs
their
with the
eyes were
authorities.
vapid and
I
almost
remember you
unseeing.
standing there at
They
the
were
top
not
of the
even
stairs,
watching the other
barring
dragons
the
as they
door,
began
saying
to
nobody
interact
must
with
go
their
in.
keepers.
No one should
The
disturb
muddy
the body,
brown
and
one
you
was
know
absently
what?
chewing on the
She
bloody
gives
edge
a
of the
bitter,
barrow that had
hollow
held his
laugh.
food.
You know what?
Still, she hadn't signed a
I
contract
remember
that promised
being
her the
impressed
companionship of an
at your
amazing and
forethought,
intelligent creature.
at the way
She
you
had signed
knew
a
what
contract
to
that
do.
said she would do her best to
But
accompany
it was
a dragon on
bullshit.
this doomed expedition.
You
and do
just
her
didn't
best
want
to
me
care for
seeing the
it.
body of my friend,
Perhaps she'd
her
be
face
wiser to
swollen
start
and
with
her
one
arms
that had no
bruised from you
expectations.
kneeling on them,
Perhaps she
Bruises
would
that
have been
weren't there
wisest
a
of
few
all
minutes ago.
not to have had
The
expectations
police
herself.
surgeons didn't know, how could they?
All of the
By the
other
time they
keepers
came to
seemed to have
examine the
met with
body,
at
they
least
couldn't possibly
moderate
tell if
success
she
with
was
their
murdered at
choices.
10:59
Red seemed
or
happiest with each other.
11:05.
He had led
And
the
with
stumpy
you and me
little creature
insisting
over
that
to
we
the
both
forest
found April
edge and
dead
was
at
cleaning the scales with
11:03,
handfuls of
she
evergreen
swallows.
needles. The
Poor
small
John
red
Neville.
dragon wriggled
He
happily
never
at
had a
his
chance.
touch. Jerd
I made
seemed
sure
to
of
have
that.
won the trust of her speckled green
Neville
dragon.
was a
The creature had
pest,
lifted one
Hugh
front
says
foot and was
briskly.
allowing Jerd to
He
examine
turns
her
off the
claws.
engine, and Hannah
Left
feels a
kept
rush
a
of fear.
respectful
Oh,
distance
God.
from the black dragon.
Oh, God, where
but
is
seemed
Will?
to be deep in conversation
And then,
with it.
with a horrible
Sylve
lurch,
and the golden
she
nail
realises
had
the
found a
phone in
sunny
her
place
pocket
and were sitting
is no longer
peacefully
burning
together
her
on
leg.
the cracked mud plates
In
of the
fact,
riverbank.
it's cooling rapidly.
She looked around for
Either
tats
Will
of
has
the
hung up,
slender
or,
green dragon he'd
and the
approached.
realization comes to
She
her
didn't
with a
see either of
sickening
them at
certainty
first,
as
and
she
then
remembers
spotted
the
them at
battery
the
bar
water's
hovering
edge.
at the 50% mark
Tats had
before
his
she
fish
dropped
spear
the
out
phone.
and was walking along the
The
bank
battery
while the green
has
dragon watched
died.
with avid interest.
She is
Daimara
screwed.
doubted that he'd
She
find
staked
anything large
everything
enough to
on Will
spear
getting
if he
here
saw
in
any fish
time.
at all,
And
but
she
he'd
has
obviously
lost.
won his dragon's
And now
attention.
she cannot
Unlike
even
her.
dial 999.
The dragon hadn't even responded
Just
to her
in
last
case,
comment.
hoping against hope, she presses
"Thank
the
you
power
for
button and the
speaking
side
with
button
me,"
together,
Daimara
bracing
replied
herself for the
hopelessly.
siren.
She turned
But it
and
doesn't
walked
come.
quietly away.
She tries the
Silver,
side button
she
and the volume
decided.
button.
The injury on its
Nothing
tail needed to
again.
be cleaned and bandaged. Daimara suspected they'd be travelling in
This
or
is
near
it.
the river water, and untreated,
She is alone.
the acid waters would
It's just
enlarge
her
and ulcerate the injury.
And Hugh.
As for the skinny copper
then,
dragon, if she
the
could
baby
find some
inside her
ruskin leaves
kicks.
and catch a fish, she'd
And she
try
realizes
worming
she is
him.
not alone.
She wondered if ruskin
And she
leaves
is
worked
not
to cleanse a
going
dragon's
to
system.
die.
Studying
It's
him
time,
as she walked toward
Hugh
him,
says.
she decided that they couldn't
But,
hurt.
What about
There
why?
was no one she could ask
Hannah
for
parries
advice for
desperately.
physicking a dragon.
I told you I knew how,
If he
but
got any thinner,
why?
he'd die
Hugh,
soon
why
anyway.
April?
Abruptly,
But
she
Hugh
realized there
only
was
turns
someone she could
and looks
ask.
at her,
She turned back
and
to
then
the
he
blue
shakes
dragon,
his head
who was
as if he's
regarding
pitying
Daimara
her
with ill-concealed
foolishness.
hostility.
I'm not
Daimara
going to
steeled her
tell you
courage.
that, Hannah.
May I ask you a question about
This
dragons
isn't a
and parasites?
James Bond movie.
Where did you
I'm
learn
not
your
going to
manner?
lecture you for 45 minutes
The
about
question
my
was followed
motives.
with a hiss.
Then none
her
of
breath
your
reached Daimara,
business.
but the mist of weak venom
Get out
that
of
rode
the
her
car.
breath was faintly visible.
Hugh,
Daimara
no.
was jolted.
She puts her hands over her
Cautiously,
stomach.
she asked,
Please,
"Is it rude to
you
ask
don't
such a
have
question?"
to do this. I'm
She wanted to take a
pregnant.
step back,
Doesn't that
but
mean
dared
anything
not
to
move.
you? It's not just me, it's my baby. You'd be
You'll
killing
turn your
my
back on
baby.
me.
Will's baby.
On the dragon's long neck, the frills of
He
scaled
says
plates was
very
lifting.
slowly, as if he's
Daimara
talking to
hadn't
someone
understood
very
their use
stupid.
before, but from all she knew of
Get out of
animals,
the
such a
car,
display would indicate
or I will
aggression.
kick you in the stomach
A brilliant
until
yellow
your baby
underlay was
dies.
revealed as the scaled flaps
you
rose like the
understand
opening
me?
petals of a reptilian flower.
She goes completely
The
cold.
dragon's large copper eyes were
Hugh
fixed on her,
is smiling
and as
at her
Daimara
pleasantly.
met that gaze,
And
the
then
eyes
he
appeared
pushes
to
his
slowly
Stephen Hawking
spin.
glasses up his
It was
nose.
like watching twin whirlpools
Please,
of molten
she whispers,
copper.
Hugh, please.
The sight was
I
as
wouldn't tell
breathtakingly
anyone.
beautiful as it was
I would never do that to
terrifying.
you. You're
I'm
my
sorry,
friend.
she apologized
Oh,
hopelessly.
please,
I didn't know it was
Hugh
rude.
says, and he
I thought
sounds
you wanted me to go
amused
away.
and a little sad at
Something
the same
was
time.
wrong, and Centaura didn't
We both know
what.
that's not true,
By
Hannah.
now the girl should have been completely
You wouldn't even
infatuated
turn
with
aside
her,
when you thought
on
it
her
was
knees,
Will you
begging
were
for the
protecting.
dragon's attention.
Do you seriously
Instead, she had
expect me
turned
to
her
believe
back
you'd
on
do
her
it for
and
me?
started to wander off.
No, she
Humans were
says, and her
notoriously
throat is
easy
dry.
prey for a dragon's
Not
glamour.
for you, no.
She opened her ruff more
But for
widely
my baby,
and gave her head a shake
I
to
would.
disperse a mist of charm.
For my baby, I
Do
would
you
keep
not
this
wish
secret.
to serve me?
If you let
She
me go,
prompted the
Hugh,
girl.
I swear.
Do you not find
I swear
me
on my
beautiful?
baby's life.
Of
But
course
he is
you are
shaking his head.
beautiful, the human exclaimed.
I'm sorry.
But her
Hannah.
stance and the rank scent of
It's
fear
too
she
late.
gave betrayed that she was frightened.
He puts his
not
hand in his
entranced.
pocket.
When
and when
first
he
I saw
takes
you
it out,
today, I chose you
Hannah
as the
goes
dragon that I
completely
most
still.
wished to care for.
He
But
is
our
holding
conversation
a
has
gun.
been... The girl's
You
words
can't,
trickled away.
she manages, but her mouth seems to be too
Centaura
numb
reached
to
for her
speak.
thoughts, but found only
You can't
fog.
shoot
Perhaps
me
that
here.
was the problem.
Think of
Perhaps
all the
girl was
evidence,
too
all the blood
stupid
on
to
your
be
car.
charmed by her.
It won't look like a
She
suicide.
searched her dragon memories
sighed.
and found evidence of
I
such
am
humans.
aware of that.
Some were so
Thank
dense that they
you.
could not even understand
Get
a
out of
dragon's
the car,
speech.
Hannah.
This girl seems
She
to
shakes
grasp
her
her
head.
words clearly enough.
If she gets out,
So
that's
what
it,
ailed
and she
her?
knows it. He
Sintara
cannot
decided on
afford
a
to
small
kill her
test of
in his
powers
car. The
to
evidence
see
will
if the
be
girl
impossible
was
to remove.
susceptible to her at all.
Her only hope is to stay here
What
as long
is
as
your
she can.
name, small
But then,
human?
suddenly and without warning, he
Thy
leans
mother,
across the gap
she
between
replied
them and
instantly.
slams the butt of
But
the
as
gun
Sintara began
hard
to gloat
into
at
her
her
bump.
leverage, the girl asked her,
The shock is
"And
electric.
what is your name?"
A jolting pain
I
that seems to
don't think
run
you've
right
earned the right
through
to
her
my
body,
name
making
yet.
her scream,
Sintara rebuked
and the baby
her
inside
and
her
saw her
flails
power.
like a fish,
But
and
thy
Hugh
mother stank
shouts
of true
full
fear,
into
with no
her
traces
face,
of the despair
"Get out
that
of
such
the
a refusal
fucking
should have
car,
wakened in
Hannah!"
her. When the human
It's the
said
first time
nothing,
she's ever heard
did
him
not
swear.
beg again for the favour of
And
her
she
name,
knows this is it.
Sintara asked her directly,
She can't prevaricate any
"Don't
longer.
you wish you
And
knew
half
my
bent
name?"
over, cradling her throbbing bump,
It would make
she
it much
fumbles
easier
for
for
the
me to
door
talk
handle
to
and
you,
stumbles
yes,
out into the
girl
drizzling
said
rain.
hesitantly.
"Walk over to the
Sintara
cliff,"
chuckled.
Hugh says.
"But you
He is
don't
standing on
seek
the
it
other
in
side
order
of
to
the
have
car,
power
rain
over
running
me,"
down his face.
she asked
Stumbling,
sarcastically.
shivering, Hannah
"What
does
power
as
would
she's
your name
told.
give me?"
Hugh's jacket is
Sintara
still wrapped
stared
around her,
down
and
at
she has a
her.
sudden piercing flashback
Could
to
she
that
truly
night.
be ignorant
So
of the
long
power
ago,
of a dragon's
when they
name?
ran across the fellow's
One who
garden
knew a
together,
dragon's
Hannah
true
wrapped
name
in Hugh's
could, if she
jacket.
employed it correctly,
That was how it
compel the
ended for
dragon
April.
to speak truth,
And
to
this
keep
is
a
how it
promise,
ends for her.
even to grant a favour.
She is right on
If
the edge
this
of the
thy
cliff
mother
now.
was ignorant of such
Behind
things,
her,
Sintara
there is nothing
certainly
but
wasn't going
empty
to
space
enlighten her.
and the pounding
Instead,
roar
she
of the
asked
waves
her,
against the
"What
jagged
would you
rocks,
like to
ready
call
to
me
take her body
if you were
and
choosing a
smash
name
it
to
into an
know me by?"
unrecognizable pulp, a
The
raw,
girl looked more
bloated mess that
intrigued
will
than
cover up
frightened
any
now.
bruises,
Sintara
wash away
spun
any
her eyes
DNA.
more slowly,
And for
thy
Hugh,
mother actually came a
what's the
step
worst
closer
that
to
could
her.
happen? The
There,
taxi
that
driver
was
remembers
better.
taking her to his
Well,
house. She has his
prompted her
DNA
again.
under her
What
nails.
name
All he
would
needs
you
to
give
say
me?
is that she left early that morning,
The girl
told
bit
him
her
she was
upper lip
taking a
for a
train
moment, then
or a
said,
taxi.
"You are
Yes,
such a
she seemed
lovely
depressed,
blue.
officer.
High
No,
in the
he doesn't
canopy,
know where she
there is
went.
a twining vine that roots in the
God.
clefts of trees.
This is
It has
it.
flowers that are deep blue,
Throw me the
with bright
jacket,
yellow centers.
Hugh says, and
It has a
shivering even
wonderful
harder,
fragrance
she
that
pulls her arms
entrances
out of the
insects and
jacket
small
and
birds
tosses
little
it
lizards.
towards him.
Even it is not as
It
beautiful
lands
as you are,
in a crumpled
but you
heap
remind me
at
of
his
it.
feet.
We call the
He takes
flowers
it
sky moors.
and then nods at the cliff edge.
"So you would name me after
No.
a flower?
Jump.
Sky Moor?"
Hannah looks
Sintara was
behind
not
her,
pleased.
over her
It
shoulder,
seemed a silly, fragile
and
name
shakes
to
her head.
But she had
Helplessly,
asked the girl.
hopelessly, she cannot do
Perhaps
it.
in this one thing,
Not
she could
even if the
humour
alternative
human.
is Hugh
But still,
shooting
she
her.
asked her,
She can't
"Do you
bring
not think
herself
I
to do it,
deserve
to
a name
throw
that has more
herself
teeth
and
to
her
it?"
unborn child into
The
that
girl
sea.
looked down at her feet
She
as
can't
if the
do
dragon
it.
had caught her in a lie.
Hugh raises
Quietly,
the gun.
she admitted,
And
"Sky
then
moors are dangerous
Hannah's
to
heart
touch.
seems to stop in
They
her
are
chest
beautiful,
and start
and the
beating again
fragrance is alluring,
with a quickening hope.
but the nectar inside
Because
will
above the
dissolve
roar
a
of the
butterfly
sea,
instantly
she hears a
and
different
devour
kind
a
of roar.
hummingbird in less
The
than
roar
an
of an
hour."
engine coming closer,
Sintara stretched her
and a
jaws
light
wide in
twisting and
pleasure
turning along the
concluded,
narrow lane.
"Then it is not just
a
the colour
motorbike,
of the flower that
And it's
makes you
coming
think
fast,
of me.
faster than is
It
really
is the
safe on the
danger
rutted,
it
unfinished road.
poses." "I suppose.
Will.
Yes."
Hugh turns,
"Then you may
distracted,
call
shading his
me
eyes against the
Skymore.
glare as the light comes
Do you
closer.
see what the boy over
And then
there
he
is doing
says
to the
something under
runty
his
red
breath, something
dragon?"
Hannah can't hear, and he turns to
girl
face the
followed
track as the rider
Sintara's
skids
glance.
around the last bend
Rapscal
and
had
bumps
pulled
into
an
the
armful
clearing.
of needled branches
Will
from a tree
roars to a
and
halt,
was
just a
energetically
few
scrubbing
feet away
his
from them
dragon's
both,
back.
and scrambles off
Cleansed
without
of
even
mud
killing
and
the
dust,
engine,
even
pulling
that
off his
stumpy
helmet.
little dragon
His eyes are
sparkled
black
like a
with
ruby in the
fear.
sunlight.
But Hannah can tell
"I
he is
don't
trying
think he
to
means any
seem
harm.
calm.
I think he's trying to get some of the parasites
Hugh,
off her."
he says, holding out his hands.
"Exactly.
Hugh, listen to
And
me.
the wax from the
You don't
needles
have
is
to
good
do
for the
this.
skin."
But Hugh,
Graciously,
Hugh's
Sintara told
shoulders
her,
are shaking.
"You are allowed to
For a
perform
minute,
that service
Hannah doesn't
for
understand.
me."
She looks from Will, hands outstretched, pleading, and then back to Hugh.
As the tarman
crying?
slowly nosed its way onto the
He
muddy
shakes
bank,
his head helplessly,
Alice looked
and then
over
she
the
sees
fantastic scene before her.
he's not
and
crying,
felt rankest envy.
but laughing.
Sun and heat baked
Hugh,
the bare river bank
she
as the
manages.
final hours of afternoon
She takes a
dwindled
step
away.
forwards, away
Scattered
from the
about
cliff.
on the bank were
The
at least a
movement
dozen
seems
dragons
to
in every
tear
imaginable
at the
colour,
muscles of
tended
her
by
womb,
young rain wildbirds.
and a fresh wash of
Some of the
pain
dragons
ripples
were
across her
stretched out in
stomach,
peaceful sleep.
radiating out from
Two
where
stood
Hugh
by
hit
the
her.
water, waiting impatiently as a couple of boys holding
absolute
spears walked slowly up and down the
imbecile,
riverbank looking
Hugh
for
says
fish.
now. He
On the
wipes
ebbing
what
edge of a
could be
sun-washed mud
tears
bank,
of
a
laughter
long gold
from
dragon
beneath his
sprawled,
glasses, but
his
might be
blue-white
rain or
underbelly turned
just
toward the
plain
last
tears.
kiss of the sun.
You idiot!
Lying against him slept a little girl, her pink-scaled
could have
scalp
lived.
glittering as brightly as
Don't
the
you
dragon she
realise
tended.
that?
At one
And
end of the long
instead,
bank of mud stood
you've
the largest
solved
dragon of all,
everything.
tall and black.
What the fuck
The sun
do you
struck
mean?
glittering
Will
dark
says.
blue sparks
He
from his
takes a step
outstretched
closer,
wings.
and Hugh
A
turns swiftly,
bare-chested young
pointing the
man,
gun
almost as
at
heavily
Hannah's
scaled as a
stomach.
dragon himself, was grooming the
Don't come
creature's
any
wings.
closer unless you want to
At the
see your
opposite end of the
baby.
beach, as if in
Right
counterpoint, a
he
girl with a
says.
broom made of
And
cedar
his
boughs
voice is
was
suddenly
diligently
cold.
sweeping a sprawled blue
Okay,
dragon.
okay, Will says.
The girl's black
and he
braids
puts up his
danced
hands.
against the back of her neck
Hannah
as
is
she worked.
trembling.
The dragon
Her eyes
shifted
meet
as
Will's.
Alice
I'm so
watched,
sorry. She
stretching
tries
out
to
a
say.
hind leg so
Will
that the girl might
closes his
groom it.
eyes, shakes his head
I
very
didn't
slightly. It
realise the
doesn't
dragons
matter,
had
it's okay.
human tenders.
Then he
I
turns
mean,
back to
I
Hugh.
knew that they had hunters helping
What
provide
do you
for
mean?
them, but I didn't
Solved
realise
everything.
that they
He's
don't,
trying to sound
or
calm,
they didn't.
hopeful, but
Leftrin
there's a
had a
tremor
knack
in
for
his voice.
interrupting her in a
But
way that
Hugh
was
is
friendly
shaking
rather
his
than
head.
rude. They're all
It
newcomers.
doesn't have to be
Those are the keepers
suicide
you heard
anymore.
about. The ones
Hugh
who are
says
going to
wearily.
move the dragons
Don't you
upriver.
get it?
They can't
I mean,
have been here much longer
I
than a
could have
day.
just
at
shot
most
her,
2.
but if the body washed up,
But
a
some
gunshot
of them are
wound
only
would have been
children,
hard to
Alice
explain. But
protested.
this,
It was not her
This
concern for
is
them that sharpened
much
her
better.
voice. It was, she thought
you
to herself,
killed your first
simple
girlfriend,
jealousy.
and then when your wife
There
got
they were,
suspicious,
mere
he
youngsters,
shrugs,
doing exactly
You
what she
shot
had
her,
imagined herself doing.
and then you killed yourself.
Somehow, she had visualized
almost
herself as being the
too
first to
perfect.
befriend a dragon.
He raises
to
the
touch
gun.
it with kindness
Now
and win
it
its
is pointing at
confidence.
Hannah's chest.
The way Althea and Brashen had
No,
described the dragons,
Will says.
she had
His
thought
voice
they would
is
be
full
like
of an agony
reptilian
so
half-wits,
raw it makes
awaiting,
Hannah's heart
perhaps, her
hurt.
understanding and patience
Hugh,
to unlock their innate
You were my
intelligence.
friend.
What she saw
I'm
on the beach
sorry,
was another
Hugh
broken
says.
pane in the dream window.
But you just made
She
it
was not
too
to be the dragon's
easy.
saviour, the only one
He
who
clicks off the
understood
safety.
them. Leftrin
Hannah
shrugged a heavy
closes her
shoulder
eyes.
in response to her comment.
For a fleeting minute, she
mistaking
wonders
it
if
for
dying
concern.
this way will hurt.
Youngsters don't get
And
to be
how
children
quickly her
long in
baby
the
will
rain
die
wilds,
too.
and especially not
And
children
then
like those.
she hears Will's anguished
them.
roar
It's a
as
wonder
he
their
tackles
parents kept
Hugh.
them.
The gun
You can't
goes
tell
off,
me
a
those
bullet
youngsters
whipping
are all
past
late
Hannah's shoulder,
tinders.
and she ducks
You don't get
instinctively even
claws
though the
unless
bullet
you
is
were
long
born
gone,
with them.
splashing into the sea.
And that young man
Hugh
there,
and Will are rolling
I'll
on the muddy
wager he
ground,
was born with
grappling each
scales
other,
on
the
his
gun
head, and has
sandwiched
never had a bit of
somewhere
hair
between them,
anywhere on
Hugh's
his
finger
body.
still on the trigger.
No, they're
Will,
all
she
mistakes, the
screams
lot of them.
as the two men
And that's
wrestle
why they were
wordlessly in the
chosen.
rainy darkness.
His blunt and cold
She has no
appraisal
idea
of
what
the
to do.
dragon's
She wants to run to help
shocked
Will,
Alice
pull
into
Hugh off him,
silence.
but she can't risk another blow
And
to
are
her
you
stomach.
and the Tarman a
The side of
mistake?
her bump where Hugh
that
hit
why
her
you were
is
chosen for the
throbbing now with a
expedition?
dull red heat,
Cedric's
and
voice
she is
was
feeling
as
an
acidic as the
ominous
river.
tightening deep in her
But if
pelvis.
Leftrin noticed the
Well,
intended
she
unpleasantness
screams
in
again,
his
his
tone,
name
he didn't
tearing at her
react to
throat.
it.
Hugh is
No,
below,
me and Tarman
and then
are
on top,
hired,
and then suddenly
and
she
the
sees the
contract's a
gun.
good one.
He has
Tight as a
dropped
contract
the
can
gun,
be written.
or Will has forced him to
And
drop
the
it. She's
terms
not
are good
sure.
for Tarman and
It
me.
is lying on the wet grass
Here he
as the
tipped
two
Alice
men
a
roll
broad
away
wink,
from it
and
towards
she
the cliff
almost
edge.
blushed.
Hannah
He
knows
spoke on
what
as
she
if
has to
Cedric
do.
could not have noticed it.
She runs for it.
Not just
her bare
because
feet
no one
slipping in the
else would
slick,
take it,
muddy grass,
but because the
her belly
Rainwild
griping
Council
with every
knows that no one
unwary
else
movement.
can do this job.
But Hugh has realised
Tarman
what
and
has
I
happened,
have been
and
farther
he
up the
scrambles
river
for
than
it
any
too,
other
reaching
large
it,
vessel.
grabbing it.
There may
The
be a
gun
few
comes
who
up,
have gone
pointing
farther,
towards Hannah.
game scouts in
Will
canoes
tackles
and
him
such.
again with the
But you
desperate
can't
strength
do
of
what
a
the
man
council
with
once
nothing
done
left
from a
to
canoe.
lose. throwing
And
himself
what the
between
council
Hugh
wants
and
done
Hannah
is the
with a
dragons driven away
terrible,
from Kasari.
reckless abandon.
Well, that's
And then
putting
she
it a
hears
bit
it.
harshly, Cedric.
The
But
second
look for
gunshot,
yourself.
and then a
They're
third,
obviously
far
not in a
louder
good
this time,
place.
two
They're not
tearing
healthy.
bangs that
There's
leave
no
her
game
ears
they can hunt for
screaming
themselves,
with shock.
and they're killing the trees all around
Will
the beach.
goes limp.
And they're impeding
And
a
the blood
profitable excavation of
begins
the
to
old
pool.
city. Yes, that's true also,
The
Leftrin
end.
replied implacably.
In the car,
Arliss gave
on the
Cedric
way
a
to the
sideways
crematorium,
look.
it starts
His
raining.
last little remark had been
Hannah
barbed.
is
He
glad.
was still upset, and
She
she
sits
supposed he
there,
had every
staring
right
out the
to
window
be.
at the weeping
Her
world,
session at the Traders' Hall in
and feels the
Kasaric
tears
had gone
slide
on much
down her
longer
own
than she had
cheeks,
expected.
soaking into the collar of
Thrashing
her
out the
black
details
coat.
of Leftrin's contract with the
Are
committee
you okay?
had taken most
Emily
of those
whispers
hours.
from the seat beside her,
Malta, the elderling,
and then
had
shakes
remained
her
for the
head.
long discussion.
I'm
But with
sorry.
every passing hour,
Stupid
she looked
question.
more like a weary
How
pregnant
could you
woman
be okay?
and less like an elegant and
The driver of
powerful
the funeral
elderling.
car says nothing.
Arliss
He
had
is used to
observed her
people weeping in the back
unobtrusively,
of his
but
limousine.
avariciously.
The box of tissues
When
between the
Arliss had
seats is
first
testament to
encountered the
that.
idea that humans became elderlings,
Hannah isn't sure
it had
what he's
cracked
been
her
told,
sense of reality.
but he must know something
Elderlings
about
had
the
been the stuff of
circumstances of
legend
what's
for
brought
her
them
when
here.
she was a girl.
The fact that this isn't a
Shadowy,
normal
powerful
funeral,
creatures at the edge of
someone
tales
weary
and
from
myths.
old age, or
Those were the
taken early
elderlings.
by cancer or
Legend
heart
spoke
disease,
of their elegance
or
and
1,001 other
beauty, of
inevitabilities
power,
of
sometimes
life.
wielded with wisdom, and
No.
sometimes with casual
This
cruelty.
is a tragedy.
When the original
Nothing
Rainwild
more,
settlers had
nothing
discovered
less.
traces of ancient settlements
And suddenly,
and then connected
the
those ruins to
unfairness
the
of
mere
it all
mythical elderlings,
washes
many
over
had been
her.
sceptical.
The fact
Over
that
the
Will
years, it
should
had
be
become
here,
accepted
with
that
her
they
holding
had
her
been
hand,
real,
but he's
and
not.
that perhaps the magical and,
And she has
arcane
to go through
treasures
this
unearthed
alone.
in the Rainwilds were the
And
last
all
remaining
because of
traces
Hugh
their passage on this
and
world.
her own
They had
unbearable,
been a glorious magical race,
inexcusable
and now they were vanished
stupidity.
forever. No one
It's
had
like a
connected the
bolt of
unfortunate
anger
and
tearing
sometimes
through her.
grotesque disfigurements of
And
the
as the car
Rainwild
draws up
settlers
outside the
with the
crematorium,
ethereal beauty of the
it's
elderlings
that,
depicted
more
in
than anything,
scrolls,
that gives her the
tapestries, and
strength to
legends.
stand up and
Scaled
make her
skin
unsteady,
and glowing eyes
top-heavy
were
way
not
across
always
the
lovely
gravel
to
to where
look
the others are
upon,
waiting.
and in the cases
Ryan,
of the Rainwild
in his
offspring
wheelchair,
afflicted with them,
Bella
their
with a
lifespans were
sympathetic
greatly
hug.
shortened. Not the near immortals
She can
that
get through
legend
this.
decreed the elderlings were.
She will.
Vultures
through
and
this.
peacocks might both have feathers
And then
beaks,
the
but
baby
one
inside
did not
her gives a
confuse the two
long,
creatures.
slow
Yet Malta
kick,
and
more of
Selden
a
Vestas
press,
of Bingtown
pushing
and Rain
outwards
Coopers
against
of
the wall of her
Rainwilds
womb
had
so that she can
changed,
actually
just as
see
those
the
touched by the
tight-stretched
Rainwilds
black
changed,
fabric ripple
not toward the
and move
monstrous,
against the
but
pressure,
toward the
and she
fantastic.
corrects herself.
Dragon touched,
They
some now called them,
will get
to
through
distinguish them from the others.
Together.
Somehow,
Are you ready?
she suspected,
Emily
their
says,
being present
and
during
Hannah
the
nods.
emergence of Tintaglia
As I'll
from
ever
her
be.
case, and spending so much time
We've
with her
got you,
afterward,
Ryan
had
says,
caused their
and she nods
metamorphoses
again,
to proceed
and
in a
even
different
manages
pattern.
a smile.
Watching
His
Malta
parents were
Coopers
already
had given her
inside,
much to think
Bella
about
says.
during the long
We
and
should
tedious
head
hours
in.
of Leftrin's
Are you ready,
haggling.
Rye?
He
Ryan
had not
nods,
seemed to find
clicks
the
the
delay
controller
boring,
on his
but had
wheelchair,
settled into his
and they begin to
deal-making with the
move slowly up
enthusiasm
the
of a
ramp
pit dog
towards the
trying
chapel
to
of the
pull down a
crematorium.
bull. While
Hannah
he discussed
is
who
not
would
sure
pay
what to
for
expect
food and
when
how
they
much
enter
the
the
common
chapel.
could carry,
There
and
are
if the
only
small
2
boats
other
for the
people there
keepers
in
would
the
be
cool
his
dark,
responsibility,
heads bowed,
and who would pay if
and
the
they
dragon did any
are the
damage
2
to his
people
vessel,
she has been
and 100 other
dreading
variables.
seeing.
Arliss
Because what
covertly
can she
studied the
say?
elderling woman and wondered.
What is there to
It
say
was too obvious
when the
to
worst
ignore
thing
that
that
the
can
physical
happen to a
changes
parent
human underwent
has happened
were
to
as
them?
his or her body acquired some of the
But in the
characteristics
end,
of a dragon.
she doesn't need to
For a
say
reptile,
anything.
she judiciously added.
His mother
The
simply
scales,
comes to
the
her
unusual growths,
and holds her in a
Malta's crest
wordless
on her
hug.
brow, all
And
spoke of
they
some
stand
connection
there,
to the
the
dragons.
2 of them,
But
bathed
other
in the
parts of
light
the
from the
puzzle did
memorial
not fit.
window, the
strange
stained
elongation
glass
of her
surrounding them
bones, for
both with a
instance.
sea of blue and
If
green.
the elderlings had known exactly what
And then the organ
precipitated
music
the
starts.
changes that took them from
Hannah
human
wipes
to
her
elderling,
eyes,
they had
and
not
they
written
turn
it
to
down,
face the front
at least
as the
not
vicar
in any scrolls
intones,
that Arliss had ever seen.
"We are here to
Then she
commemorate the
wondered if
passing
elderlings had ever
of
been a completely
Hugh
separate race
Anthony
from humans.
Bland."
Had humans always
And
changed
Hannah
to become
knows
elderlings, or had
it is
elderlings
really
existed separately and perhaps interbred with humanity. Alice
The
had
beginning.
become so enmeshed in her pondering
Maternity's the other way.
Well,
The
it's all
lady at the
settled
desk
then.
calls to Hannah
I'll
as she
depart as soon
passes
as you've
through the
managed to
front
ferry the
entrance and
supplies
walks
down
up
to
the
the dock.
corridor towards
She
the
felt
left.
jolted out of a
Oh,
dream.
I know.
She looked
shouts
around
back
her to
over
see
her
the
shoulder.
council members rising
I'm not here
from
for
their
me.
chairs
I'm
and coming
visiting
to
my
shake
husband.
Leftrin's hand. A
In
document,
the lift, she
evidently
stands,
written as they
feeling
settled
the
each
slow
term
heave and
signed
shift
by
of the
all,
baby
was being
inside her.
sanded to set
Its
and dry
movements
the
have
ink.
changed over the last
Malta,
week or so,
looking frailer than
not
ever, had
slowed
signed in
down,
her
as the
turn,
midwives
and was
keep
now
stressing,
gazing at Alice.
but instead of the
The
frantic,
big town
flurrying
woman gathered all her
activity she has
courage
become
and
used
went to
to,
present
the
herself.
movements are becoming
Yet
more
before she reached
deliberate.
Malta, the woman had
Her child
gracefully
is growing
but with
into its
weariness
limbs
come to meet
and
her.
growing out of
She
space
took
to
both
shift
of
and
Alice's
turn.
hands in hers and
It's
said,
flipped head down,
I truly don't know
the
how to
midwife
thank
said
you.
at their last
I
appointment.
wish that I myself
I can't
could
promise
be going.
I'll stay
Not
like
that I have any great
but
fondness for
fingers
dragons.
crossed.
They are difficult to
She
deal
puts her
with,
hand
being
on
nearly
the
as
hard
stubborn and
round bump
self-justified
jutting
as
out
humans.
just below her ribs.
Alice was
It's
astonished.
buttocks, the midwife
She
had
had
said,
expected the
tracing
elderling
the
to
long
declare her
rounded curve
undying
of her
devotion
belly.
to dragons,
And there,
and to beg
its
Alice to
spine.
do all she could to protect
The lift
them.
pings, and she
Instead,
heaves
she
herself
continued,
into action,
"Don't
out of
trust
the doors
them.
and up the corridor
Don't
to the
think
right,
of them as
where Will's
especially
ward is
noble or of a
situated.
higher morality than humans. They
He
aren't.
is sitting up in
They're
bed,
just
talking
like
to
us,
a doctor,
except
nodding.
they are larger and stronger,
Hannah hangs back
with
for a
potent
moment,
memories
unsure
of
whether
always
to
having their own
interrupt, but
way.
Will sees her,
So
and
be
his
careful.
face lights up.
And whatever you learn of them,
Han,
whether
come
you
and sit
find
down.
Kelsingra or
Dr.
not,
James,
you
this
must
is my
record
wife,
and
Hannah.
bring back to us.
Ah, so you're the
Because
lucky woman,
sooner or later,
the doctor says.
humanity is going to
Fingers
have to
crossed we can have
coexist
him up
with
and
a
about for the big
substantial
day.
population
He
of
nods
dragons.
at her stomach.
We have forgotten all
Dr.
we ever
James
knew
was
about
just saying,
dealing with
I
dragons.
could probably get a
But
discharge
they
tomorrow.
have forgotten
Will
nothing
says,
about
grinning.
humans.
With conditions,
I'll be careful,
the doctor says
Alice
firmly.
promised faintly.
And sign off from
take
occupational
you at your
therapy,
word.
because obviously
Malta smiled,
your wife
and her
isn't
face
going to be
seemed
doing
bit
any
more
lifting.
human.
You need to be able
You
to
seem
maneuver
to be a
yourself
trader who
on and off the
remembers what a
commode and
promise
so on.
means. In
Will
these
makes a
times we
face
could
and
do
nods,
with more like you.
but Hannah can tell he's
And
taking
now
it
I'm
as
afraid
read,
I must go
and
home
he
to
puts out
rest.
his hand and squeezes
Do you
hers
need
as
any
hard
help
as
to
he
get
can.
home? Alice was bold enough
Afterwards,
to ask.
when the doctor has said his
Malta shook
goodbyes
her
and
head.
left, Will
She
turns to
released
her and
Alice's
pats
hand
the pillow
and
beside him.
slowly but gracefully
Come on
climbed
up.
the shallow steps to the
Will,
entry doors.
are you nuts?
Alice was still
Hannah
looking
looks
after
at the
her
narrow
when
sliver
she
of
felt
bed,
Leftrin's
and
heavy
then down
hand
at
clap
her
on
own
the shoulder.
ample width. There is
Well,
no
didn't
way
you turn
I'll
out
fit
to
on
be
there.
just the ticket for
Come
both
on.
of us?
He shifts
I
himself
wonder if
across,
Brashentrail
wincing
knew
as
what
he
a bit of
does.
luck he was
You'll
sending
fit.
my way
I'll
when
hold
he
you
sent
in.
you to me. I doubt
Gingerly,
it, but
trying
there
not
it
to
is.
disturb the dressing
Well,
on
my
his
lady
side,
Luck, the deal
Hannah
is
climbs
signed,
up and
save
slides
for
into
your
the
mark,
narrow space
and
beside
we're all
Will
waiting on
the
that.
bed.
In
She
astonishment,
leans back
she
against
turned
his
to
arm,
find that it was
feeling
so.
him grip her
The
shoulder
council
with a
members
surprising
were still
strength.
seated in their places.
She remembers
The
that
pen in its
long,
stand awaited her.
nightmarish wait for
As
the
she glanced
ambulance in
from
the
it to the
darkness of the
council
beach.
leader,
Will's
Trader
hand
Polsk
holding
gestured
hers,
at it
slippery
impatiently.
with his own blood,
Alice
his
glanced
grip
back at
faltering
Leftrin.
as he flickered in and
Well,
out of
get it done,
consciousness,
he urged her.
and her own
The
heart
day gets
stopping
no
every
longer.
time his grip slackened,
In a sort of
imagining
daze,
that this
she
time,
crossed the room.
Will was
shouldn't
slipping
do
away
this.
from her,
She couldn't
into the
do
darkness,
this. Had
as
she
Hugh
ever
had
before
already
set her
done.
signature to a document that
She
bound
shuts her eyes for a second,
Only
giving
when she had
herself
set her
one
hand
long
to her
moment to
marriage
acknowledge
agreement
the
with
horror
Hest,
of that night,
she recalled as a
and
waking
then opens them,
nightmare
firmly
all the
pushing
particulars of
the
that
image
agreement
away.
and how she had willingly
Is
marked
that
her name on
okay?
every one.
She asks,
It
trying
was
to
the
keep
only
her voice
time her
brisk and
signature had
matter-of-fact.
bound her as a
I'm
trader.
not hurting
Time
you.
after time she had
You're
recalled
not
that
hurting
afternoon.
me, he says.
Now,
He
when she
brushes
thought
the
of how
hair off her
quickly
face
Hest
with
had
his free
moved through
hand,
the ceremony,
stroking her cheek
she saw
with
it
such
not as the
tenderness
bridegroom's eagerness,
that her heart
but as yet another mark
clenches
of
with
how
love.
he would trivialize their bond.
Now, tell me
She
how
had
it went
lived
this
to
morning.
regret binding
Was it
herself
bad?
that way. How could she even
Will.
think of setting her hand
She
to
puts her
another
hand
document?
over her face.
Her
It
eyes wandered over
was
the words
awful.
above her name.
His
Someone
poor
had
parents.
negotiated a wage for her.
The vicar was
a
amazing,
him,
yearly
but what could
payment
he
for
say?
each day she was on the vessel.
How can you celebrate
How
a life like
peculiar
that
to think
knowing
she
what
would earn
everyone
money,
knows?
money of her own.
I'm still
doing
kind of
this,
amazed they let you all
if
come,
she did it.
Will says.
And then
His
she
parents,
knew that
I
she
mean.
would.
In their shoes, I
Because
don't know.
she wanted
I think
to.
I would have said no
Because
mourners.
despite being Hest's wife,
Hannah
she
nods
was still of
slowly.
trader stock and
She
still
had been
capable of
thinking the
making
same
her own
thing in the
decisions.
limousine to the
It
crematorium,
was her hand,
wondering
her
why
familiar
Hugh's parents
freckled
had said
hand
it was
that
okay.
lifted the pen and dipped
But when she
it.
felt Hugh's mother's
She
arms
watched,
come around
oddly
her,
distant,
she
as she
thought she
formed the
understood.
characters of her name in her strong,
I know.
sloping penmanship.
Me too, but in a
There.
way...
It's done,
She stops,
she
looking
said,
out the window across
and she
the
heard
Edinburgh
how small
rooftops.
her voice sounded now
In a way,
that large room.
I think they knew we needed to
Done,
say goodbye too.
agreed Trader Pulse,
Do you know what I mean?
and dumped a generous
like
measure of
it was
sand on the
closure
paper.
or something.
She watched as
And
the sand was shaken
maybe
off, leaving her
she
signature
gropes for the
strong and
word
black
she's
on the
seeking.
page. What had
Maybe
she just done?
they needed to see me
Captain
too.
Leftrin was at her
See
shoulder.
that the baby and I
His
were both
hearty
okay,
laugh boomed out,
in
and
spite
he
of
took
what
her
he
arm
did.
and turned her, leading her
Yeah,
away.
I get that.
And that's
Will
a
says.
fine morning's
He
bargaining
shifts
for both of
with
us.
a little grimace of
I'll
pain.
admit that having your
And
company
Hannah
on
tries
this
to lean
expedition
away from
suits
him,
me very
thinking
well
she is
indeed.
hurting him, but
The
then
council
she
insists
realizes
that it can have the
he is
Tarman
reaching
loaded
for
and
his
ready
mobile.
to sail by late afternoon.
Did you see?
Between
He
you
says,
and me,
as he slides
that
it
won't be
towards
much of a
himself
trick.
with his fingertips
I knew
across
I'd
the
get the
bedside locker.
contract, and I've already
The
made arrangements
police
for the supplies
made a
that I
statement
want.
about Neville.
Now,
Hannah shakes
we've
her
not
head.
far to go for the
No,
first stop on our
I've not
journey.
been online much.
The Dragon
What did they
grounds are
say?
an hour past the
Just
city docks.
Hang on.
But for
Let
now,
me
there's a
find
bit of
it.
time for us to
He
spend
opens
as
up
we
his
wish.
phone and begins
arranged for a
scrolling
runner
down
to
Twitter,
take the news to
awkwardly
Hennessy.
left-handed because
He's a
his
good
right
mate,
arm is
and
holding
I've no
her.
worries about him
Then
seeing the
he
cargo
stops.
loaded. So,
Here it is.
shall
He
we
reads
take a
aloud
bit of a
from the
tour of
linked article.
Pisaric before we go? You
Thames
didn't have
Valley
much of a
Police
chance to see
announced today
Trahogue
that,
from what
in
she
light of
told me.
compelling new
She
evidence
should have said
recently
no.
uncovered,
She should have
they
insisted
would be
on
asking the
immediately
Court of
returning to the
Appeal
boat.
to begin the
But
process
somehow,
of
after
quashing
the
the
morning's
conviction
adventure,
of
she
John
couldn't
Neville,
bear to return to
sentenced
being
in
not only
2012
rigorously
for the
correct,
killing
but
of Pelham
timorously
College
so.
student
Nor
April
could she
Clark
imagine
Cliveden.
meeting Cedric's eyes and
Mr.
admitting
Neville
what
died
she
in
had
prison
done.
earlier this year, having
Cedric.
protested
Oh,
his
Sir, have
innocence to
mercy.
the end.
No.
His
She couldn't
solicitor,
confront
Clive
that
Merritt,
thought yet.
commented,
She boldly
"It
set
is a
her hand on
profound
Leftrin's arm
tragedy
and
that
said,
John Neville did
I
not
think
live
I'd
to see
enjoy
his
seeing
exoneration,
Kasaric.
but died
And
in
so
prison
he had shown her
for
the
a crime
city,
which he did
though
not
Kasaric
commit.
scarcely merited the word.
However, his
It
friends
was a
and
lively
family will
town,
take
still
comfort from
young
the
and
fact
raw and
that
growing.
his name will finally
She
be
was
cleared
sure now
of
that
this
Captain
heinous
Leftrin
crime."
had deliberately chosen to give her the most
Geraint
adventurous
Williams,
tour possible.
spokesperson for the
It
Clark
began with a
Cliveden family,
dizzying
said,
ride up in a basket
"The
lift.
Clark Clivedens
They
extend
entered it
their
and
heartfelt
shut the
sympathy
flimsy
to the
door
Neville
securely.
family over this
Then Leftrin
grave
tugged on a
miscarriage of
line,
justice.
and far overhead
There is
she
no
heard the
joy,
tinkle of a small
but some
bell.
measure of relief in
No,
the knowledge
wait for
that
them to
justice
ballast
will
it,
finally be
he
done in
told
this
her,
matter,
and she
allowing
stood,
the friends
heart
and
thumping
families
with
of both
excitement.
April and Mr.
After a
Neville
wait, the compartment gave a
peace
lurch
they have
and
been
then
cruelly
rose slowly
denied.
and steadily into the
A
air.
Thames Valley Police
The
spokesperson
device
expressed
they
their
rode up
profound
in was
regret
built of light
and
yet sturdy
condolences to
materials,
Mr.
and was
Neville's
so
friends
small
and
that they
family.
had to stand with their
It is
bodies nearly
understood
touching.
that no further
Alice
persons are
stood
being
looking out
sought
over the rim of the
in
basket,
relation to the
but
crime.
could not help but be aware of
They sit in
Leftrin's stout
silence for a
body
moment,
just behind
Hannah
hers.
trying to come to terms with all
Midway
of
in
this.
their journey, they met the
She
lift
imagines
tender coming
November
down in the
huddled in a
opposing
cafe
basket.
with Geraint,
He stood
trying
amid
to
a
put
stack
into
of
words
ballast stone,
feelings for
and
which
by a means
there
she
are
couldn't
no
see,
words.
he halted both
Feelings
baskets
which
in
she
mid-journey
herself has
for
spent
Leftrin to
almost
pay the lift
every
fee.
waking hour since
Once the
Hugh's
man was
confession,
satisfied, he continued
trying
down
to figure
while their
out.
basket continued to rise.
Because how do you come
The
to
view
terms
was
with such a
astonishing.
thing? How
They
can Will
travelled past
live
thick branches
with such a
with footpaths
betrayal
on
by
top
his
of
best
them,
friend?
past rows
And
of
how can
houses
she
dangling
live
like
her
ornaments
life
from tree limbs,
knowing that she
past rickety
condemned
bridges and
John
little
Neville
basket trolleys whizzing
to a
past them
lonely,
on lines that reminded her
ignominious
of the
death?
washing line at home?
Hey,
When they finally arrived
she
at their
hears Will's
destination,
voice,
and the
feels his
lift-tender's
lips on her
assistant
hair
halted
before
their
she
flight,
understands what
they were
is happening,
so high in the trees
realizes that
stray
there are
beams
tears
of bright
running
yellow
down her
sunlight
face. Hey,
filtered down
Hannah,
through the
no.
thick foliage.
Listen to me, no
The
more
attendant
crying.
opened the lift
Do you
door,
understand?
and Alice stepped out
This
onto a
wasn't
narrow
your fault.
balcony
It wasn't
affixed to a heavy tree
your
limb.
fault.
She looked
It
over the
was.
edge.
She
gasped,
says it was.
and then nearly shrieked
Will.
when Leftrin took a
I
sudden and firm
condemned
grip
him for
on
being
her arm.
old and
That's a good way
weird
to get dizzy
and
your
awkward.
first time up a trunk.
And that's
he warned
on
her.
me. Don't
He
you
guided
understand?
her along a narrow footpath
That will forever
ran
be
along the
on
thick
me.
branch back toward the trunk of the
It wasn't
tree.
your fault, Will
She tried
says
to be
more
casual
urgently.
as she set both her
Hugh
hands to the
fooled
coarse
you,
bark of the
but
trunk.
not just you. He
She
fooled
wanted to
all of
hug
us.
the tree,
You, me, the
but
police,
it
the
would have
college
been like trying to
authorities,
hug a wall.
even April,
The
everyone.
flora and
He
the
was...
foliage here
His
in the
voice
rain
cracks,
miles were on
and she
so
remembers
immense
again
a
his
scale
helpless
that they
crying
seemed more
in the
like
days and
geographical
weeks after the
features than
shooting.
botanical ones.
He was my
To
best
Leftrin's
friend.
credit, he hadn't
For
said a
Christ's
word
sake.
while she caught her breath
I loved
and
him,
found her
and
dignity.
I introduced
When she
him
turned
to
back
you,
to
to
face him,
April.
he smiled in a way that
Doesn't
was
that make
friendly,
me
not
just as
pleasing,
culpable?
and said, "I believe
Hannah
there's a
lies
very
back on
nice
Will's
little tea
pillows,
and cake shop
and she
this
takes
way."
a deep breath, trying
He
to
led her
quell
around
her
the
own
trunk on the
tears.
sturdy boardwalk.
She knows Will
More
is
of
right.
the town was awake
This
now,
is on
and though the
Hugh,
walkways
and
were not
only
nearly
Hugh,
as
and yet
crowded as the streets
she
of
is right
Bingtown on a
too.
market day,
They all
there was still a
believed Hugh,
substantial population
not because of what
in
he
evidence.
was, but because of what he
Watching them go
seemed.
so matter-of-factly about
Charming,
their lives
gentle,
slowly changed her perception
harmless,
of them.
handsome,
Their scaled faces
all the
and
things that
outlandish
John
clothing
Neville
had almost
was
begun to
not.
seem mundane by the time
And
they
that
reached
is
the tea
on
shop
them.
and ordered a small
And it
meal.
will be forever.
They had talked
She will have
and
to learn
laughed
to
and
live with that
eaten,
knowledge
and for a
for the
time,
rest of her
Alice
life.
forgot who and where she was.
I tell you what ticks me
Captain
off,
Leftrin was a
Will is
rough
saying
man,
now
almost
bitterly.
coarse.
He wipes his
Handsome
eyes
he
with an
was
angry
not,
swipe
nor
of his free
particularly
hand.
groomed, nor even
It's
educated.
that line,
He
evidence
didn't care that he
recently
spilled his tea in
uncovered,
his saucer,
like Thames
and when
Valley
he
Police
laughed,
were the
he
ones
threw
who
back his
dug all
head
this
and
up.
roared, and every
Evidence
customer in
handed
the
to us
shop
on a
turned to
fucking
stare
plate
at
by a
him.
bunch of civilians at
It
risk to
embarrassed
their
Alice.
lives would be
Yet
nearer
in
the
his
mark.
company she felt more like a
Hannah
woman than
nods.
she had in years.
She and Will have
Perhaps in
talked
her
about
whole
this,
life.
about that
And
nightmarish
that was
night,
the thought that made her
about Will's
realise that she
long,
had been
terrified
behaving as if she
motorbike
were not
journey
only
through the
single,
darkness,
but
with
not
Hannah's
accountable
voice
to
whispering
anyone
in
else
his ear
but
beneath his
herself.
helmet,
The
as she
shock of that
drew
thought
Hugh
made her catch her
inexorably
breath,
through his
and
confession.
in the next instant she recalled
He
that
has
this sort
told
of
her how it
misadventure
felt,
was
that
exactly why
growing
Hest had sent
sick
Cedric to
certainty
chaperone
as he
her
sped
and
around
protect
bend
her good
after
name.
bend, raced
His
through
good
tunnels,
name,
bumped
she
over
belatedly
cattle
thought.
grids, and he
This was
realised
what
not
Cedric
just
had
that
been
Hannah
trying to
was in
warn her
trouble,
about.
but how
She hastily
and
finished
why.
her tea and then sat
It was
almost
his
fidgeting
recording
as
of that
Leftrin slowly
conversation
enjoyed his.
that clinched everything with the
"Shall
police.
we look about a
And
bit
even
more?"
now Hannah
he
goes
offered
cold
her
with a
as they
mixture
left
of
the shop,
relief
his grin
and fear when
confident
she
of her
thinks of that
agreement.
split-second
"I'm
choice
afraid I should get back
of what
to
might
Cedric
have happened
and
if Will
explain to him
hadn't
the
made the
change in
decision to
plans.
record her call.
I don't think he's going to be happy
She could
with
have ended
it,"
up in jail
she said,
herself, or
and
Will could
suddenly
have.
the understatement of
Because
that
when the police had
rattled
finally
inside
arrived
her.
to find Hannah
Cedric had
hysterical,
been miserable,
Hugh
spending
dead,
only a few
and Will
days on the
shot through
Tom,
the
and
side and
how
bleeding
would he
out into
react
the
to
sandy
news
soil
that
of the
she'd
cliff top,
volunteered herself to be
they
part
had
of
been
the
inclined to
expedition?
treat Hannah
A
as
trip
the
that would
potential
certainly
killer,
take days,
cuffing
and
her
possibly
and
weeks.
bundling her into a separate
he forbid
ambulance
it?
as Will was blue-lighted
That
away
thought
into
made
the
her
distance.
cold with dread, and then a
Her
worse
story,
one
after
came.
all,
Could
was
he
almost
forbid
too
it to her?
fanciful to be
Did she
believable.
have to accept his
A
judgment if he said
decade-old
she must
murder,
give up her
her
wild
own
plan?
growing doubts and Hugh's
What would
actions,
happen if he
the
did?
kidnapping, the
She'd
struggle,
signed her name
the
to an
shooting,
agreement.
first Will and
No
then
trader
himself
would even
through the
consider
heart.
backing out on such a thing.
Had his gun simply
But
gone
what if
off
he
as he and
disputed
Will
her right
struggled
to
back
do
and
so?
forth with the barrel between
Just
them,
how
or
much
maybe
authority did she have to
Hannah
yield
thinks
to him?
of his weariness in the
After all,
car,
he was her chaperone,
the weight that
accompanying
seemed to
her
be
to
pressing
preserve
down upon
appearances.
him as
He
they
was
drove
not her
deeper
guardian
into the
or
night.
her father.
Maybe
And Hest had said
he had
quite
finally
clearly
grown
that he
sick
was
of
hers
the
to
toll
command.
of
So, if
everything he
need
had
be, she
sacrificed to
could force the
protect
issue.
his own secret.
Wasn't that why Hest paid him
They will never
to
know
do
the
what
truth
he was
about those
told to
final
do?
moments.
He was
Not even
Hest's
Will
servant.
knows. The
And
dark,
her
nightmarish
friend.
struggle is as
Her
unclear to
conscience
him
squirmed
as it is to Hannah,
uncomfortably.
and
She'd
all he
begun to
remembers
think of
is
him
his
more
own
and
pain.
more that way lately.
The shocking
friend.
realization
And
that
she'd
he had been
enjoyed the
shot
attentions
and
and
was
deference
bleeding
he'd
out.
been showing her.
Great gouts of
Today,
spreading
when
warmth.
she'd left so early without
But
even
it was
telling him
Will's
she was
phone
going,
in Hannah's
she
hand,
dismissed the need
sticky
to do
and
so.
red, the phone she
Because
had
as
passed
her
across to
friend,
police,
he'd understand.
unlocked with
But
shaking,
as her
bloodied
husband's
fingers
employee,
that spelled
as her
out everything
appointed
else.
her own, would
Hugh
he?
backing up Hannah's
Had
story
she put
in
him in
his
a
own
difficult
words.
position without thinking about it?
Bravo, Hannah Jones.
She spoke quickly before she could give in to the temptation to
finally
wander through
figured it out.
Kasarek with the
I knew
river
you
captain
would
as her
eventually.
guide. I'm afraid I must
But
go back right away.
She hasn't
I have to
figured it
tell
out.
Cedric what I've...
Or not
She
completely.
faltered suddenly, at a loss for
Because
words.
she still doesn't know
what she had
why
decided to
he
do.
did it.
Could she use such a
No one
word
does.
and not be humiliated in a few hours when Cedric overturned?
In the taxi on the way back from the
For
hospital,
she was suddenly certain
she calls
that he
November
would.
on her new replacement
I suppose
phone,
you're right.
fills her in on the
Lefton agreed
funeral, on how
reluctantly.
Will is doing.
You'll be needing to make a list
He
of the
might be out
supplies
tomorrow,
you want.
she says.
I've got good
And just
sources
saying the
here.
word sets
I'll
up a
put
little
them up
thrill
for you,
inside her.
and we'll settle
The
up
thought
when
of
we
having
return
Will
to
back home.
Trahorg.
Battered
Of
and
course,
bruised, to be sure,
Alice
with a
agreed
hole
more
in his
faintly.
side the size of a
Of course
fist,
there would be more expenses
and black and
to
yellow
extending her
hemorrhaging
trip.
that spread across
Why
most
hadn't
of
she
his
thought of
torso,
that?
but
And who
home.
would have to pay for those expenses?
It has been lonely these last
Hest.
couple of weeks.
Oh, he'd
just
be
her
so
and the
pleased
baby.
about that.
Lonely,
She was
waking
suddenly
in the
feeling
night,
a lot less
gasping
competent
from
and
nightmares
independent
that
than she
she's
had
still
a few
there,
hours ago.
still in that
It
car
would, she
driving
thought,
to an
be
unknown
almost a relief
destination
when Cedric
with a
forbade
man
it.
she knows to be a
And
killer.
now she looked at the sky,
Lonely,
or attempted to,
knowing that
only
if
to be
something
thwarted by
happens,
the solid
if she
umbrella
goes
of
into early
vegetation.
labour or begins
Just
to
how
bleed,
much time had passed?
it will be just her
How
in
many
the cab
hours
to the
had
hospital,
she lost of the time
waiting
that she
for
could
the
spend
doctors
with the
trying to
dragons?
plead her case.
The council
The
had seemed eager
bruise where
to move
Hugh
them
hit
as
her
swiftly as they
has
could.
gone from blue-black
Would she even
to
have a full day of
sickly yellow
research
green.
to show for this
But
impulsive
she can
journey
still
to the
feel
rain
it
wilds?
sometimes in the night
She
when she
thought of
turns
how Hest
awkwardly,
would rebuke and mock
her
her for her
whale-like
waste of time
belly
and
dragging
money,
the
and her
blankets
cheeks
with her.
burned. No
It
more
twinges,
must be
the
wasted.
torn muscles aching
So she had gritted
deep
her
inside.
teeth and scuttled back across the
Her
swaying
mother
bridges
came
with
up to
Lefton.
stay for the first week,
She'd never
making
felt
her
anything
comfort
like the
food
sensation
dinners
of her
like
belly
spaghetti
floating up
and
behind her
meatballs and
teeth
big
as they
stodgy
dropped far too
lasagnas.
swiftly for her comfort
But
in
after
the
7
flimsy
days,
basket.
Hannah told her gently that she
Lefton had a
needed to go
tendency
home.
to stroll and to
But
chat
she,
with every
Hannah,
passing acquaintance.
needed to get used to this,
She stood
to
impatiently
managing
at his
by
side
herself.
through what seemed like dozens
And
of encounters
besides,
on their way
she
back
might
to the
need
docks.
her mother here even more if
To
Will
every
wasn't out
acquaintance,
before
he
she gave
introduced
birth.
her as the
Come and
Bingtown
stay with
dragon
me,
expert,
her mother
who will be
urged,
heading up
just
river
until
with
Will's
the
well
dragons
again.
to get them settled.
But Hannah
The
shook her
title
head.
that at one time would
She
have
couldn't
filled
leave
her with
Edinburgh,
elation
not
now
with Will so
agitated
sick,
her.
not even in
Her
the early days
discomfiture
when
was
all she could
complete
do was sit
when
by
she
his
finally
bed
arrived
and
back
watch
at the
his
Common
eyes
to
flickering
discover that
restlessly
Cedric
beneath
was not
closed
there.
lids. Still
Hennessy
less
was
once he
already
woke up enough
occupied
to
with
miss
loading
her
a stream of
presence.
crates and barrels of supplies.
How were
He
Hugh's
seemed
parents?
surprised to see
November
her.
asks now,
Well, we
dragging
all
her
thought
back
you
to
were
the
just
present
taking some
and
extra
Hugh's
sleep.
funeral.
That Cedric fellow said to tell you that he'd gone off to find
God,
suitable
November,
lodgings
it was
for the two of you.
so weird.
The way he parodied Cedric's
I just-
diction made her fully
Her throat
aware of
fills
just
with
how the crew
tears at
viewed
the memory of
Cedric's
Hugh's mother's
aristocratic
fragile
manners and
bewilderment.
fastidiousness.
His father's stiff,
For a time she
brittle
stayed on
courage.
the deck, watching with awe just how much the
I had
crew
no
could
idea
fit into
what
the
to say.
Carmen's holds.
He was their
She
only
went back
child,
down to the
their
captain's
everything.
stateroom and tried
What
to
can
imagine
you
living
say?
in it for over a week, or possibly as long as a month.
They didn't throw
It
any
had seemed
light
quaint
on
and nautical,
why.
but when she considered
November
it for a longer
asks.
period, she
No,
began to feel
Hannah says
claustrophobic.
sadly.
She made
I
an
mean,
excuse to put her
I didn't
head into the
ask
crew's living
them,
quarters
But they
and then
clearly
hastily
loved
withdrew.
him so much.
No, she
I
could
keep
not
thinking
imagine
about that
Cedric
last
existing
conversation I
there
had with
any
him at
longer than
Pelham
he
before
already
April
had.
died, when she
She was
walked me back
certain now
across
that
the
he would
quad and
veto
talked
her
about his
participation
father
in the expedition.
and how proud he was
She
of
went
getting him
back
to
on
study
deck and
medicine in
looked
his dad's
anxiously
footsteps. It
upriver.
just...
Several
It kind of
times
breaks
Lefton
my
tried
heart
to
a little.
engage her in conversation
April
about what her
always
own
said
needs
he
might
didn't
be.
belong at Pelham.
And once, when she
November
asked in
says.
some agitation
sighs.
when she would get to see
She
the
told me
dragons,
once.
he explained that
How
the
did she
Dragon
put it?
Beach was less than an
Something
hour
about
away by
giving
river,
him a leg
but quite a
up,
bit more
but
than
it
that
wouldn't do
if she
him any
wished
good
to
in the
travel
end
there by
if he
re-entering the
couldn't keep
city and using the
Giving him a
footbridges
leg
and lifts
up?
to reach it.
Hannah is puzzled.
She gratefully declined
But
to do
April
that
didn't
and
study
attempted to
medicine.
find both her patients
How could she possibly
and her
have helped
plum.
Hugh?
She
I
had
don't
caught
know.
sight of Cedric
November
before
says.
he saw her.
I think a friend of
He
hers
strode
helped
down the
people with
dock,
their exams,
his normally
or
pleasant
something,
face
some
set
kind
in
of
grim
tutor,
disapproval.
maybe?
When
Hannah's
he looked up
breath
from the dock
seems to
and saw her
stick in her
seated on
throat.
top of the deckhouse, she saw
April's
him take a
voice
deep
comes
breath
to her
and hold it.
as clearly as if
Then
she's on
he
the other
clambered
end of the
aboard
line
and came
with
immediately
November.
to her.
Oh,
He didn't
Dad,
greet her at all, but
I had
demanded,
an ex at Carn
"What are
who made
these
a pretty good
ridiculous
living
rumours
taking
I'm
people's
hearing?"
BMAT for them.
I tried to rent some rooms
And
for us,
suddenly,
but the landlady asked just whatever I would need them for, when she had
It's
heard
like
that
the
the
last
Bingtown
few
lady who came
boxes
to
of a
study
Sudoku,
dragons
with
would be
almost
heading up
every
river on
grid
the Tarman
completed,
before the day
so
was
that
out.
the remaining numbers simply
Alice was
slot in
shocked to find she
as
was
easily as
trembling.
1, 2, 3.
For all his sly mockery
One,
of her,
Hugh's
Hest had never raised
desperation
his
to follow
voice
in
to
his
her.
GP father's footsteps.
And in all her years
Two,
of knowing Cedric,
April's
she had never
leg
heard him
up.
speak so severely,
3,
with anger so
the way
plainly
Hugh had never
bubbling
quite felt
under
up
his
to the
words.
work at Pelham.
She clenched her hands
What
together
was
in
it
her
Hugh
lap
had said?
and tried to force steadiness into
Gin
her
up and
voice.
we'll go easy on you
I'm
in the
afraid
exams.
that, yes,
And
I did
Emily's dry
volunteer to
retort,
go.
just a few weeks
You
ago,
see,
but it
when I
feels like a
accompanied
lifetime
Captain
now.
Leftrin to a meeting
Ain't
with the
that the
Passardic Traders
truth?
Council,
There's no way I
discovered
deserved
that
a
they
first,
intended to
and I'm
remove all the
pretty sure
dragons
Hugh
from
wouldn't
here,
even have passed
transferring them
if it
upriver.
wasn't for April.
No one quite knows exactly where they
So
are to
many
be
small
resettled,
things made
but
sense
the council
now.
is quite determined
Hugh's
that they must be moved
shocked
immediately.
horror that first night
Malta
at
the
finding
elderling was
April
there,
in the
and
dining
was
hall.
very dejected that
The way
she herself
April
could not
ordered
accompany
him
the
around,
dragons.
made
But
him
when I
fetch
said
and
that I
carry,
could, she
forced
was
him to come to her play,
impossible.
even the night before his
He cut
most
off her
important
flow of
exam.
words. His face had gone
Why
quite
did
red.
Hugh keep
I
saying
can't
yes?
believe what I'm hearing.
Hannah
I
had
can't
never
believe what
understood
you've
that.
done.
But now
You left the boat
it
without
made
my knowledge
sense.
and went off with that man.
Hugh
And now
literally
you've involved
could not
yourself in
afford
Rainwild
to
politics,
say no.
making offers that we can't
And
possibly
finally,
fulfill.
the pills.
You can't go off on some harebrained
The
expedition
innocent
to an
little
unnamed
capsules on
destination
April's
with no
bedside
fixed
table,
date to return.
half-coloured, half-clear.
Alice, what are
They
you
had
thinking?
never figured out
This
where
isn't some
April
sort
was
of
getting
pretend
those.
game.
It was before anyone knew about
They are
Silk
talking of
Road
going
and all
upriver
the other
beyond any
darknet market
settlement,
sites.
perhaps
Back
beyond
then,
explored
you had
areas.
to know someone
They may
with
encounter all
access
sorts
to
of
a
dangers,
prescription
not to
pad.
mention the discomfort and primitive
Pro plus for
conditions of such travel.
grown-ups.
You are
But
scarcely
not
fit to
pro
endure
plus
such
at
things.
all.
You cannot even
Stronger.
imagine what you are suggesting.
Much stronger.
Or perhaps you can,
Just as April
but
had
that
said to Hugh
imagining
that
is
night
all
at the
that you are
theatre.
doing.
Sod
You have no
flowers, you
concept
should have
of the
brought something
reality.
stronger than that,
And
Hugh.
there is the time
Just
factor
what
to
the
consider.
doctor ordered. Am
Summer
I
does
right?
not last forever, and we did not pack
November
the
is
clothing
saying
or
now,
make any
on the other end
arrangements
of the
for an
phone.
extended stay in
Hannah,
the Rainwilds.
Are you still there?
You may not have real
Yes,
commitments
she
to
says.
return to, but
Her
I
throat
do.
is dry,
This
and
is
she swallows
ridiculous,
against the obstruction.
and backing out of it will be
Yes.
endlessly
Yes,
embarrassing.
I'm still here.
Hest has trading
I think I
partners
know.
here in the Rainwilds.
I think I know
How
what
is it going
happened.
to look that his wife
Hang on.
agreed to do a thing
The
that she
taxi
could
is
not
pulling up
possibly
to the
do,
mews,
and then backed
juddering
out
over
of
the
it?
cobbles, and
What
she
were
leans
you
forwards
thinking?
and pays the driver with her new
Between the time when
uncracked
he
phone
began his speech
and slides
and the
out
moment
to
he
stand in
finished
the
it,
drizzling
a
rain
strange thing
as the car
happened.
drives off.
The trembling inside
She
Alice
feels
stilled
a
and then
coldness sink
hardened.
over her, as
In
November
Cedric's
says.
outraged gaze,
I'm
she
still
suddenly
here,
saw
Hannah
herself
says.
reflected as he
The
saw
rain
her,
is running down the back of her
foolish
neck.
and sheltered, living out an
November.
imaginary adventure
I think
before
I
fleeing
know
home to her
why Hugh
lifetime of
killed
no
April.
real commitments.
Wait, what?
Ignorant
You know?
of the real world in which
Just
he
a
and
second
Hest
ago you
moved
were
so
saying-
competently.
Yes, I know,
And
but it was
perhaps
what you
she
just
was,
said
but through no fault
about
of her
April
own.
giving him a leg up.
She had never been allowed to
She
gather
told
the
me once, she told
experiences
me
she
that she had
needed
a
to be
friend,
competent and
an
independent.
ex-boyfriend, who
Never
took
been
people's
allowed.
BMAT for them.
That was the thought
What's
that
a
burned in her like
BMAT?
molten iron,
November
and
sounds
suddenly
more
hardened into
bewildered
cold
rather
resolve.
than less.
She was
It's
not
the
going to
exam
be
you
allowed
have to take
to
to
do
get
anything.
into Oxford to
Never
do
again
medicine.
would she
It's
submit
really
to being
important.
allowed or not
Hugh
allowed.
told me once that
She would
if you
follow
do well
her
in the
resolve
BMAT,
if it killed
that
her.
basically
For
overrides
being
your
killed
interview.
by it would
It probably
certainly
even
be better than
overrides your
going home and
A-levels to an
dying of not
extent.
being allowed to
And
follow her
Hugh
dream.
did well. He did
So
really
when he
well.
had asked her
He got
so
one of the highest
rhetorically what
marks
she
in
had
his
been
year.
thinking, she
It
replied
was what made
literally,
me so puzzled when
I
he was
was
so
thinking
anxious
that I
about
would
his
finally
prelims
study the
because
dragons,
he'd
as
aced
Hest
the
promised
BMAT,
me
so
I could.
why was he worried about some
It was one of
crappy
the
little
conditions
first
for
year
me marrying
exam?
him, you know,
Except
that
maybe,
I would be allowed to come
maybe
here
he
and
didn't
study them.
ace the BMAT.
If he had kept his word,
Maybe
I would have
someone
been
else
here years
did.
ago, and all of this would have been much simpler.
How could
But
he
as
do
he
that?
chose over and over
November's
again
voice
to
is
ignore the
shocked,
terms of our bargain,
uncomprehending.
here we are.
April's ex,
And the
I mean,
only way
how
that
could
his
he
promise to
pretend
me
to
will
be
be fulfilled
you, or
is if I
anyone for
follow
that
the
matter?
dragons upriver and
I
study
don't
them
know,
as we go.
Hannah says.
She ran
She's
out of breath
desperately
and had to
casting her mind
pause.
back, trying to remember
remember.
He was staring at her,
If it
his
was
mouth
like the
open.
entry test I
She
took
saw
for
him take
English,
breath
it
to
wasn't
speak
like
and beat
regular
him to
exams.
it. So,
you had to go
I have
to a
signed an
testing
agreement
centre,
with the
and I
Traders'
don't
Council.
remember anyone asking for
We
ID.
will be going upriver
I mean,
with the
why would
tarman to
they?
see the dragons resettled.
What are the odds that
and
someone
we'll be
roughly
leaving
the
by
right
this
age
afternoon.
and sex is going
So
to
Captain
turn up
Leftrin will need a
claiming
list
to be
from you
Hugh
of what
Bland
supplies
just
must
to
be picked
take
up
an
for
exam
us.
in his place?
I'll see to balancing accounts with him
November
when we
says
return to
slowly.
Trahorg. I'll be earning a wage aboard the vessel, of course, so I'll have money to settle with the captain. And of course I'll be speaking to him about changing the sleeping arrangements so that we can both be more comfortable during the journey.
He didn't, Hannah said.
She tossed the
But
last
he had
comment
a
toward
father
him
who
as
was
a
a
peace
GP
offering, hoping
and
he would
probably
focus on it
access
and
to his
simply accept the
prescription pad.
rest.
It wasn't
didn't work.
digitised in those days.
Lise,
Most
this
GPs
is
were still
crazy.
handwriting their
We aren't
prescriptions.
prepared.
How hard
Nor
do you think
will
it
we
would
be
be
if
for a
you
bright
don't go
kid
to work
like you
promptly
to
and
steal
make
a
that
few
list?
scripts and
That
write them
is,
out for
isn't it,
lucrative
the sort of duty
prescription-only
that you
drugs?
perform for Hest?
Drugs.
And isn't that what he instructed you to do for me
November
on
says,
this journey?
with a sudden,
So,
flat
do it.
understanding.
And then she had stood up abruptly and walked away from him, just like that. She had been shocked
think
when
it
he
was
had actually
many
done
drug
what she
deals
told him
gone
to
bad,
do, and
Hannah says
uneasy
now.
ever since.
She feels
She'd
an
avoided
awful,
him successfully,
desperate certainty.
not an easy feat on a ship.
April never
Leftrin
did
had
know
been
when to stop,
surprisingly
when she
reasonable
was
about
pushing people
changing
too far.
quarters for them.
I remember her
I've
offering
already
me the
put
pills,
my mind to
the way
that,
she said
and the
there's plenty more
materials
where
are on
those
their
came
way.
from. I mean,
I don't
she'd
mind
been
giving up
taking
my
them for
bunk for a
ages,
night
hadn't
or
she?
two,
Long
but much
before she
longer than
came to
that
Pelham.
simply won't work.
I think she must
But
have been
you'll see.
milking Hugh for drugs for
We
months.
can set up some
ever since he
temporary
took the
shelters
test,
on
in
the
fact.
deck. I've done
When
it
she
before
discovered
for
he was
cattle,
at Pelham, she looked
and
so
it won't be
pleased.
much different for
Like the
passengers.
cat that got the cream,
The Tarman
and
was
I couldn't
built to be
understand it.
versatile.
Even at the time, because they were never
don't
particular
look at
friends.
Me like that.
But
You'll
I think
see.
this must
I'll
have
make
been
it
why.
comfortable enough for even
Her
dapper
little
lads
drug
there.
supplier, not just there in
And with
Oxford,
an
but right
outrageous
at
grin,
the same
he
college
tossed
as
his
her.
head toward the sulking
And she
Cedric.
held it over him all year.
Leftrin had been as good
until
as
he
his
finally
word.
snapped.
She had not noticed the
But
fitting
what could
set
he
into
do?
the deck that allowed
He had no
the
hold
walls
over
to be
April.
raised.
She wasn't the one who
The
had
chambers
taken the BMAT
created
for
were
him.
neither large
She
nor
was just
elegant,
an innocent
being
bystander.
not much roomier
but
than a
April
large
had a
box
hold
stall,
over him,
but they were private.
and she was going to keep
and when
using
hammocks
it.
were slung in them,
Maybe forever.
and her own luggage set in place, she found she could arrange her boxes to
November
make a cosy
whispers
little
now.
den for herself.
Just told her
She had a
sure,
place
he
to
could
sit
get
and
more
write,
drugs.
and a lantern
And
for her own
he
use,
probably even
though Leftrin
sympathised
warned her
with her about
sternly
you
to be
and Will.
eternally cautious
Told
with it.
her that she was quite right
Spilled
to be
oil
angry
and
about
flame
Will
aboard a
fooling
ship
around.
is never a
He must have
trivial
helped
thing.
her plan that
He
last
warned
prank,
her.
Hannah said.
Her quarters
He
shared a
probably
wall with
suggested
Cedric's,
it.
and
In
once
fact,
the walls had been raised,
he must have
he entered
convinced
his
her to
room
play
and shut
dead,
the door
told her that
immediately.
he could persuade me there was no
And there
pulse,
he had stayed
set me up
until
to look
the
an
ship had
idiot in
departed
front of the
wharf at
master and the rest
Kassarik,
of the
only
college,
to put in at the
and
muddy
then
banks of the
he
Dragon
leaned over
Beach
her,
less than an hour
pretending
later.
to be doing CPR.
Cedric looked much
And as
better
soon as
now
he
than
left
he
the
had
room,
earlier. Access to his
strangled her.
wardrobe for fresh
November
clothes,
finishes.
privacy, a
Her
nap,
voice
and a
is
solitary
flat.
meal seemed to
There
have
is a
restored his
silence.
energy, if
Hannah
not his
stands
charm.
in front of the door.
He had not
and
said
feels as
anything
if a
directly
strange
to
weight
Arlise
is
about her
both
high-handed
lifting from
ways,
her
but the
and
edge to his
pressing
tongue
her down.
let her know that he had not forgiven
Oh,
her.
Hugh.
She shook her head to herself and
I have
turned
to
away
go,
from him.
she says to November.
She'd deal with
Her
Cedric
voice
later.
cracks. Will
Right
you be
now
okay?
she wasn't going to let anything
Yes,
ruin
I'll
her
be okay.
first glimpse of the
November
young
says
dragons.
sadly.
Bye.
They're huge, Cedric
They hang
sounded
up.
daunted. You don't intend to
Hannah
go down
puts
there
her
and
key
walk
in the
among
lock and
them?
climbs the stairs
Of
to the
course
flat
I do.
slowly,
Eventually.
step by step.
She didn't
She is
want
out
to
of
admit
breath
that
by
she
the
felt
time she
much
gets to
safer
the
looking
top.
at them
Her
from the
lungs made
Tarman's
shallow
deck.
by the child pressing up
Down
from
the
beneath.
beach the golden dragon suddenly
Inside
lifted
she
his
goes and
head.
sits in the kitchen,
The small figure
by the
beside
window,
him stirred.
staring out into
The
the
dragon
street.
looked toward them,
She
flaring
should
his
be phoning
nostrils
Will
and
for the
audibly
latest
blowing.
news of his discharge,
He rolled to his
contacting
feet and began
occupational
to lumber
therapy,
toward them.
booking taxis, arranging grab
Now,
handles,
what does he want?
setting all the
Leftrin
1,001
muttered
things up
uneasily.
for his return home.
He watched the dragon approach the
but
barge.
she doesn't.
The animal
Even though
turned
she
his
is
head
longing
on
for
his
him
long
with a
neck,
force that is
regarding
an almost
Tarman
physical
curiously
ache
with shining
inside
black
her.
eyes. He came several
Instead,
steps closer,
she wakes
and
her
then
phone,
stretched out his head
goes
to
to
snuff at the
Google,
barge.
and types
Cedric
something into
stepped
the
back
search
from
bar.
the railing. Arlise,
5 words,
he warned around her.
She hasn't had
but
the
captain
courage
had
to
not
search for
moved.
in almost 10
She chose
years.
to stay where she was.
John
A moment
Neville,
later, the dragon gently
April
butted his head
Clark
against the vessel's
Cliveden.
planked side.
And then she
Carmen
presses
did
search.
not budge, But in
The
an
pictures
instant,
flicker
both
up,
Sergeant
one by
Hennessy
one,
were at Leftryn's side.
and each one gives her a
Big
little
Ida
reflexive
hulked up behind
jolt,
them, staring balefully
a shock
at the
of muscle
dragon.
memory from the time when
Grigsby,
every
the
news
ship's
item made
orange
her
cat,
flinch.
joined them.
Every headline
He
was
leaped
like a
to the
punch
railing
to the gut.
and glared at the dragon, lashing his
Pelham
striped tail
Strangler
and muttering
conviction
cat
to be
curses in his
quashed,
throat.
says Thames
There's
Police.
no harm done.
John Neville
Leftryn
innocent.
warned them softly.
How did the
He
police
set
get
a
it
restraining
so wrong?
hand on the angry cat's back.
April's killer.
Not yet,
Justice
Hennessy
at last?
replied sourly.
She clicks
Is there
through to one at
danger?
random,
Alice asked.
and there they are.
I don't know,
Neville,
Leftryn
glowering
said.
out of the page
Then,
from his
as
college
the dragon's
ID picture,
goalkeeper caught up with the
April
creature,
in a
he added
photograph taken
quietly,
from her
I
Instagram
don't
page,
think so.
glancing flirtatiously over
Moments
her shoulder
later,
in
the
an
immense
emerald
creature was
green
following the
handkerchief
girl
dress.
placidly down the beach,
Hannah
back to
looks
their
at them
sunning
both,
spot.
and for the
Alice
first
let
time
her pent breath
in
out
10
in a sigh.
years, she finds
Look
she
how
can
the
meet
sun
their eyes,
reflects off him.
even though her own are
His
swimming with
markings are
tears.
so delicate. Such
She reaches
amazing
out and
creatures,
touches their faces,
even flaws that
John's,
incredibly
April's,
beautiful.
as though
Of
they
course,
can
the
feel
queen
it
at
through
the end
glass,
of the beach is the
through
most
10
glorious,
years, through
but this is
death.
to be expected. The females
I'm
of this
sorry,
species were
she whispers.
always the most flamboyantly
I'm
coloured.
so sorry I let you both
My
down.
studies suggest that they could be assertive,
She doesn't know
even
how long
arrogant,
she sits
perhaps,
there, staring
but given
into
the
their
level
faces.
of their intelligence,
April's laughing,
such
full of
arrogance
secrets.
was perhaps
John's
the natural
dour and filled
attitude
with
that
resentment.
such a superior mind
But then
might take.
her phone vibrates with
Look
the
at
warning of a
her.
new email,
The sun
and a
soaks
little
right
alert
into her
pops up.
and shines back out
It's
of
from
her.
Geraint Williams. The
The
subject
blue dragon
line
and
is,
her
"How
tender
are
were
you
a
doing?"
good distance away,
She clicks
at
through.
least 100 feet.
Hi, Hannah.
Alice was sure her
Geraint
voice
here.
had not carried
Hope you're
that
doing
far,
okay, and the
and
baby
yet the
too.
blue female
And
suddenly
I hope
lifted
Will
her
is
head
feeling
from
better.
where she had been
I
stretched
spoke to
out on the
November about
hard
your
mud
ordeal with
and
Hugh.
regarded
I'm
Alice
so sorry.
with whirling
That sounds
copper eyes
completely
for a
terrifying.
long moment.
I can't believe what a nice
Then
bloke
she
he
said
seemed.
quite
I
clearly,
guess he fooled all of us.
"Were you speaking of
Listen,
me,
I thought
being
twice
town
about sending
woman?"
this because I'm sure you've got enough on your plate with Will's
Day
injury
the
and
5th of
the
the
baby
grain
being due
moon.
in a few weeks, and
Year the
you may not be
6th,
ready to
the
talk.
Independent
Plus,
Alliance
I'm not
of
sure how much you
Traders.
can say until the police have
From
finished doing their
Detosi,
bit.
keeper of
But,
the birds, Trehawk,
well,
to Kim,
I'm working
keeper
on the
of the birds,
podcast again.
Kasaric.
It's a bit different from
Has
what
it
I
escaped your
imagined,
tiny little
obviously.
brain
Neville's
that the message you
innocence
received
isn't
from
in
Eric
dispute
contained
anymore,
information
and most
about
of
a
the 10
special
questions
feed
I posed
that may
in my
enhance
original
the health
article
and
are
longevity
answered.
of the pigeon
So
stocks.
this one is
Did
going
it
to be
never
more about
occur to
April
you that
and
by
her
attaining
life,
this information
and about
on an
the ripple
official
effect
matter
of a
to a
crime
bird
like
already
this,
carrying a
how
message,
the media
he was
treated
merely
her,
being
her
more
family,
efficient?
that kind of thing?
The idea
I'm calling
that
it
he and I
the
share a
It
personal
Girl.
correspondence
November's
is rather
agreed to act
laughable,
as executive
considering
producer,
that we have
and
never
I'm
even
pretty
met each
pleased
other.
with how it's going.
If you
And
wish to
what I
draw that
wanted to say
missive to the
is, if
attention
you
of
ever
the
wanted to
councils,
talk,
oh,
put your side of the
please
story,
do.
well,
It
I'd
will
be
give
honoured,
us all a
that's all.
chance to discuss
Your
the
choice
sorry
and
state
no
of the
hard
coops at
feelings if you
Kasaric,
don't or
the
aren't
death
ready
of over
just
20
yet.
promising squabs
I'm so
because a
glad we
snake
managed
was
to
able
get
to
some
enter your
kind of
coops,
justice for
and
Neville
the
in the end.
rumours that squab
He
has
was
been on
obviously
your
quite a
family's
troubled
menu
man,
with
but
a
he didn't
peculiar
deserve that.
frequency since
No
you
one does.
assumed your post.
I'll always be grateful to you for making that
Detosi.
happen. Anyway, don't answer straight away.
Chapter
Take your
12.
time to think it over.
Among Dragons.
But I'm here when you're ready
He
to
couldn't
talk.
believe
Whether that's
she had
6
done
weeks
it.
or 6 months
Just
or even
couldn't
longer.
believe it.
Geraint.
This woman was
P.S.
not the
The
Alice
first episode
Kilcarron
isn't
he had
finished
grown
yet,
up
but
with.
if you want to
She
hear a
wasn't
rough
even
cut of
the
the
Alice
opening, here's a
Spinbok
link.
he'd frequently dined
Password
with
is
for the last 5
November.
years. He wasn't
Almost
sure
before
where
she
this
has had time
domineering
to think
vixen had
better of
come
it,
from,
Hannah
but he'd be
clicks the
glad to
link.
see her depart.
There is a
If
short
it hadn't
pause,
been so
and
important
then a
for him
voice
to
breaks the
accompany her
silence.
when she
Not the
visited
one she
the
was
dragons,
expecting.
he never
Geraint.
would have allowed her to go
Instead,
this far.
it's a voice that's eerily
He
familiar.
leaned on the railing
One
beside
that
her.
raises the hairs
To her
on her
left, the
arms.
disgusting Captain
It is
Leftryn
high
matched her
and reedy,
posture, so
in a way
close
that
he
once
was
made her
practically
shiver just to
touching her,
imagine it.
while she spouted
It is
her
John
infatuated nonsense about the
But
dragon.
he doesn't sound exactly
Well,
like she
let her
remembers.
have a day or
He
two of
doesn't
it.
sound belligerent
Angry
and
as he felt
self-important.
toward her
He
right
sounds
now, he still
sad.
dreaded the tasks that were before
April
him.
Clark Cliveden
He'd go ashore
was
with
one of
her
the most
and
beautiful
act as
girls
her
I've ever seen,
secretary while
he
she
says.
interviewed
The
the
little
lumbering
sound bars
beasts
rising
down
name falling on her screen as
Soon
he
enough,
speaks.
she'd realise what they were,
They used to call
and
her
that would be the end
It
of it.
Girl,
He
because she
thought
had
of her
everything.
inevitable
Looks, money,
disillusionment
brains, I
and
suppose.
almost felt
Or
sympathy
she wouldn't
for
have been
her.
at Pelham.
He'd been foolish even
Everybody
to
knew
argue
her
with her
or knew about
earlier
her,
when she'd proposed her
someone took that
wild
all
dream
away
of
from her,
accompanying the captain and the
and I will never
dragons
stop
on their
being
trek
angry about
upriver.
that.
He just
I
should have
want that
nodded and
someone
agreed.
to pay.
He'd listened to what Trell and his
Hannah
wife
reaches
had to
out
say about
and
the
pushes
dragons.
the pause button on her
This
phone.
adventure wasn't going to
And for a long
materialize
moment
as
she just
Arlise had
sits
always
there,
imagined it.
her hands
And
pressed
when
to
she
her
came
face,
to him, a
fighting
night or two
tears.
hence,
The
crestfallen
baby
and
turns
disappointed,
inside her.
he'd be ready to comfort her
She thinks
and find
about Neville,
passage for the two of them
about the
back
truth,
home.
about how
All
his
he
voice
had to do
has
was
been
maintain
silenced.
his patience and wait.
She thinks about
and
April.
not vomit.
She
as
thinks about the rest of her
Leftryn
life,
slimed along
stretching
after
out
her.
before her, a
He
life that
glanced
neither of
across
them
at
will
them
ever
again.
have.
She was looking up
Her
at
breathing
Leftryn and
steadies.
smiling. Was she
Then
infatuated
she crosses
with that
to her
grizzled
laptop
water
and
rat?
opens it up,
It didn't seem
bringing
possible.
up Geraint's email.
Perhaps she
She wants
construed
to
the
reply
man's
before
braying
she can
laugh
change her
and
mind.
extravagant compliments as the
Dear
epitome of
Geraint,
rustic charm.
Nice to hear
After
from
all,
you.
Arlise
I saw your
had
name
had
in the
few
news as the
opportunities to
CC
sample
spokesperson.
social interchange
I'm glad
with a wide
November's got you
variety
to
of
support
men.
her with handling the press.
Maybe his very
As for
coarseness
me,
appealed
I'm
to
doing
her.
okay, thanks.
He knew her well enough to
So
know
is
that
Will.
Hest
At
was in
least
no
he's
danger
not
of losing
out
her
of the
to
hospital
anyone.
yet, but they say
Even
he
if
may
she
be
was not
discharged
happy
soon.
with her husband, she was
I
far
know
too
you
tightly
said not
laced
to reply
even to
straight
consider
away, but
betraying
I'm going
him.
to.
So let her
I'm going to
flirt
give
a
you
bit.
my answer now.
Let her think she
and
was
please
being a
know
woman of the world
that
on
it's
this
not
dismal
going to
journey.
change.
Though
I
why
am
she
ready,
could possibly want to dally
not
with
to
an old
talk.
walrus like Leftryn eluded
In some ways,
him.
I feel as if I've
How
done
could
nothing
he
but
compare
talk.
to the elegant Hest?
I've told my version again
At
and
the
again,
thought of
to
Hest,
the police,
his spirit
to the
sank
courts,
again.
to you in November,
Where was he
and Will.
now? What was he
I've
doing?
been telling it for more than
Who
10
was sharing
years.
his table and witty observations?
I've said
What
everything.
exotic port had attracted him?
And
What
now
extravagant and unusual
it's time for
cargo
me
had he
to
already purchased?
shut up and
He
move
closed
on.
his eyes for a moment and could
I
clearly
listened to the
imagine
opening of
Hest
your
loading
podcast,
his pipe
and I hope
after
it's
a
a
fine
huge
meal
hit.
in excellent
You know the truth,
accommodations.
and you'll tell it well.
Would Hest even
And
wonder
April's
what
life
Cedric was
deserves to be
enduring on
celebrated,
his
just as
swamp-filled
Neville's
journey
voice
up a
deserves to be heard.
mosquito-infested river? He
But I said
probably
enough.
did, and probably chortled with
I've given
joy
enough
each
of
time
my life
Cedric came to his
to
mind.
April's death.
It stung even worse to
Be
imagine
safe.
Hest sharing his
Stay
amusement
well.
with Wallum
Take
and
care of
Jaff
November.
and the insidious
She
Redding
needs someone
Cope.
like you.
He imagined
Love,
Cope doing one
Hannah.
of his infuriating
She hovers for a
imitations.
moment with her mouse over
This
the
is
paper airplane
Cedric,
button,
enjoying the mosquitoes.
and then very firmly,
And then that pudgy
she
little
presses
excuse
it,
for a man would
and the
slap
email
himself
whooshes
and
away,
leap about
leaving
and be
her staring
rewarded
at her
with Hest's
inbox,
laughter.
and the line of folders
Even
ranked
to
next to
imagine it
her
was
unread
intolerable.
emails.
He realized he was
Bills,
grinding his teeth
house,
and with an effort calmed
personal,
his face.
Receipts,
This whole
and then
misadventure
finally,
was Hest's doing,
requests.
and an entirely unreasonable punishment for the sin
Slowly,
of simply
very
speaking his
slowly,
mind.
she opens up
All
the
he had
folder,
wanted
and for the
was
first
for
time
Hest
in
to be a
years,
bit kinder
maybe
to
even the
Arlise.
first time ever,
And for his troubles,
she scans
he had
down
not
the list
only
of
been exiled
emails.
by Hest, but now
Hannah,
was
urgent, we
hijacked
talk.
by Arlise
Fee
to
available.
accompany her even
Message for
deeper
Hannah
into this
Jones, re Pelham
uncivilized
Strangler
wasteland.
case. Important
Unmindful
update
of
on the
Cedric's
Clark Cliveden
displeasure,
case. Time
Arlise was
sensitive.
chattering away with the goat
ITV
man
news
at her
request
left
for comment.
elbow.
Re-April
For a
update.
moment, he let his
Interview
mind
request for
follow her
mail.
words.
Please pass to Ms. Jones.
Look at her. The sun
There are
soaks right
dozens
into
of them.
her and
Hundreds.
shines back out of her.
Thousands.
She's
going back years
magnificent.
and years.
Cedric made a mildly
And
agreeable
years.
noise and let her dither
Slowly.
on.
Very
The beach
slowly.
didn't merit the name.
She checks
it
the
was
box
merely a
marked
slope of trampled and sun-baked mud
dialogue
that
box
went
pops
down
up.
to the river's edge.
All 50 messages
Soon
on
enough,
this
he'd have
page
to be
are
out
selected.
there, following Arlise
Select
about
all
and taking notes for her,
2,758
traipsing
messages
around the piles
in
of dragon
requests.
dung and river flotsam,
She
ruining
clicks
his
to select
boots,
all
most likely.
2,758.
As soon as the men finished tying up or whatever they were doing,
Then she
Arlise
moves
would
over
want to go ashore.
and presses the
He'd
delete
probably best go to
button.
his room and see
This
about
action
finding
will
his
affect all
tools.
2,758
yes,
messages
I was.
in requests.
You are
Her
absolutely
computer prompts.
glorious.
Are you sure
Arlise
that you
shouted
want
the
to
words.
continue?
Cedric
She clicks
opened his
OK.
eyes. Arlise looked
The page hangs
transported
for a
by
moment,
joy.
as if giving her the
Beneath a
chance to
multitude
change
of
her mind.
freckles, her cheeks were
And then
flushed.
the
She
screen goes
clasped her
blank.
hands to her bosom as if to
There
hold
are
her
no
thundering
messages
heart
with
inside
this
her
label.
chest.
it says.
She turned to him, and he could see
Her
in
email
her eyes
pings
that
again,
in her excitement
and she glances
had
at it.
completely forgotten their
It's
earlier
from a
disagreement.
reporter she doesn't know,
Seemingly
someone called
transfixed,
Paul
she exclaimed,
Dylon.
"Cedric,
The subject
she
line
spoke to
is
me.
urgent request
The
for
Blue
comment
Dragon.
requashing of Neville conviction
She
for 6
spoke
o'clock
to me."
news.
He let his
Hannah
eyes
presses
rove over the
delete
spectacle of
and
reptilian
watches
creatures that
as the
sprawled or
message swirls
prowled
away
on the muddy
into
shore.
the ether.
"Which
She
blue
closes
one?"
down her
he
laptop,
asked her at last.
stands, and
"The queen,
stretches
the
long
largest
and
blue
hard,
queen."
feeling the baby
She
inside her
sounded
shift
as if she could not get her
luxuriantly,
breath.
as if revelling
She
in the
lifted her
extra
voice
space.
again.
The
"May I
bones
come
in her
ashore and
hips and
speak with
spine
you?"
click,
"Queen?
and she releases
Do
a
dragons
long breath.
have kings and queens?"
Then
"The
she
large
walks
blue
over to the
female."
cupboard in the corner of the
She
living room,
sounded
the one
impatient
where they
with him.
keep the
"That one
screwdrivers and the
there,
Allen
next
keys
to the
and the
girl
spare
with the broom.
fuses. She pulls out the toolbox
and how do you
takes
know
it
she's
across
their
to the window,
queen?
clearing a wide
"Not
space
their
on the
queen,
rug.
a queen. All
It's
female
time.
dragons are queens,
She has
just
a
as
crib
female
to
cats are
build.
queens. Now please, hush. I can't hear her while you're talking." The creature was making a sound like a badly tuned wind instrument, but Arlise seemed enchanted
The
by
It
its
Girl
song.
was written by
When the
Ruth
dragon
Ware
ceased its
and
mooing,
read by Imogen
Captain
Church.
Leftrin seemed
It was
equally
produced
fascinated.
by Heavy
"Let's get
Entertainment.
you down there, then."
This has
he
been a
said.
presentation of Simon &
Arlise
Schuster
was already
Audio.
in motion. She glanced back at him as she hurried toward the prow of the barge. "Bring your notebook, please, Cedric. Bring everything you'll need to make a transcript of our conversation. Hurry."
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this
"Very
program.
well. I'll be right along." His own heartbeat jumped a bit at the prospect of finally walking among the dragons. He hurried to the makeshift stall that Leftrin had put together for him. At least it had solved one of his problems. Within the 4 rough walls he had a modicum of privacy and access to all his luggage. He opened his wardrobe trunk and then pulled open one of the drawers. He'd prepared everything as carefully as he possibly could, hoping to provide for every contingency. He took out his lap desk and sat down on his bed to open it. The bed was little more than a raised plank with some semi-clean bedding to soften it, but it was a place to sit, and far better than the canvas sling they had cobbled together for him to sleep in. He checked the lap desk's contents hastily. There were containers for ink of various colors, some empty and some full. Some quill pens already cut and others whole. His penknife, small and sharp. A generous supply of paper in several weights and a bound sketchbook. A small box held charcoal sticks and several sketching pencils. He pushed 2 concealed catches with his thumbs, and the bottom of the paper box came loose. He lifted it out. There were his specimen bottles. The larger bottles and the coarse salt were concealed in a different compartment in the base of his wardrobe, but for his first foray this was enough. Perhaps if he were extraordinarily lucky, by the time they returned to the barge he'd have everything he needed. When he returned to the deck, the others were already gone. How considerate of them! He suppressed his annoyance and went to the side of the barge. A coarse rope ladder was his means of egress from the boat. It was tricky to get down with his lap desk tucked under his arm, but he wasn't about to toss it down onto the baked mud. And, of course, no one offered to help him in any way. Arlise was already a substantial distance down the beach, trotting along by herself. That rogue Leftrin hadn't even seen fit to escort her, had just dropped her off on a beach littered with dragons. How could she stand that man? He dropped the last few feet to the ground and found the impact harder than he had expected and nearly lost his grip on the precious case. He crouched down to roll up the cuffs of his trousers, scowling at how foolish he'd look, like some sort of a booted stork. Well, better that than spending the rest of the day with his cuffs weighted down with foul-smelling mud. And it was foul. There was no mistaking the reek of excrement. It combined with the brackish smell of the river and the rank smell of the jungle to make the air a thick soup of stench. Good thing he'd not had an opportunity to eat much today, or his stomach would have rebelled completely. "Such a lovely place you've chosen for a stroll, Arliss," he muttered sarcastically to himself. "Off you go to frolic among the dragon dung with your river rat." He heard a noise like a low growl and looked around himself in alarm. No, there were no dragons anywhere near, yet he had definitely heard the threatening snarl of a rather large creature. Even now he had the uncomfortable sensation of being watched. Not just watched, but stared at, as a cat stares at a mouse. Again he scanned the area near him, then startled as he came face to face with two large glaring eyes. His heart slammed against his ribs. An instant later he realized his error. The eyes looked down on him from the nose of the barge. He'd never noticed them before. It was, he recalled, an old superstition to paint eyes on a ship to help find its way. The eyes glared at him with contempt and fury. He gave a shudder and turned away from the hideous thing. "Cedric, hurry up, please!" He looked up to find Arliss looking back at him over her shoulder. Now he saw Captain Leftrin was off to one side, conferring with a delegation of Rainwilders about something. One had a thick scroll and seemed to be going over a list with him, point by point. The captain nodded and gave his braying laugh. The man with the scroll did not look amused. Arliss had halted just short of the dragons. Now she looked at him like a dog begging for a walk. Anxiety vied with the excitement in her stance, and no wonder. The dragon she had chosen had risen to her feet and was regarding Arliss with interest. It was much bigger than it had looked from the deck of the barge, and blue, very blue. The creature's hide sparkled iridescently in the sunlight. The eyes she had turned on Arliss were large, much larger than seemed proportionate to the creature's head. They were a coppery brown, with a slit pupil like a cat's, but unlike a cat's eyes, the color of the dragon's eyes seemed to melt and swirl around the iris of her eye. It was unsettling. The creature gave a guttural call. Arliss turned her back on him and hastened toward the dragon. "Yes, of course. I apologize for keeping you waiting, beauteous one." If the dragon had been proportional and perfectly formed, she might have been beautiful, as a prize bull or a stag was beautiful. But she was not. Her tail seemed short compared to her long neck, and her legs were stumpy. The wings that she now lifted and spread seemed ridiculously small and floppy for a creature of her size, and uneven. They reminded Cedric of a parasol that the wind had blown inside out, presenting the same aspect of flimsy ribs and uneven fabric. He stood up, tucked his lap desk under his arm, and set off across the mud in pursuit of Arliss. A commotion off to one side made him halt. A small red dragon with a boy clinging to its back was thudding ponderously along the beach. "Open your wings!" the lad was shouting. "Open your wings and flap them! You got to try, Hebe. Try really hard." And in response, the misshapen creature spread out wings that were not even well matched. One was larger than the other, but the dragon obediently flapped them as it ran. Its flight ended a moment later as it charged directly into the river. The boy yelled in dismay, and then shouted with laughter in his voice, "You got to watch where we're going, Hebe. But that was good for a first try. We just got to keep at it, girl." He was not the only one who had stopped to stare at the spectacle. Dragons and keepers alike were frozen. Some of the keepers were grinning, and others were horrified. He could not read any expression on the dragons' visages. After all, how could one tell if a cow were amused or offended? Arliss, after one moment of staring in shock, turned back to her target and once more hurried off. His longer legs soon caught him up with Ali's, despite her dogged trot. She seemed to be talking to the dragon. "You are glorious beyond words. I am so thrilled to finally be here, and to speak with you like this is beyond my wildest dreams." The dragon lowed back at her. For the first time he really noticed the young girl beside the dragon. She had rested her makeshift pine-bough broom on her shoulder. She didn't look pleased to see them. The scowl on her face and her narrowed eyes made her look even more reptilian, for that was his first impression of her. Lizard-like, he would have said of her scaled face. He had thought her hands were caked with mud, but now he saw that her fingers ended in thick black claws. Her braided black hair looked like woven snakes, and her eyes glittered unnaturally. "Alice," he said warningly, and when she didn't respond, he raised his voice more commandingly. "Alice, stop a moment. Wait for me." "Well, hurry then." She paused, but he sensed that she would not wait long. In 2 strides he caught up with her completely. In the guise of taking her arm, he caught hold of her. "Be careful," he cautioned her in a low voice, pitching his words to carry through the dragon's vocalizing. "You know nothing of the dragon, and the girl looks distinctly unfriendly. Either one or both of them may be dangerous." "Cedric, let go! Can't you hear her? She says she wishes to speak to me. I think the best way to insult her and anger her is to ignore such a request. And speaking to the dragons is exactly why I came here, and it's why you are here too. So follow me, and please, have your pen ready to record our conversation." She tried to pull free of him. He kept his grip and leaned down to peer into her face. "Alice, are you serious?" "Of course I am. Why do you think I came all this way?" "But the dragon is not speaking. Unless mooing like a cow or barking like a dog conveys some meaning to you. What am I to record?" She looked at him in confusion that became dismay, and then, inexplicably, sympathy. "Oh, Cedric, you cannot understand her at all? Not one word?" "If she has spoken a word, I haven't understood it. All I've heard are, well, dragon noises." Almost as if in response to his comment, the dragon released a rumble of sound. Alice swiveled her head to face the dragon. "Please, I beg you, let me have a moment with my friend. He cannot seem to hear you." When Alice met Cedric's gaze again, she shook her head in woe. "I'd heard that there were some who could not understand clearly what Tintaglia said, and a few who could not even perceive she was speaking at all. But I never thought you would be so afflicted. What are we to do now, Cedric? How will you record our conversations?" "Conversations?" At first he'd been annoyed at her childish pretense of talking to the dragon. It was the same annoyance he always felt when people greeted dogs as "old man," and asked how my fine fellow has been. Women who talked to their cats made him shudder. Alice, as a rule, did neither, and he thought her calls to the dragon had been some new and unwelcome rain-wild affectation. But now, to insist that the dragon was speaking to her, and then to offer him her pity, it was too much. "I'll record them just as I would log your conversations with a cow or a tree. Alice, this is ridiculous. I'll accept, because I must, that the dragon Tintaglia had the ability to make herself understood. But this creature? Look at it!" The dragon writhed its lips and made a flat hissing noise. Alice went scarlet. The young rain-wilder beside the dragon spoke to him. "She says to tell you, but although you may not understand her, she understands every word you say. And that the problem is not in her speaking, nor even in your ears, but in your mind. There have always been humans who cannot hear dragons, and usually they are the most arrogant and ignorant ones." It was too much. "Keep a civil tongue in your head when you address your elders, girl, or is that no longer taught here in the Rain Wilds?" The dragon gave a sudden huff. The force of her exhaled breath blasted him with warmth and the stink of the semi-rotted meat she had just eaten. He turned aside from her with an exclamation of disgust. Arliss gave a gasp of horror and pleaded, "He does not understand. He meant no insult. Please, he meant no insult." An instant later, Arliss had seized him by the arm. "Cedric, are you all right?" she demanded of him. "That creature belched right in my face." Arliss gave a strangled laugh. She seemed to be trembling with relief. "A belch? Was that what you thought it? If so, we are fortunate that was all. If her poisoned glands were mature, you'd be melting right now. Don't you know anything of dragons? Don't you recall what became of the Chalcidian raiders who attacked Bingtown? All Tintaglia had to do was breathe on them. Whatever it was she spat, it ate right through armor, and right through skin and bone as well." She paused and then added, "You have insulted her without meaning to. I think you should go back to the ship, right now. Give me time to explain your misunderstanding of her." The Rainwild girl spoke again. She had a husky voice, a surprisingly rich contralto. Her silver gaze was both unsettling and compelling. "Skymore agrees with the Bingtown woman. Whether you're my elder or not, she says you should leave the dragon grounds. Now." Cedric felt even more affronted. "I don't think that you have the right to tell me what to do at all," he told the girl. But Arliss spoke over his words. "Skymore? That's her name?" "It's what I call her," the girl amended. She seemed embarrassed to have to admit it. "She told me that a dragon's true name is a thing to be earned, not given." "I understand completely," Arliss replied. "The true name of a dragon is a very special thing to know. No dragon tells her true name lightly." She treated the dragon's keeper as if she were a charming child who had interrupted an important adult conversation. The child did not enjoy that, Cedric noted. Arliss turned back to the hulking reptile. The creature had ventured so close, but it now towered over them. Her eyes were like burnished copper glittering in the sunlight. Her gaze was fixed steadily on him. Arliss spoke to the creature. "Great and gracious one, your true name is an honor that I hope one day to win. But in the meantime, I am pleased to give you mine. I am Arliss Kincaran Finnbach." And she actually curtsied to the creature, bobbing down almost into the mud. "I have come all the way from Bingtown to see you and to hear you speak. I hope that we shall have long conversations, and that I shall be able to learn a great deal about you and the wisdom of your kind. Long has it been since humanity was favored with the company of dragons. What little we knew of your kind has, I fear, been forgotten. I would like to remedy that lack." She gestured toward Cedric. "I brought him with me to be our scribe and record any wisdom you wished to share with me. I am sorry that he cannot hear you, for I am certain that if he could, he would quickly perceive both your intelligence and your wisdom." The dragon rumbled again. The young keeper looked at Cedric and said, "Skymore says that even if you could understand her words, she thinks it likely you would be unable to comprehend either her intelligence or wisdom, for plainly you lack both." Her translation was obviously intended to insult. The girl's eyes, silvery grey, darted toward Arliss when she spoke. If Arliss was aware of her animosity, she ignored it. Instead, Alice turned to him and said quietly but firmly, "I'll see you when I return to the ship, Cedric. If you don't mind, would you leave your lap desk with me? I may try to write down some of what we discuss." "Of course," he said, and managed to keep the bitterness and the resentment from his voice. Long ago, he thought to himself, he'd had to learn to speak civilly even after Hest had publicly flayed him with words. It was not so hard. All he had to do was discard every bit of his pride. He'd never thought that he would have to employ that talent with Alice. He thrust the lap desk at her, and as she took it, was most pleased to see her surprise at how heavy it was. Let her deal with carrying it about, he thought vengefully to himself. Let her see the sort of work he'd been willing to do for her. Perhaps she might appreciate him a bit more. He turned away from her. Then, with a sudden lurch of heart, he realized there were things inside that lap desk, but he emphatically did not wish to share with Alice. He turned hastily back to her. "The entire secretarial desk will be too heavy for you to use easily. Perhaps I could just leave you some blank paper and a pen and ink?" She looked startled at his sudden kindness, and he suddenly knew that she knew he'd intended to be rude when he'd burdened her with the whole desk. She looked pathetically grateful as he took it from her and opened it. The raised lid kept her from peering inside, but she didn't seem to have any curiosity about it. As he rummaged inside it for the required items, she said quietly, "Thank you for your understanding, Cedric. I know this must be hard for you, to come so far on such a great adventure, and then to find that fortune has excluded you from the best part of it. I want you to know that I think no less of you. Such a lack could afflict anyone." "It's fine, Alice," he said, and he tried not to sound brusque. She thought his feelings were hurt because he couldn't communicate with the animal, and she felt sorry for him. The thought almost made him smile, and his heart softened toward her. How many years had he felt sorry for her? It was odd to be on the receiving end of her pity. Odd and strangely touching that she'd care if his feelings were hurt. "I've plenty of work to do back on the boat. I trust you'll be back for the evening meal?" "Oh, likely much before then. I shan't stand here in the dark and quiz her, I assure you. Today I'll be happy if we just get to know each other well enough to be comfortable. Thank you. I'll try not to waste your ink." "You're welcome. Really you are. I'll see you later." Thymara watched the exchange between the well-dressed man and the Bingtown woman and wondered. They seemed very familiar with each other. Perhaps they were married. She was reminded of her parents and how they had always seemed connected and yet distant to each other. These two seemed to get along about as well as her parents did. She already disliked both of them. The man because he had no respect for Skymore and was too stupid to understand her, and the woman because she had seen the dragon and now she coveted her. And she would probably win the dragon, for she seemed to know how to charm her. Couldn't Skymore see that the Bingtown woman was just trying to flatter her with her flowery phrases and overdone courtesy? She would have thought that the dragon would be angered by such a blatant attempt to win favor with her. Instead, Skymore seemed delighted with the extravagant compliments the woman showered on her. She fawned on her, openly begging for more. And in turn, the woman seemed completely infatuated with the dragon. From the first moment they had seen each other, Thymara had almost felt the mutual draw between them. It irritated her. No, it was more than irritation. It made her seethe with jealousy, she admitted, because it excluded her. She was supposed to be Skymore's keeper, not this ridiculous city woman. This Alice would not be able to feed the dragon or tend her. Would this woman with her soft body and pale skin walk beside the dragon as they wended their way upriver through the shallows and the encroaching forest? Would she kill to feed the dragon and perform the tedious grooming that Sky Moor so obviously needed? She thought not. Thymara had spent most of the day scrubbing at Sky Moor's hide until every scale gleamed. She'd dug caked mud out of her claws and claw sheaths, picked a legion of nasty little blood-sucking beetles from the edges of the dragon's eyes and nostrils, and even cleared an area of reeking fresh dragon dung so that Sky Moor could stretch out for her grooming without becoming soiled again. But the moment this Bingtown woman threw her a compliment or two, the dragon focused entirely on her, as if Thymara had never existed. Would the woman have thought her so gleamingly beautiful if she'd seen the dragon 5 hours ago? Not likely. The dragon was using all Thymara's hard work to attract a better keeper for herself. She'd soon find she'd made a poor choice. Just like Tats. The thought ambushed her, and she felt the sudden sting of tears behind her eyes. She pushed all thoughts of Tats and Gerd aside. That night, when Tats had left the fireside and Gerd had followed, she'd thought nothing of it. Tats, she thought, had needed time to be alone. But then, when they came back to the fire together, it was obvious to Thymara that he had been anything but alone. He seemed completely recovered from his exchange of comments with Greft. Gerd had been laughing at something he said. At the fire's edge, they'd sat down side by side. She'd overheard Gerd quizzing him about his life, asking the sort of personal questions that Thymara had always avoided for fear of Tats thinking she was too nosy. Gerd had asked them, smiling and tipping her head to look up into his face, and Tats had replied in his deep, soft voice. She'd sat by the fire, and Rapskull supplied an unwelcome distraction as he pelted her with his speculations about the journey and what they would have for breakfast tomorrow, and if it was possible to kill a gallator with a sling. Greft had glared at her, Tats and Rapskull, and then gone stalking off into the forest on his own. Nortel and Boxter had both seemed out of sorts as well, exchanging small barbed comments. Harrikin had suddenly seemed sullen and sulky. None of it made sense to her. She only knew that her earlier sensation of goodwill and friendliness had been more fleeting than the smoke from their campfire. And that night Tats had spread out his bedding and gone to sleep near Gerd, without even speaking to Thymara to say good night. She thought they were friends, good friends. She'd even been stupid enough to think that he'd only signed up as a dragon keeper because he knew that she'd be going too. Worse, Rapskull had tossed his blankets right down beside hers after she had made her bed for the evening. She couldn't very well get up and move away from him, much as she wished to. He'd slept next to her every night since they left Trahorg. He talked and laughed even in his sleep, and her dreams, when she did find them at night, were uneasy ones of her father looking for her in a mist. In vain she tried to recall her mind to the present and focus on the conversation next to her. The Bingtown woman was speaking to Sky Moor. "Do you recall, lovely one, your immediate ancestor's experience, your glorious mother's life? Do you know what happened to the world to cause dragons to become nearly extinct and leave humans to mourn in loneliness for so long?" She stood awaiting an answer, her pen poised over her paper. It was sickening. Worse, Sky Moor was wallowing in the praise and answering the woman in dragon riddles while telling her nothing at all. "My mother? Were she here, you would not insult her so lightly. A dragon is never a mother as you know it, little milk-making creature. We never fuss about squealing babies or waste our days in tending to the wants of helpless young. We are never as helpless and stupid as humans are when they are first born, knowing nothing of what or who they are. It is irony, is it not, that you live so short a time and waste so much of it being stupid, while we live for dozens of your lives, aware every instant of what we are and who our ancestors were. You can see that it is hopeless for a human to try to understand dragonkind at all." Thymara turned away abruptly from the dragon and the Bingtown woman. "I'd best go see if I can kill some food for you," she announced, not caring that she broke into the midst of their conversation. It was disgusting anyway. The woman kept asking Skye more stupid questions, phrased in grovelling, honeyed compliments. And the dragon kept evading the questions, refusing her any real answers. Was that just what any dragon would do, or was Skye more trying to conceal her own ignorance? Now there was an idea that was almost more disturbing than the thought that Tat suddenly found Gerd more interesting than she was, and nearly as upsetting that neither the dragon nor the Bingtown woman seemed to take any notice of her leaving. She strode across the mud-baked shore toward their small boats. She'd left her belongings bundled up with her pack in one of the boats. She cast a casual glance at the big black scow at the edge of the shore. The Tarman. It was a strange craft, far more blunt and square than any other boat she'd ever seen. It had eyes painted on its prow. She'd heard that was an old custom, older than the Rainwild settlements. It was supposed to encourage the boat to look out for itself and avoid dangers in the river. She liked the boat's eyes. They looked old and wise, like the eyes of a kindly old man over his sympathetic smile. She hoped they would actually help guide the ship as they tried to find a way up the Rainwild River. They were going to need all the help they could get to carry out their mission. She found her fishing spear and decided to try her luck, even though it looked as if the other keepers were already patrolling the shallow bank for an unwary fish. Rapskull had had a small success. He'd speared a fish the size of his hand. He did a victory dance with the flopping creature still stuck on the end of his spear, and then turned to his little red dragon. She had been toddling along behind Rapskull like a child's pull toy. "Open up, Hebe," Rapskull demanded, and the dragon obediently gaped at him. Rapskull tugged the fish off the spear and tossed it into the dragon's maw. The creature just stood there. "Well, eat it. There's food in your mouth. Shut your mouth and eat it," Rapskull advised her. After a moment, the dragon complied. Thymara wondered if the creature were too stupid even to eat food put in its mouth, or if the fish had been so small the dragon hadn't noticed it. She shook her head at them. She doubted that any large river fish would linger there in the sluggish warm water under the open sky. She turned her back on the dragons and her friends and headed toward the far edge of the clearing, where the trees tangled their worn roots right out into the river. Coarse swordgrass grew there, and grey reeds and spearman grass. The rising and falling of the water level had left fallen branches and dead leaves tangled and dangling from the clawing tree roots that reached out into the river. If she were a fish, that would be where she would take shelter from the sunlight and predators. She'd try her luck there. Clambering out on the twisting roots was both like and unlike her travels through the canopy. Up there, a fall could mean death, but the layers of branches also offered 100 chances to grip a limb or liana and regain her life. Down here there were gaps in the matted tangle of roots under her feet. Below, the river flowed grey and stinging, at best threatening to give her a rash, at worst eating through skin and flesh down to the bone. There was also the chance of crashing through completely into water over her head, and worse, coming back up under the tangled roots. The trees were still under her feet, as they had always been, but the dangers were different. Somehow that made it hard to remember that she was sure-footed and made for the rain wilds. The third time her booted foot slipped on the roots, she stopped and thought. Then she sat down and carefully unlaced both boots. She knotted the laces together and slung them around her neck and went on, digging the claws of her toes into the bark. She found a likely place. The foliage overhead cast a dappling shade over her. A thick twist of root gave sheltering debris a place to cling, even as it provided her an opening over the river. The grass and fallen branches filtered the silt-laden river water here, so it was almost translucent. She sat down where her shadow would not fall on the water, poised her fish spear, and waited. It took time for her eyes to learn to read the water. She could not see fish, but after a time she could see shadows and then swirls in the sediment that showed a fish had passed. Her shoulder began to ache from holding her spear at the ready. The spear itself seemed to weigh as much as a tree trunk. She pushed the ache out of her mind and focused her whole being on reading the swirls in the sediment. That would be the tail, so the head would be there. No, too late. It's back under the root. Here it comes, here it comes, here it... No, back under the root. There he is. He's a big one. Wait, and... She jabbed down with the spear rather than throwing it. She felt it bit the fish and pushed hard and strong to pin it to the riverbed. But the water was deeper than she had thought, and suddenly she had to catch herself on the root to keep from tumbling in, while the fish, a very large one, wriggled and jerked on the end of her spear, trying to free itself. She fought to keep her balance while keeping the fish on the spear. Someone grabbed her from behind. "Let go!" she roared, and pushed the butt of the spear back hard, thudding it solidly into whoever had seized her. She heard a whoosh of exhaled breath and then a faint curse. She didn't turn, for the thud had nearly dislodged her fish. She flipped up the spear end, bracing the butt against her hip, and was astounded at the size of the fish she levered out of the river. Thrashing wildly, the fish actually drove the spear deeper and then through its own body. Her prey was nearly half the length of her body, and it came sliding down the spear shaft toward her. "Don't lose him! Keep hold of your spear!" Tat shouted from behind her. "I've got him!" she snarled, irritated that he would think she needed his help. Despite her words, he reached past her shoulder and seized the other end of the spear. Between them they held it horizontally, while the fish struggled wildly. Then Tats produced a knife in his free hand and whacked the fish soundly on the head with the back of the blade. Abruptly it was still. She breathed a sigh of relief. It felt as if her shoulder had nearly been jolted from its socket. Still gripping her end of the spear, she turned to thank him, and was astonished to find they were not alone. The Bingtown woman's friend was sitting on a hummock of root, his hands clasped over his midsection. His face was red, save for where his mouth was pinched tight and white. He gazed at her with narrowed eyes, and then spoke in a tight voice. "I was trying to help you. I thought you were going to fall in." "What are you doing here?" she demanded. "I saw him going into the forest where you had gone, and thought he was following you, so I came to see what he was up to." Tats was the one who answered her question. "I'm able to take care of myself," she pointed out to him. Tats refused to take offense. "I know that. I didn't interfere when you thumped him. I only helped you with the fish because I didn't want to see it get away." She made an impatient noise and focused on the stranger. "Why did you follow me?" Tats gripped the spear to either side of the fish, grinning. She let him take the weight of it, but watched closely as he set her catch down on the matted roots. "You knocked the wind out of me," the stranger complained, and then managed to take a fuller, deeper breath. He uncurled slightly, and some of the redness went out of his face. "I only followed you because I wanted to talk to you. I'd seen you with the dragon, the one that Arlise is interested in. I wanted to ask you a few things." "Such as?" A blush betrayed her. He probably thought she was some half-savage Rainwild primitive. She was starting to think she had misjudged him, but she wasn't going to apologize just yet. Actually, she was beginning to hope she had misjudged him. Earlier she had noticed how polished he was. She had never seen a man dressed so well as this one was. Now that his color was settling, she realized he was extremely handsome. Earlier, when he had been talking with the Bingtown woman, she had thought him stuffy and horribly ignorant of dragons, not to mention arrogant and rude when he spoke to her. His beauty had just seemed a part of the insult, the power that gave him the authority to look down on her. But he'd followed her and actually tried to help her, for which she'd thudded a spear butt into his belly. But now he made up for many of his sins when he gave her a rueful smile and said, "Look, we got off to a bad start, and I don't suppose I made things better when I startled you. I was insulting when I first spoke to you, but you must admit you weren't exactly courteous to me. And you are now one up on me for nearly impaling me on the dull end of a fishing spear." He paused, took a deep breath, and his color almost became normal. "Can we begin again, please?" Before she could reply, he stood, bowed at the waist to her, and said, "How do you do? My name is Cedric Meldar. I'm from Bingtown, and ordinarily my daily work is to be a secretary to Trader Finnbok of Bingtown. But for this month I am accompanying Trader Finnbok's wife Arlise as her chronicler and protector, as she seeks to amass new and exciting knowledge about dragons and elderlings." Thymara found herself smiling before his speech was halfway out. He spoke so formally, yet in a way that let her know he was mocking the formality and the grandness of his work. He was dressed like a prince, with not a hair out of place, and yet his smile and easy ways invited her to feel comfortable with him, as if they were equals, she realized. "What's a chronicler?" Tats demanded abruptly. "I write down what she does, where she goes, the gist of her conversations, and sometimes when she is doing research, I write down in detail what she learns. Later she will be able to look back over what I've written to be sure she is remembering every detail correctly. I'm also a passable artist, and intend to do sketches of the dragons, detailed sketches of their eyes, claws, teeth, and, well, every part of them. Only today I discovered that I'm not going to be much use to her for the interviewing part of her work. I seem to have offended the dragon, which means that I can't be with Arlise while she is studying her. And even if I could be, I couldn't understand any of the animal's answers to Arlise's questions." "Skymore," Thymara supplied helpfully. "The dragon's name is Skymore." "She told you her name?" Tats was astounded. Thymara was irritated at the interruption. "Skymore is what I call her," she amended, giving him a glare. "Everyone knows that dragons don't tell their real names immediately." "Yes, that's what my dragon told me too, only she didn't ask me to give her a name to use." He smiled foolishly. "She's such a beauty, Thymara. Green as emeralds, green as sunlight through leaves. Her eyes are like, well, I don't have words. She's a bad-tempered little thing, though. I accidentally stepped on her toe, and she threatened to kill and eat me." "Wait, please." It was the stranger's turn to interrupt them. "Please, both of you. You were saying that you talk to the dragons, just as we are talking right now?" Only Cedric didn't feel like a stranger to her anymore. She smiled at him. "Of course we do." "They move their mouths, and the words come out and you hear them, just as we are talking together now? Then why do I hear rumbles and moos and hisses, and you hear words?" Well, she hesitated, realizing she hadn't thought about how she heard the dragons. No, of course not, Tats barged in again. Their mouths are all wrong for shaping words like we do. They make sounds, and somehow I understand what they are saying, even though they aren't speaking a human language. Did it take you long to learn their language? Did you study it before you came here? Cedric asked. No, Tats shook his head decisively. When I first got here, I picked out my dragon and walked up to her, and I couldn't understand her. Mine is the green female. She's not as big as some of the others, but I think she's prettier. Also, she's fast, and other than her wings, I think she's pretty much perfectly formed. She's a bit feisty. She says the others say she's mean and avoid her. She says it's because she's fast enough to get the food first almost every time. They're jealous. Or perhaps they just think she's greedy, Thymara suggested. Time to take control of this conversation. After all, Cedric hadn't followed Tats into the woods to speak to him, even if he now seemed to be hanging on every word the boy spoke. I've been able to understand the dragons since they hatched, she told the Bingtown man. I was here that day. And even when they weren't looking at me directly, I could feel what they were thinking, even as they were coming out of their logs. And communicate with them. She smiled. One of the hatchlings went after my dad. I had to insist that he wasn't food. A dragon wanted to eat your father? Cedric seemed horrified. They had just come out of their cases. He was confused. She cast her mind back, remembering. They were so hungry when they came out, and they weren't as strong as they should have been, or as well formed. I think the sea serpents were too old and not as fat as they should have been, and they didn't stay encased long enough, and that's why these dragons aren't healthy and can't fly. Can't fly yet, Tats amended. He grinned. You saw Rapskull. He's determined that his dragon is going to fly. He's crazy, of course, but after I watched them, well, I was looking at my green's wings. They're well-shaped, but just small and not very strong. She told me that dragons kept growing for as long as they live. All parts of them grow, necks, legs, tails, and yes, wings. I'm thinking that if I feed her right, and she keeps trying to use them, maybe her wings will grow, and she will be able to fly. Thymara regarded him in astonishment. She had just accepted the dragons as they were. It had not occurred to her that perhaps they might become full dragons as they grew. Now she recognized Skymor's wings. They had seemed floppy when she had cleaned them, and Skymor had not been very helpful about unfolding them for grooming. She didn't think Skymor could move them much. A surge of envy raced through her. Was it possible that Tats's green dragon might eventually gain flight, while Skymor remained earthbound? But you can understand what they say, word for word? Cedric seemed intent on dragging them back to his own concern about the dragons. When Thymara nodded, he asked, So when you said those things to me, you weren't making them up. You were actually translating what the dragon was trying to say to me. She suddenly felt a bit abashed by how she had spoken to him. I was repeating exactly what Skymor was saying, she excused herself, and felt only slightly guilty for blaming her rudeness on the dragon. So then, you could translate for me? If I wanted to talk to her, apologize. No need for that. I mean, you can speak directly to her. She understands exactly what you say. Yes, she did, and that is exactly how I was getting into trouble with her. But if Arlise asks your dragon a question, and your dragon answers, you could translate the answer for me? Quietly, off to one side, so we don't disturb their conversation. Of course, but so could Arlise, I mean the lady. So could any of the keepers. But that would slow down Arlise's work. I was thinking that if someone would interpret for me as the dragon talks, I could get it all down. I'm a very fast writer, and I suppose any keeper could do it." And here he glanced at Tats. "But seeing as how she is your dragon, I think you would be the logical choice." She liked how he kept referring to Skymore as her dragon. "I suppose I could." "Well then, would you?" "Would I what? Just stand there while they're talking, only tell you what the dragon is saying?" "Exactly." He hesitated and then offered, "I could pay you if you wish, for your time." It was tempting, but her father had raised her to be honest. "I've already been paid for my time, and it belongs to the dragon now. I can't sell my time twice, any more than I could sell a plum twice. So I couldn't take your money, and I'd have to ask Skymore if she would allow you to be near her, and if she would mind if I told you what she was saying." "Well," he seemed taken aback at the thought she couldn't accept his money. "Would you ask her then? I'd be indebted to you." She cocked her head at him. "Actually, I think it would be Arlise Finbach who would be indebted to me. After all, she's bought your time for you to do this work for her. And if I make it so you can do it, well," Thymara smiled to herself. "Yes, I think actually she'd be the one indebted to me." She rather liked the idea of that. "So then, you'll ask the dragon if I can be around her, and if you can interpret for me what she says?" Thymara bent down and grasped her fishing spear to either side of her prey. She grunted slightly as she lifted the heavy fish. She nodded toward it as she answered him. "Let's ask her right now. I think I have something here that might put her in the mood to say yes." Day the 6th of the Grain Moon. Year the 6th of the Independent Alliance of Traders. Kim to Detosi. "I fear you have taken a simple reminder of the rules as if it were a personal rebuke. Detosi, surely we know each other well enough for you to realize that I was only carrying out the tasks of my position when I reminded you of the rules regarding personal messages. I am not the sort of person who would run to the council with such a trivial complaint. I merely thought that if I reminded you of the rules, I might save you from embarrassment and nuisance if it came to the attention of someone who was petty enough to enforce them. That was all. Tsar's mercy, I am shocked at how seriously you have taken all this. I will, for the sake of our friendship, ignore the unfounded accusations and cruel allegations of your last missive. Kim." Chapter 13. Suspicions. He awoke before dawn, cradled in a warm cocoon of contentment. Life was good. Leftrin lay still in the dark, enjoying it for a few long moments before letting his mind start enumerating the tasks of the day. Tarman was as still as he ever got, nosed up onto the mud bank. Sometimes it seemed to him that his ship grew more thoughtful when it was pulled up on the river bank, as if he were dreaming of other days and times. He could hear and feel the gentle tug of the river's backwater current on the aft end of the ship, but mostly all was still. It was quieter than when he anchored or tied up in the river, almost as if Tarman himself were dozing on the sunny bank. The bedding smelled sweet, of the cologne that Arlise Finbach wore, but also of Arlise herself. He rolled his face into the pillow and breathed deeply of her scent. Then he grinned at his own foolishness. He was as infatuated as a beardless boy who had just discovered that women were wonderfully different from men. The giddiness that had passed him by as a youth now spun him delightfully, infecting every moment of his day. Thinking of her freckled, speckled face made him smile. Her hair, the color of a hummer's breast, turned into tiny curls all around her brow when it escaped from her pins. The The time she had reached out and taken his arm when something frightened or alarmed her always made him feel as if he were taller and stronger than he had ever been in his life. There was no future to it. He knew that in every corner of his yearning, aching heart. When he thought of how it must end, he felt despair. But for now, this morning, on the dawn of carrying her off up the river on a journey that might be weeks or even months long, he was happy and excited. It was a mood that hummed through the ship, infecting the crew as well. Tarman would be very pleased to be underway. Leftrin still considered it a ridiculous mission, a journey to nowhere, herding reluctant dragons. Yet the pay the council had offered was excellent, and the opportunity to take his ship and crew beyond the boundaries of what had been explored was something he'd always dreamed about. To have a woman like Alice not only appear in his life, but suddenly be given him as a companion for the voyage, was good fortune beyond his ability to imagine. He took another deep breath of her fragrance, hugged his pillow, and sat up. Time to face the day. He wanted to make an early start, yet he would wait for the delivery of the supplies he had specially ordered in the hopes of making her more comfortable. He scratched his chest, chose a shirt from the hooks near his bunk, and pulled it on. He still wore his trousers from yesterday. Barefoot, he padded out of his stateroom and into the galley. He stirred the embers in the small stove and put yesterday's coffee to reheat. He wiped out a coffee mug and set it on the table. Outside the small windows of the deck-house, the world was hesitantly venturing toward day. The deep shadows of the surrounding forest still cloaked the boat and shore in dimness. He felt a small vibration, and then that prickle of awareness. Someone, a stranger to Tarman, was on the deck of his ship. Leftrin stood silently. From a nearby equipment box, he picked up the large hardwood fid used for mending and splicing the heaviest lines. He weighted the heft of it in his hand, smiled to himself, and moved quietly as the cat to the door. He eased it open. The cool air of morning flowed in. In the upper reaches of the forest, birds were calling. In the lower levels, bats were still heading home to roost. He stepped out on his deck and began a noiseless patrol of his vessel. He found no one, but when he came back to the door of the deck-house, a small scroll rested on the deck there. His heart gave a lurch as he stooped down to pick it up. The paper of the scroll was soft and thick. It smelled of a foreign land, bitterly spicy. He carried it back into his stateroom and shut the door. The wax that sealed it was a plain brown blob. No signet press betrayed the owner. He flicked it off and unrolled the small scroll. He read it by the grey light seeping in his small window. There are no coincidences. I've maneuvered you into place. Lend your support to the one that I've arranged to be there. You will know him soon enough. You know what he seeks. A fortune rides on this, and the blood of my family. If all goes well, the fortune will be shared with you. If it does not go well, my family will not be the only ones to mourn. It was not signed, but no signature was needed. Synard Arich. Months ago he had given the foreigner passage to Trahog, and almost as soon as the boat had docked, the Chalcidian merchant had vanished. He hadn't asked for passage back down the river. 2 days later, when the Tarman was loaded with cargo and Leftrin had heard nothing from or about the man, they had departed. The foreign trader had left few signs of his passage on the Tarman. There had been a shirt that Leftrin had dropped overboard, and some smoking herbs that he'd appropriated for his own use. The crew never asked what had become of their passenger, and Leftrin hadn't made much noise about his leaving Trahog that day. The man's papers had been in order, and he'd sold him passage up the river. That was what he intended to say if anyone ever asked him about the merchant. But no one ever had, and Leftrin had hoped he had set that misadventure behind him. He'd hoped in vain. He wished he'd never heard of that damn Chalcidian merchant, wished he'd found a way to throw him overboard a year ago. Synard Arich had haunted his nightmares since he'd last seen the man. After all that time, Leftrin had almost believed he'd seen the last of him, that the man had only wanted to use him once and then let him go. But that was what it was to deal with Chalcid or any Chalcidian. Once they knew you had a weakness, a secret spot of any kind, they'd hook into you, exploit you until you were either killed in the process or turned on them and killed them. He gritted his teeth together. Only a few moments ago, he'd been doltishly happy at the prospect of travelling upriver with the object of his fascination. Now he wondered who else would be travelling with him, and how relentless they would be in their threats. He wondered if he would have to kill someone on this journey, and if he did, how he would do it, and if he would be able to keep it concealed from Arlise. It saddened him. He suspected that if she knew half the things he'd done in his life, she'd have nothing to do with him. He didn't like that he had to conceal part of what he was to enjoy her companionship, but he would. He'd do whatever he must to have what little time with her that he could. He was already at an immense disadvantage with such a fine lady. Here he was, a rain-wild riverman with little more than a boat to his name. She couldn't even imagine what a unique and wonderful boat the Tarman was. She couldn't possibly see his ship as his fortune. She didn't know why she seemed to like him. He worked hard and expected he always would. He had no fine home to present to her. His clothes were rags compared with the garments of her dandified escort. He wore no rings. Before she had set foot on his ship, he'd had little more ambition than to continue doing what he'd always done, carrying freight shipments up and down the river, and making enough to pay his crew, and to have a good meal when his schedule allowed him to overnight in a town. He'd had his chance to make a fortune selling off that wizard wood. He could have been a wealthy man by now, with a palatial home in Jamalia or Chalcid. He didn't regret the decision he'd made. It was the only right thing he could have done. Yet he wondered at how small a life he'd been willing to settle for. He wished in vain that he'd foreseen that some day such a woman might walk into his life. If he had, perhaps he would have saved the sort of wealth that might impress her. But what could he have acquired that could compare with whatever her rich husband in Bingtown offered her? He looked at the little scroll again. He wondered if he should have killed the Chalcidian merchant and dropped him over the side before they ever reached Trahorg. He didn't think of it casually. He'd only killed one man, long ago, and that had been over a game of chance gone wrong, with accusations that he was cheating. He hadn't been, and when the fellow and his friends had made it clear that they'd kill him before they let him walk off with his winnings, he'd beaten one man unconscious, killed another, and fled the third. He didn't feel proud that he'd done so, only competent that he'd survived. It was another decision that he refused to regret. So now, as he contemplated retroactive murder, he did it only in a what-if frame of mind. If he'd killed the merchant, he would not be standing here now, holding this threatening scroll. He wouldn't have to wonder which of the people who would be accompanying him on his journey was a traitor to the traders. And he wouldn't have to speculate on whether Synard Arich had really had a finger in his winning this sweet plum of a contract. And, he thought, as he reduced the scroll to shreds of fibre and dropped them out of the window, he wouldn't be worrying if he'd have to do something that might cause Arlise to think less of him. "Time to get up. Get up, pack your stuff, rouse your dragons. Get up, time to get on your way." Thymara opened her eyes to the grey of distant dawn. She yawned and abruptly wished she had never agreed to any of this. Around her she heard the grumbles of the other rousted keepers. The ones doing the rousting were the people who had accompanied them from Trehawg to here. Their duties would come to an end today, and apparently they could not wait for them to be over. The sooner the keepers rose, woke their dragons, and began their first day's journey, the sooner the escorts who had brought them here could turn around and go back to their homes. Thymara yawned again. She supposed she'd better get up if she wanted anything to eat before the day started. She'd never known just how much and how fast boys could eat until she'd had to share a common cook-pot with them. She sat up slowly, clutching her blanket to her, but the chill morning air still reached in to touch her. "You awake?" Rapskull asked her. Ever since they'd left Trehawg, he'd slept as close to her as she would allow him. One morning she'd awakened to find him snuggled up against her back, his arm around her waist and his head pillowed against her. The warmth had been welcome, but not the awakening to sniggers. Case and Boxter had teased them relentlessly. Rapskull had grinned rakishly but uncertainly. She suspected he wasn't sure what the joke was. She'd resolutely ignored them. She told herself that Rapskull's need to be near her had more to do with a kitten's desire to sleep close to something familiar than any amorous intent. There was no attraction between them. Not that she would have acted on it if there had been. What was forbidden was forbidden. She knew that. They all knew that. But she wondered if they all accepted it as deeply as she did. Greft had strongly hinted that he did not. He was going to make his own rules, he'd said. So, what about Jerd? Would she keep the rules they had all grown up with? As Thymara rubbed the sleep from her eyes, she tried not to notice who slept adjacent to whom, nor to wonder what any of it meant. After all, everyone had to sleep somewhere. If Jerd always spread her blankets next to Tats, it could simply mean that she felt safe sleeping beside him. And if Greft always found an excuse to try to engage her in talk when the others were getting ready to sleep, it might mean only that he thought she was intelligent. She glanced over at him now. He was, as usual, among the first to rise, and was already folding his bedding. He slept without a shirt. She'd been surprised to discover that a lot of the boys did. Jerd, who had brothers, was surprised that she didn't know that, but Thymara could not recall when she'd ever seen her father half-clothed. She watched Greft as he scratched his scaled back. She knew that feeling of relentless itching. It meant that the scales were growing thicker and harder. She watched him bend his spine slightly so that he could ripple the scales up and scratch beneath them. If he was self-conscious at all about how heavily the Rainwilds had marked him, he didn't show it. This morning it almost seemed as if he was showing off his body. Her mind flitted back to his words the night he had all but driven Tats away. Greft wanted to make his own rules, he'd said, and he had already begun to do just that. She was a little surprised at how easily he had made himself the leader of their group. All he had to do was behave as if he were. All the younger ones had fallen in with him immediately. Only a few remained outside his spell. Tats was one of them. She suspected that if Greft had not made his move so quickly and so definitively labelled Tats as an outsider, Tats would have moved up to a position of leadership. Tats, she thought, probably knew that as well. Jerd was another one who regarded Greft with suspicion, or at least reservation. It's because we are both female, Thymara thought to herself. It's because of the way he looks at us, as if he's always evaluating us. She'd even seen it the first time he looked at Sylve. She'd almost seen him dismiss her as too young. It was oddly flattering, yet a bit frightening to have him look at her. As if he could read her thought or feel her gaze, he suddenly turned his head. She looked down, but it was too late. He knew she'd been staring at him. From the corner of her eye, as he stretched yet again and rolled his shoulders, she saw him smiling at her. She spoke to Rapskull before Greft could start a conversation with her. "Are you awake? We're supposed to start our journey today." "I'm awake," the boy said. "But why do we have to start so early? The dragons aren't going to like being made to move before the day warms up." Greft responded before she could. "Because the good people of Kasarik are very much looking forward to us being gone. Once we've moved the dragons out, they'll put docks along the shore here. They'll probably repair, or perhaps properly build the locks they attempted to build for the serpents. Done right, it would allow them to bring larger ships here from Trahorg. Improved shipping could mean that they could better exploit whatever they can dig out of the old city. And with the dragons gone, they'll feel safer about coming and going and digging deeper and closer to this place. To answer your question more directly, Rapskull, it's about money. The sooner we take the dragons out of here, the sooner the traders can stop spending money on dragons and make more money from the buried city." Rapskull greeted his words with the furrowed brow and slight pout that meant he was thinking hard. "But why do they have to make us wake up so early? Will one morning make that much difference?" Greft shook his head, muttered something uncomplimentary, and turned away from the boy. A shadow of hurt flickered across Rapskull's face, and Thymara felt a moment of absolute dislike for Greft. It startled her in its intensity. "Let's get something to eat before we have to get going," Thymara suggested quickly. "This will be the last day that they feed the dragons for us. Beginning tomorrow, we're going to have to provide for them, and hope they can do a bit of providing for themselves." Rapskull's face brightened at her words. It took so little to make him happy. Her words didn't have to be kind even, just not cruel. She tried not to wonder what his early life had been like, that mere neutrality seemed like friendship to him. She began folding her blankets up with a small sigh. Of course, even neutral comments attracted Rapskull. Talking to him directly had probably earned her a full day of his close and chattering company. "I've been worrying about how we're going to feed our dragons. I think the dragons can find some food for themselves. Dead stuff should be easy for them, and maybe big fish too. Or big dead fish. That might be easiest of all for them. My Hebe likes fish, and she doesn't much care if she gets it alive or dead." "Hebe? Is that her real dragon name?" Tats had suddenly appeared behind Rapskull. He had his pack already loaded and on his back. He'd shaved, too. So he'd been awake for a while. He didn't shave often, only about once a week. Thymara had seen him do it once since they'd left Trahorg. He didn't seem very confident of his technique. He crouched with a small mirror balanced on his knee and scraped carefully with a folding razor. It had surprised her to see him shaving. She had realized then that she still thought of him as more boy than man. She glanced over at Rapskull. She supposed that she thought of all of them as boys still, with the possible exception of Greft. Rapskull, she realized, was probably close to her own age. Not a boy at all, really, until he spoke. "No, I don't think Hebe had a name before I got here, but she likes me and she likes the name I gave her, so I think it's going to be all right." Rapskull suddenly halted where he stood. Then he smiled indulgently. "Rats! I thought about her too loud and waked her up. I'd better eat fast and get over there. She's hungry. And I got to tell her again that today is the day we're going up the river. She forgets stuff pretty easy." He crumpled his blanket up and stuffed it into his pack, then looked around the area where he'd slept. He snatched up his extra shirt, pushed it into the top of his pack, and then said, "Time to eat," and headed off to the main campfire. Tats and Thymara watched him go. "I think Rapskull and Hebe are pretty well matched," Tats observed with a smile. He stooped down and picked up a stray sock Rapskull had dropped. "I wish he weren't so careless," he added more soberly. "Give it to me. I'll make sure he gets it." "No, I've got it," Tats replied easily. "I'm headed that way anyway. You're right. We'd better enjoy our last easy meal." Thymara put her neatly folded blanket into her pack and did a quick check of the campsite. No, she hadn't forgotten anything, or the others were beginning to stir. Greft, she noticed, was first in line by the porridge pot. She'd watched how he ate. He'd be fast and get a second serving before some of the others had even had a first one. His bad manners annoyed her, even as she wondered if she were a fool for not copying him. A couple of the boys had started to do so over the last day or so. Case and Boxter imitated him in most things she'd noted. It made her uneasy to see them trail after him now, food bowls brimming. When Greft sat down to eat, they squatted on either side of him. She was surprised to see that Nortel had a black eye and a bruised face. "What happened to him?" she asked. "Got in a scuffle with one of the other lads," Tats said briefly. "What's going to become of the unclaimed dragons?" Tats's question distracted her from staring at Nortel. "What?" "There are 2 dragons that don't have keepers. You must have noticed." Food bowls in hand, they fell into line behind Nortel and Sylve. The girl immediately turned to join the conversation. "The silver one and the dirty one," she filled in. "I think if he were cleaned up a bit he'd be copper," Thymara mused. She'd noticed them. She'd almost chosen one of them when it looked like Skymore was going to refuse her. "They're both in bad condition," she added, and then forced herself to voice what she knew they were all thinking. "Without keepers to help them along, they won't last long on this journey. I'm not even sure they'll follow us when we leave. Neither one looks very intelligent." "You're right about that. I saw the silver snuggling up to the barge last night as if it were another dragon. It's not there this morning, so maybe it figured it out. Still, not very intelligent. But I doubt that the Kasaric Council will allow us to leave any dragons behind," Tat said. "If we did, I suspect they'd both be dead within a week. Somehow I doubt they'd continue feeding them once we were gone." "That's mean," said Sylve. "They've been stingy and cruel to these dragons for a long time. My poor Mercor says he can't remember a time when dragons were so badly treated by humans or elderlings." Nortel nodded wordlessly. The man dishing the porridge plopped a scoop into his bowl. Nortel held his bowl steadily there until the man grudgingly added a bit more. Sylve stepped up to take her place, holding her bowl over the cauldron of porridge. It bobbed as it received its load. "Well," Tat said reluctantly, "if we just let those 2 tag along after us and don't do anything for them, we'll be letting them die just as surely as if we left them here to be starved." "They aren't fit to survive," Alum observed. He was in line behind Tats. "My Arbuk may not be bright, but he's fast and physically healthy. That's why I chose him. I thought he had the best chance of surviving the journey." "The midwife said I wasn't fit to survive," Thymara said quietly as her bowl was filled with porridge. She trailed after Sylve to a pile of hard bread rolls set out on a clean towel. Each girl chose one and then moved on. "We live in a hard land. A hard land requires hard rules," Alum said, but he didn't sound quite as certain as he had a few moments before. "I'll take on the copper one," Tat said quietly. The keepers were settling into a circle to eat. "I'll clean him up a bit and get some of the parasites off him before we leave this morning." "I'll help you." Thymara hadn't noticed Jerd, but there she was, sitting down carefully next to Tats. She balanced her chunk of bread on one knee, then held her bowl in one hand and her spoon in the other to eat. "I'll take the silver," Thymara declared recklessly. Somehow she didn't think it would sit well with Skye Moore. She suspected the dragon would be jealous of any attention she gave the creature. Well, let her see how it felt, she thought almost vindictively. "I'll help you get his tail bandaged up," Sylve offered. "And I can get some fish for him, maybe," Rapskull said as he wedged himself into their circle between Tats and Thymara, blithely unaware that he might be intruding. He dug into his porridge with fervour. "Never got porridge for breakfast at home," he announced suddenly through a full mouth. "Grain was too expensive for my family. We always had soup for breakfast, or gourd cakes." Almost all the keepers were present now, all crouched or sitting with bowls and bread. Several nodded. "Sometimes we had porridge with honey," Sylve said. "But not often," she added, as if embarrassed to admit that her family had been able to afford such things. "We usually had fruit, whatever my father and I had gathered the day before and hadn't sold," Thymara said, and was ambushed by a wave of homesickness. She looked around herself suddenly. What was she doing here, sitting on the hard ground, eating porridge and preparing to depart upriver? For a moment none of it made sense, and the world seemed to rock around her as she realized how far she was from home and family. "Thymara?" She nearly dropped her spoon at the man's voice behind her. She turned and found Cedric standing awkwardly at the edge of their circle. He was impeccably groomed, and a fragrance almost like perfume floated on the air. "Yes," she answered him stupidly. "I don't mean to rush your meal, but we are told that the departure time is imminent. I wondered if you could possibly come now to do some translating for me. Alice is already with the dragon." He let his words trail off. Probably the look on her face had silenced him. She looked aside and tried to calm the sudden jealousy she felt. Alice was already up and talking.